Boom, 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 boom. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Flip Thought Show, man. It's your host, the most Key Truth, Host of Bird, Big Bo, the want the word, the want the flow. We gonna hit you live, man, sometime around 4. And bam, man, we gonna be giving you this, man, Charleston White members only interview, man. I'm gonna be the back with it, man. It's kind of early, man. Top of the morning, everybody that's up, man. Top of it, man. Rounds and all that. But yeah, I'm gonna be the back with it, man. But definitely stay tuned later on today. 3Z Hefner interview later on tonight. I mean, yeah, shit. Yeah, later on tonight. And then check out that IBM Hoodlum interview I did last night. Yeah, man, for sure. We got more content coming. What else was there? Trying to think. I think it was another interview today, but I don't know. Today, Wednesday. Yeah, man. Stay tuned for all the interviews popping up, man. There's so many, man, coming up. And so, also, new episode of Flip and Easy Discussions Friday. The unknown, we back at the unknown, end of the unknown next week. So y'all stay tuned for that. See what's up with my boy Culture, man. We probably got a Flipping Facts episode 5 for y'all tomorrow night too. We gonna see what's up. Make sure y'all tune into the Flame Show on Twitch, as well as tap in with Coast Studios, man, for all your production, business reviews, marketing, all that good stuff, man. Tap in with Coast Studios. And use my promo code with advance.org, man. King Truth 68 $, 50% off all CMOS gel tablets, hydration powder, all that good stuff. Use my promo code for Vengeance Athletic merch and protein powder and shakers, 50% off. Use my promo code KVNGTRUTH67. Shout out to advance.org, Vengeance Athletic, Doobie Energy as well, man. 50% off, KVNGTRUTH68 $. Maker's Mark Whiskey. 50% off on a brand new bottle of Maker's Mark Whiskey. Promo code KVNGTRUTH68 $. Yeah, man, let's get back into it, man. Let's get into the show. Charleston White, man, you know, he's going to be saying some crazy stuff on this interview. What's so crazy about this, too, is I don't know if y'all seen the members only. I mean, the No Jumper show today, man. That shit was pretty crazy, man. Adam was going back and forth with Germ on the phone. And that was something, man. That was something. But yeah, let's get into this Charleston White interview, man. It's about 2 hours, man. We're gonna be back with it, back and forth in the chat with it, man. Make sure you engage, all that good stuff. Like, hype, share, hit that notification bell so I know y'all still there, so I could throw it to us in the air. Follow me on Kick, Twitch, Discord, IG, TikTok, Rumble. Sub up over there at Flip Thoughts Reloaded. That's the second channel. Matter of fact. We gotta go on the second channel too for a little bit, man. Something about. All right, let's go, man. Let's go. We're here. Let's get it.
You gonna be on here too, right?
Yeah, I'll pop in for a
All right.
Yeah, he tried to leave me, man. I afraid it was a setup.
Man, don't start that bullshit.
I'm coming to the internet Saturday morning saying Govan Hernandez. Hernandez done set me up with Adam 22. They done paid the nigga to get me set up over here, my nigga. Yeah. Nigga tried to leave me and have me come over here by myself, and I was coming.
Get in there, defend yourself. Against
Yeah,
these
my nigga got
allegations.
discouraged. Said, man, I'm finna book a flight back home. I said,
You
what?
recording that?
Nigga, you finna leave me? Oh, I told my people, I said, say, homie, I don't know if this nigga Govan trying to set me up. I don't think so, homie, but nigga done booked me for Adam 22, and he's hollering about he finna fly back home.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You thought he was going to strand you here?
I thought you paid him some extra money to get the California nigga to get me over here, get me kidnapped, hold me for ransom. Y'all thinking all kind of shit.
Whatever kind of money I got available to pay to do things, it's not like the bags that you be collecting in Memphis to do things, okay?
Okay, well, let me know
So
then.
I'm going to just throw that out there. I don't get involved in those kind of things. I seen Kenny Money was just out here doing interviews. I got left off the list.
Damn.
I'm going to go out on a limb, say that might be because I'm hanging out with you.
Yeah, probably.
Because I vowed to never do this. Because I said, man, I don't trust him. He don't have no substance. So when we got here, my son said, Dad, go buy no jumper. He told me that 5 years ago. He said, Dad,
That's
my
your son?
No. My
okay.
son, Mexican and black.
He said that was your son. I didn't know if that was
way
him
more
or
handsome
not.
than that nigga. He want to be my son.
Oh, okay.
He really want me to go with his mama,
Yeah?
but I won't.
Damn.
I like young ladies.
I could serve you up. My mom, too. She's never got black, as far as I know.
Let me have her.
Yeah.
I specialize in those.
Yeah.
I specialize in the ones that ain't been across the railroad track.
You ever just get that deep-seated feeling that your dad ain't beating it up right?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
You just look at
I
them.
never thought about my mother getting fucked. Never.
Yeah.
It's never crossed my mind.
I done seen it.
Wow, you're fucked up in the
You guys got a special type of friendship, huh?
No, I ain't see. I seen a nigga come out the bedroom.
Oh,
I know what that
You done been baby boy before with Melvin in the house. Yeah. Yeah, but nah, nigga, I said, nah, man, somebody asked me for a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, nah, man, I ain't gonna never do this motherfucking podcast.
Right.
Because I was mad at you.
Even though, like, from my perspective, it makes no sense because I'm like probably the illest white boy who maybe ever lived.
You ill, but nigga, you been against me the whole time.
I don't even understand how you could feel that way.
Well, let me take you back.
Let's go through.
Let me take you back to the beginning.
Yeah. Okay.
Me and you we used to just fuck with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And you had invited me to come to the podcast, and I hadn't denied it until you mentioned that I invited Charleston White to come here.
And my
at the
former
time,
host said that he was going to get you set up.
That nigga he said with a conviction, he said, if that nigga come here, I'm going to set that nigga up. His conviction said he'll really do it.
I'm going to be real. I've known him for a long time. He ain't doing stuff like that.
I ended up speaking to him and his dad, and we ended up getting cool. So, but nigga, we don't know at the time.
No, for sure.
At the time, I'm in tour with China Mac and all the Asians. I'm in tour with the California niggas because they say I can't say the word crab and slob because I'm talking to my local Crips and Bloods. So we don't know.
Right. I mean, I wasn't happy about AD doing that at the time. And really, I think he was kind of like trying to live out some sort of like gangster fantasy on the podcast. Like he's the type to get people set up.
Well, we thought he was. So, homie, you got to think, when we looking from afar, all we know, this is his gangbanging culture. We don't know who's what here.
Right.
We just know what he project. And so that's all I had to go off of. I was living in here. I was living in LA off of Imperial, Vermont a little while before that.
We're talking about before you blew up as a podcaster?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
About a year before that. So I was staying here. And my son used to always tell me, Dad, try to go by no jumper. Try to go by no. So I was familiar with you from my son because they was watching y'all. When I became big on the internet, I didn't know who you actually were. Didn't know your background. I didn't know Bosco. I didn't know Nina Capone. I didn't know none of these LA niggas.
Nina Boy,
yeah, that nigga. I didn't know S-Bone, so I didn't know none of these niggas.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. And me and him ended up getting cool.
I interviewed him like 3 days before they killed him. 2 days before.
I started trying to show him how to make money as a content creator doing YouTube. So, because I was starting to learn the game. So I just know when I would do interviews, people would ask me, well, what you think about Bosco? I ain't know nothing about him. So when I watched their interviews, they would ask him and everybody would have something negative to say. That was my response.
Right.
So I ain't know none of these niggas. So when y'all came here, all y'all knew is I'm just disrespecting Nipsey Hussle. I'm just disrespecting Crips and Bloods. But y'all never went back to the beginning of why.
Right. Because you had all these bad experiences when you were doing your little Crip internship out here before you popped off, right?
I've never had a Crip internship out here.
Not formally, but you were trying to hang out with the Crips out here and shit,
I've never had a bad experience in California, ever.
Right.
Melvin Farmer is the biggest lie. I came to live in California to work at Diamond Dale Adolescent Group Home. I met Melvin Farmer at a speaking engagement. He was with the Latin King Tone
Okay.
He was doing a speaking engagement with John Gotti's Jr. son, Fred Hampton Jr., and they was on a national speaking tour. That's how I met Melvin Farmer. Okay. I didn't come to California to hang out with that nigga. I came to California to hang out with a childhood friend that I went to school with.
Okay.
So I landed my dream job, and shout out to Diamonddale Adolescent Group Home. So I was working with the kids who was either getting ready to go to YA or coming out of YA. So I wasn't out here gangbanging.
Right.
So I met Melvin Farmer on the internet. He invited me to a speaking engagement with Olympian star Althea Mosley. She's from here. So she's from LA. So I met him doing youth advocacy and anti-gang cognitive intervention work, gang prevention.
Right.
So I never hung out in LA streets. I would catch the Uber to go hang out with him at St. Andrews Park to work in the community center right there with the kids. So I've never had a bad experience. Okay. So through Melvin Farmer, I met King Baba Louie. When I met King Baba Louie, I had a relative that was in town, that was in town at the time. We all fell in love with King Baba Louie because he didn't come off as a gang-banging guy. So we invited King Baba Louie for a speaking engagement to come to Texas. That's how I got connected here. So through King Baba Louie, I was invited to go to Nipsey's funeral with Melvin because he didn't have a ride to the funeral. He was standing in the backyard of King Baba Louie's mom's house, up there in like a little shack. I called a lift, met him the day of Nipsey's funeral. He and I lifted to the Rolling 60s neighborhood. That day I met Cappuccino, the head of the Rolling 60s. So I met Cappuccino, I met Miss SS, and met a couple other people. Went to the funeral, rode in the car with Cappuccino. Melvin was in another car. Somehow he and I got separated. And this was like a training day experience. I got left with the Rolling 60s after the funeral during the procession.
And is this the moment that convinced you that they were no good?
They never convinced me they were no good. So here's the thing, right? So I get left in a Rolling 60s neighborhood, and they finna have Nipsey's procession come through there. Some kind of way, I got stuck with Raymond Washington's daughter, Ray Ray. So I had to hold security, walking with her. So I got separated from Cap Nim, so it's just me and her. So how I conducted myself won their admiration and respect. Melvin's nowhere around. So I'm hearing niggas say, what's up, cuz? Who is homie? That's Skull partner from Texas. What's up with him? Nigga, I'm looking around saying, shit, how I'm gonna get home? Some kind of way you couldn't use the phone, so I couldn't even get an Uber out of there. So it's nightfall. Big Psych, one of Raymond Washington's partners, one of his best friends, homie, gave me a ride to the I was staying on the borderline of Diver Lanes in the Hoover's neighborhood. Big Psych gave me a ride back. I never seen Melvin Farmer ever again.
Really?
Ever again. So I never had a bad experience in California. I dressed up every day in coveralls. If I show you my old Facebook page, I was in coveralls, a cowboy hat, Mexican cowboy boots, playing country boy. Hey, how you doing, sister? Hey, how you doing, brother? So I maneuvered through here playing country boy. So I never had no bad experience.
Okay.
So what ended up happening, I ended up connecting with the 60s. I ended up connecting with King Baba Louie, and Melvin Farmer got left out. He wanted to be the nigga to come to the city and get all the love that you saw, that we seen King Baba Louie get in the neighborhood. So I had just landed a big contract in the textile industry. And what I noticed by living in California is y'all have a lot of textile product out here. T-shirts, beanie hats, hoodies, sweatpants. I get T-shirts for 10 cents. I get sweatpants for $2. So I plug the 60 niggas in where they can start getting the T-shirts, the hoodies, and the beanie hats. And then I was shipping shit to Melvin them at the bookstore right there. And I won't say what I was shipping, but that nigga know what I was shipping to him. So he got
narcotics.
No. I ain't never done nothing illegal.
Okay.
You know, I ain't never done nothing illegal. But I shipped him something to save his life one time. So he could call me in the middle of the night, say, look at our text. He didn't even know my real name at the time because he was looking at my Nat Turner Facebook page. Say, look at our text. I need to get a ride to the probation officer. I think his mom was staying up in North Cali somewhere. So nigga, I've never had a bad experience in California. Nobody knew me to do anything to me.
But everything you're describing makes it sound like you're describing how you'd be on good terms with the Crips, but then we all know that soon after you did a little bit of a heel turn and decided to start offending them at every turn, right?
It wasn't a heel turn. So what I did was I used to go live walking on Hoover Street every day telling the Crips outside of California, y'all not real Crips. So I would go back home and tell my local Crips, nigga, because at the time, Real Tune TV, the Bob Supreme nigga, they was doing a documentary on the Crips and the Bloods. OG Percy was emerging, and I was dissing them niggas because they was nobodies. They was dope fiends, right? So now I'm going viral because
I got a lot of shit for saying that OG Percy used to be a crackhead.
He still is a crackhead. So what ended up happening? I'm getting into it with my local Crips. Right. I had moved after the Nipsey's funeral. I remember that there was speculation where they wanted to change either Slauson Avenue to Nipsey Hussle, and I remember the '60s putting up a push against that. Saying, "Nah, ain't nobody bigger than Set, cuz." So I remember hearing that. So I never looked to California. I always went back home and said, y'all niggas not real Crips, because what I saw living here is these niggas here don't get to age out the game.
Right.
The OG Percy's and all them other niggas back home, they get to age out. They get to go play grandfather at 60. These niggas out here can't do that. It's still niggas repping at 65, 55. Where the niggas back in Texas, once they do their time, come home, they don't do like these niggas. So what I realized is that's these niggas' game. They the realest, they the strongest, and anything outside of California ain't real. So I went back home with that message. And I disrespected the Truman Street Blood. I disrespected Joe Blood. I disrespected everything locally that Real Tune was trying to put out there. So what ended up happening?
So he was trying to glorify.
He was trying to glorify.
You decided to tear it down.
Yeah, because I'm in the boys' home with all these niggas.
But you were tearing it down just because you realized that the LA version of gangbanging was more official?
You niggas ain't real. How can you be a real Crip and you can't come up here? So I would go home and tell niggas, you niggas dumb and you niggas stupid, claiming a set you niggas can't never even walk the street on. And that's what the California niggas think about y'all niggas. They look down on you nigga, country boy ass nigga claiming our street. Nigga, they played on us. And you gotta salute. This is the best game we ever seen. So when I went back home, I started getting into it with the Harvest, the Harvest Street Fort Trade Gangster Crips. I went viral for the first time ever on World Star Hip Hop. It says, Fort Worth man snitches on Fort Trade Harvest Street Gangster Crips. That's what made me go viral.
Snitching about what?
I told him, he told me drop my location. I told him meet me at the police department, nigga. And I drove to the police department. Turned my camera around, said, yeah, nigga, meet me at the police department. Then I went inside and told the police, yeah, man, I got a Harvest Street Fort Trade Gangster Crip. I apologized and said, hey, is Officer Charles Rogers in here? Tell him Charles White came to see him. Yeah, man, So I played on the internet.
Okay.
So when I went viral, now you got the California nigga saying, man, you can't say crab, you can't say slob. Nigga,
That's what started it.
That's what started.
Okay.
Fuck you niggas too. Y'all niggas don't kill number niggas, nigga. Y'all ain't shot it now gun. So now it's fuck all you nigga because y'all ain't done nothing now. White man, now Mexican, but y'all got a history of killing more niggas than the Ku Klux Klan. How you gonna honor that shit?
I mean, just in general, people tend to kill other people within their group.
Show me the Jews. Show me Jews killing Jews. Show me Asians killing Asians. Show me where they have show me where they make up the smallest percentage of people in the country and they have most of the homicides. No other race has that but us. No other race does gangbanging like us.
The Hispanics do it.
The Hispanic,
whites do it.
The Hispanic murder rate is not like the black on black crime.
It might not be as high, but
it ain't even close.
If a Hispanic person gets killed, it's almost certainly going to be by another Hispanic person. 80% of the time.
Name me last time you can recall a big Hispanic gang killing compared to ours.
Hispanic gangs kill each other all the time out here.
But we don't know it.
I mean,
name one.
They ain't famous enough that people are putting it on the front page.
Whether ours are famous or not, you're going to hear about us. Nobody kills each other more than black Americans, nowhere on earth. You cannot compare that to anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a higher percentage.
It's not even a higher percentage. Nobody does to each other what black Americans do to each other. White people don't do each other like this. Mexicans don't do each other like this. When Mexican gang come in, they take each other in. Mexicans don't openly fuck over each other.
So
in front of other people.
So then the whole question becomes, and one side,
I don't care about gang spirit.
But one side makes you a normal person, and the other side makes you some sort of Nazi. The question is there something inherent in black people that they want to kill each other, or is it just surely because of the conditions in America that they've been in?
It has nothing to do with the conditions of America. You wanting to kill people has everything to do with the conditions of your heart and not the conditions of your environment.
The conditions of your heart are going to be determined by the conditions you grew up in, right?
I know plenty of people grew up in the conditions and don't kill people or hurt people or gangbang.
Well, it's not going to transfer to everybody.
I know people that grew up in worse conditions than LA gangbangers grew up in and don't kill people.
So what's in the heart of a black man that he just wants to kill?
I don't know.
That's really what you think?
Yeah. Really? It's in his heart. Yeah, all killers kill based from their heart, not their mind.
Do you think that like black people just have this like warrior spirit that makes them want to do battle?
Warriors don't group up, soldiers do. Warriors fight alone. They don't fight in groups.
Okay.
Yeah, black people don't have a warrior spirit, because if we had a warrior spirit, we'll kill a white man as soon as we can think about it.
Right.
We have a coward spirit. That's why we hurt each other. If we really were a warrior, we would look across and hurt anything but us. Like real warriors. I mean, real warriors don't self-inflict.
But like, it's hard for me to even think of a society that engages that way, that like kills their oppressor. That's not normally how it goes. People kill other people from their community.
I watch Israel and Palestine kill each other all the time. I watch Ukraine and Russia do it. I watch China fuck over Japan.
Right, but those are two countries at war.
No. We're not countries. You said you don't see where no other person does the oppressor. Yeah, you goddamn right. Palestine is looking to kill Israel. Yeah. That's why they're at war right now. Yeah. They was tired of being oppressed.
Right. Well, really, they're at war because Israel decided to bomb the fuck out of them.
No, they're not at war. Remember, Palestine went over there and kidnapped a bunch of them people and killed them and caused us to get into the war with Israel. That's why we backed Israel.
But the people who were doing that didn't have the institutional power to start a war.
No.
Israel started the war in reaction to that.
Israel did start the war. We backed them for the war. But though Israel is oppressing Palestine, we all know that. They done took them people and got them boxed off and damn near locked up free. So they said, we're tired of being oppressed by these people who America keep helping oppress us. So they went and kidnapped about 100 Jewish people and American people. And then since they didn't come to term, now the fake war started. But the Palestinians didn't start that war. They was responding to oppression like they always been. At first, they used to throw rocks at the Jews. Mm-hmm. Then the United Nations had to tell the Jews, hey, it's not fair for y'all to keep shooting bullets, oppressing those people. So get rubber bullets. So the Jewish Israeli people got rubber bullets, and then Palestinians was eating their ass up with rocks. Those are warriors. The motherfucking Palestinians that's fighting their oppressors back. Them motherfucking Afghanistan that ran America out their country, that's how you fight your oppressors. Mm. We fight each other.
Right.
It's easy to kill another black man. He already dead.
Okay.
Yeah. See, I went to jail. I gave a gun to a nigga and told him to shoot a white man. And I got out the car and we stood over the white man and watched him die.
Hell?
Yeah, I bought that for the gangbangers. Yeah.
I gotta go. This is how I want to go.
Yeah, but that dick in your
staring down at your urethra.
Niggas don't know how to respond to a gun with a dick at the end of it. See, they'll try to fight me and take the real gun. Them niggas will freeze over with that dick hanging in their face right there.
I tried to hand him that earlier, and you seemed like you got a little. You were kind of hyped until you saw the penis part.
Yeah, I was. But now, we don't have it in us to retaliate against our oppressors. Mm. Because we hate one another more than what we hate that have been done to us.
It's a tall task. It's a lot easier to kill a random guy rather than kill
I've never in my life shot a gun at a black man, ever in life. I've never kicked a black man in the head down on the ground. Never. Mm-hmm. I've never jumped a black man. Mm-hmm. So all of my crimes been going across the railroad tracks. Go over there and steal. Go over there and do that, because I had somebody who was teaching me that. I had uncles that would come from the 50s, the 40s, the 60s, and I come in the 70s. Mm-hmm. So I come in an era where we heard about get the man, attack the man, fall and slip in the man stove, play on the man. The gangbanging shit didn't come to 89, 90. Uh-huh. By that time, we already got a foundation. Right. So gangbanging is not in our hearts. That's why it's easy for us to quit after.
But isn't gangbanging just a response to being in extremely dangerous conditions in which you need to group up with other people in order to do battle with other groups of people?
Then why didn't the slaves gangbang?
probably just wasn't really available to them as an option, right? They were fucking slaves.
Well, based off what you just said, don't you need other people to group up with other people to fight other people? So once we became free in
there were slave rebellions, right?
No, it was very few.
Yeah, but because they're oppressed, they have no weapons, they have no money.
So once we got free and got weapons, why didn't we group up in gangs then?
I mean, they were probably more focused on assimilating into the culture that they had just gained their freedom from.
No, they never assimilated. They couldn't.
Well, they probably thought that it was more accessible than it ended up being.
They never thought that. My grandmother's 80 years old. She never told me they thought that. She's still alive. My pops is almost 8. They never thought that.
But why did your grandparents not group up and go to war?
Because it's never been about getting in the gang. It's about building your family.
But when we say gangs, we think about gangs fighting against each other, not like fighting against the people that are controlling them.
Sure we do. When I think of gangs in New York, those people fought against each other. And those were white people, Italians, Irish. They wasn't black. And they were way more dangerous and violent than these today's gangs.
Don't you think about that? So much of that is because it's like we accept the structures within our societies, and most of us don't really feel as if we have the power to control the society we live in.
Black people do not accept the structures of society. That's why we go to jail for committing financial crimes. That's why when we go to school, we don't pay attention in class.
Right.
That's why we go to ISS. That's why we get kicked off the football team, because we don't fit into the structure. We have way more power. That's why we sell dope when the white men say we can't sell dope. That's why we pimp and go across the state line when they say don't. So we have the power to do whatever we want to do.
They have the power, but it's like most of us don't really think about the world as if we're going to be able to just commit crimes until we change the social order.
We do. It's called ball till you fall. We got music that teaches ball till you fall.
But isn't that the opposite of what we're talking about?
No,
just
that's
balling until you die.
Well, you're trying to make sense of people who don't have sense. And I'm saying, no, our people had greater sense than what you're trying to give them for. Well, don't you think? No, our people thought greater. They built Black Wall Street.
Why are you saying people who don't have sense?
Our people built Black Wall Street. Gangbangers don't have sense. They can't build nothing. They can't manufacture nothing. Black people created some of the things that's mostly been invented, from the stoplight to cotton gin. What you mean? We didn't think to create gangs. We thought to be free under worse conditions. So we're under better conditions. We're freer. Why would we join gangs and they didn't?
I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of minority groups in our country that didn't really like gravitate towards the whole gang thing. But then there's a lot of non-black groups that did. The mafia.
Well, we never had a mafia because we don't want to be gangsters. Gangsters extort themselves. Black people never extorted one another. We had a community.
LA kind of known for extorting one another.
But before gangs started, you got to think all the black people that came from the South that built Watts, California, all them vibrant black towns, all them vibrant black places in LA before gangbanging started. Why them people didn't gangbang? And it was vibrant here then.
Yeah. No, that's a good question for sure.
You know why? Because their children didn't have a struggle. The gangbanging children didn't come from gangbanging because they was in impoverished conditions. They could walk the neighborhoods and go get an apple off the tree.
But don't you think that the gang shit is like a reaction to just feeling hopeless in your life in general? Not necessarily that you're being like violently oppressed on a day-to-day basis.
When I look at them niggas in prison and they join the gangs and they fighting and what they fighting about in jail, catching phase, they don't look hopeless. When they on here talking about how they live their gangbanging life, they don't look hopeless. They seem like they're bragging about it. They got pride in it.
When I go to the hood,
they got love for it.
When I go to the hood and I see like, you know, a group of 16-year-old kids sitting around in an alley just like waiting for somebody to come through so they could shoot at their car, these are people who feel hopeless. They feel as if there's no college career path for them. There's no way that they're going to be able to go get a high-paying job and be able to make 6 figures a year.
Have you done a qualitative study to talk to them and see why?
I mean, this is obviously anecdotal, but these people don't really pursue those opportunities. I'm telling you why.
You're saying, obviously, from some kids sitting in an alleyway waiting to shoot at a car. Why they're not robbing the bank? If they're hopeless, why they're not robbing the bank?
Probably because they just view that as being like very low, small chance of success.
Why not rob the local guy that's selling weed? Why not be breaking into a house?
They probably do that. Breaking houses, that's very common.
So why sit in the alley the way to shoot at nobody? Why not go get a job?
Well, it's part of being in a gang. You got to protect your area, right?
No, I've never heard that. Ever.
For real?
I've never heard that.
I mean, the motherfuckers are patrolling for that purpose.
No. They're patrolling to extort each other.
I would say more often than not, they're patrolling to just protect the block.
So how about this? How about you wake up and go spend some time with those 16-year-old kids. See what condition that their home life is. See what they do when they wake up in the morning, and tell me how hopeless they is if they got a phone.
I already kind of know what they do.
Well, you sound like most typical arrogant white man that try to look from niggas from up there. See, you didn't grow up down here to really know. You're making speculations.
Well, I'm making observations based on my life experience.
Your life experience don't fit into the black spectrum because you're looking from afar with binoculars.
I think most people would say the last 10 years of my life, I've been pretty deeply immersed in the black experience, right?
When the last time you had to, when the last time you sat at a black table and ate black food? In a black household.
I have been to restaurants with black people.
I didn't ask you a restaurant.
We don't go over to people's houses out here.
There you go. So you don't know niggas. You don't know black people.
You have to go to their house to know them?
Yes. If you don't go into a person's home or person's village, how can you know their culture?
In LA, we don't really go to people's houses.
LA ain't black. It's Mexican.
We got a lot of Mexicans. We got a lot of blacks too.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying here, you really don't know black people just listening and talking.
Just because I haven't been to their house to eat dinner.
No.
So we can't just like go to Denny's.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You say observation, but where are you observing from?
Going to people's neighborhoods, doing vlogs and shit.
There you go. So you go into their neighborhood and you figure these guys is hopeless, but they got their cameras on.
I think they are hopeless. I think they feel hopeless.
No, they don't feel hopeless. They feel good. They feel high because most guys are high. Most guys are on drugs, and when you get drunk and you get high, the hopeless that you feel goes away.
I mean, now you're a 16-year-old kid smoking weed and numbing yourself all day.
You're not hopeless.
Pills and
you're not hopeless. You're having fun.
It's not.
You're having fun. Most kids are experimental.
Yeah, but you're having fun in the moment by doing something that's kind of separating you from the more long-term opportunity.
It's fun getting high, guys.
Right. If you start popping perks every day in high school, you're not probably on the path to becoming a lawyer.
Well, that has nothing to do with you coming on the path to becoming a lawyer. You're not hopeless if you're getting high every day. For one, you got money to get high. So how can you be hopeless and you got money to get high?
There's a lot of ways to get high that are pretty inexpensive.
Well, if you can get high, you're not hopeless. You're doing what you want to do.
I would say getting high leaves you just as hopeless as you would be otherwise.
When you're hopeless, suicide is on the option, not getting high. When you're hopeless, suicide is on the option, not getting high. Getting high is for recreation.
A lot of drugs are kind of like
getting high
out suicide, right?
No.
If you start doing fentanyl every day, isn't the end result you dying?
I know some motherfuckers want to get high every day with fentanyl. They want the fentanyl that's going to make them die and come back to life like Michael Jackson was doing every night.
Right.
Michael Jackson was loving doing that profile going and coming back. It's a motherfucker want the hair run and go almost called the overdose. Yeah. Why? That's where they're going to go buy it from. They want the deadly dope. And it ain't because you're depressed and hopeless. You want to feel good. This is what you like to do. You enjoy the feeling. Come on, man. It's called choices and decisions. Your conditions don't determine your choices.
But a rational father is not going to sit around and do Percocets all day because he feels like he has an opportunity and he has important things to do. Those are the things that stop people from just sitting around doing drugs.
I know some guys get high every day and get up and go to work. I know some white boys shoot dope, do perks, smoke crack, do cocaine, and they're the best goddamn lawyers you can find. So I do know some fathers get high every day. I know some mothers come home from teaching school, fix the kids' food, get high and drunk every day, and she's a loving mother.
But isn't the kid or the career a reason to not get that high?
Nope.
It's hard to be a good dad if you're getting fucked up every day.
I know some motherfuckers get up loaded. We watched a real-life movie of an airplane where Denzel Washington was a pilot getting high every day. Turned the plane upside down, landed the motherfucker perfect, then got high to go to the court hearing. Real life shit.
Snakes on the plane.
No. This is a real life story.
It's called Flight.
It's a real life story of a real pilot who went to jail, served time, got high again to get normal. It's some people have to operate in their normalcy, getting high, and they are functional at this.
Well, I spent most of my life smoking shitloads of weed, and I've been very successful.
We're not talking about you, though. We're not talking. No, I didn't spend most of my life smoking weed.
But you've been smoking a lot of weed since you've been successful, right?
I've been smoking weed, since I've been successful.
And you've been able to manage it. However, I somehow think that if you started snorting fentanyl every day, that you'd probably have a harder time.
I don't know. I know people that snort fentanyl. I know people that get high.
And those are probably the people who are able to do it to some sort of level that isn't going to destroy their lives.
There's a such thing that you learn if you understand alcoholism and drug addiction. There's such thing as functional addicts. Most people are functional addicts.
Yeah.
So,
Even functional fentanyl?
Yeah. You could do a reasonable amount. And a lot of people don't. I think I would have a hard time doing this job if I was doing fentanyl every day, but I could probably work at Amazon.
Where I'm from, most fentanyl addicts die in a short period of time.
Yeah.
Kodak Black and them ain't dead yet. He say he fucking with the fake perks. It's fentanyl and everything. It's fentanyl and everything. So any hard drugs you doing, nigga, I know motherfucker been doing hard drugs 40, 50 years.
Yeah, that's why you never see a crack addict die.
I ain't seen a fentanyl nigga.
It's more
die
like
yet.
they die and nobody really cares that much. Right?
I ain't found a nigga died of fentanyl yet. I don't know one person that I can personally say, yeah, they had an overdose of fentanyl. And I know nigga pop pill like crazy.
I know plenty of people.
I don't know any.
I know niggas in my
A bunch of rappers on this podcast. Lil Peep died for taking fake Xans.
Yeah. I call bullshit. I said, I said he died of diabetes. I call bullshit.
This guy. All right. So, what is No Jumper's involvement in this? Please tell me, like, what I need to be doing better as a person who is making money off the black community.
You're very successful at what you're doing. I wouldn't suggest that you change and switch up nothing because this shit is working for you.
Okay, but you want to destroy the gang community, so you're seeing No Jumper as being effective at that.
I ain't got nothing with the gang community. I got problem with my gang bangers in my city. What y'all do in California don't mean shit to me.
And for the record, I think the position of the average LA gangbanger is not like, oh, Texas gangbangers, they're goofy as fuck. It might be like, to a certain extent, it might be like, oh, y'all do things that we don't do, or y'all don't beef the same way that we beef. They might have some opinions about that, but in my time in this, I never heard somebody from LA be like, oh, every gang member from Houston or Dallas is goofy as fuck. Like that's not the attitude.
I've heard them say it on here. I've heard them say it.
I've heard them say, "Oh, y'all are not doing it right."
I done heard Gumby say it. I can go live. This is what I'm saying.
But Gumby's the one who's calling motherfuckers out from Texas because he just feels like they're doing it wrong.
I agree with Gumby. You niggas are frauds. You niggas ain't real because I grew up watching the culture. Ain't nobody came from LA and put these niggas down. LA came to use us and play on us, and when they got through, they left. Didn't no real niggas really come out there and put nothing down. Homie, we was a country town that didn't know nothing about gangbanging until we saw the movie Colors.
Yeah.
Boot Nose came out here, had some relatives, brought some rolling 60 niggas out there. The Skyline Pyru niggas went out there, but ain't no real Crips went to Texas and put nobody down, my nigga. Fort Worth was one of the first city before Houston and Dallas to gangbang. San Antonio had some real LA niggas go. OKC, but nigga, Fort Worth, Texas, nah, my nigga, them country boys. We had posses, nigga, fighting at the skating ring.
Yeah.
So I'm telling these nigga, ain't none of y'all real. If you ain't came up here and got put on.
You gotta go all the way over here. That's pretty unrealistic for the average gang member.
Say if you ain't a real Muslim until you done took your pilgrimage to Mecca, like Malcolm. You just a jailhouse Muslim.
If
nigga.
you're gonna make it out here, it's gonna cost you at least, let's say, $1,500.
Man,
that's kind of out of the realm of possibility.
Get on your Greyhound bus and come get that ass kicked up here. Book that Greyhound bus ticket, take that week
dudes who do that go viral and get clowned for coming to LA and getting beat into a set by people that they don't know and they're never going to see again.
Well, think about this.
When it happens, sure.
You getting clowned when you go to prison by your family members for representing a street in the color that you don't even know where to go walk on. You got all this shit tattooed on you. 5 dudes who you can't even go walk on them people's street, nigga.
I ain't never been on the street.
You can't even go up there and mention it. You go, cause nigga, you can't even mention it. And if you go to the feds and you from Texas and you get out that Texas car and go get in that Crip and Blood car, you a goof troop. Nigga, they gonna use you. Nigga, you a mule, you a holder. Nigga, nah, nigga. So everybody looking at you crazy and stupid. You rolling 60, but you can't go up there. And you go die for this. You go hurt your mama for this. You go abandon your kids for this. And you ain't got no lineage to it. Nigga, that didn't make sense to me when I started thinking as a logical thinking man.
For sure.
Yeah, joining a gang is pretty illogical for most people.
Well,
if you're a young kid who's trying to not get his ass whooped walking home from school, I guess I get it. But carrying that into your adulthood, probably not a great idea.
That's when most of us get in there as a boy.
Yeah. Well, so they clown anyone who doesn't. You join a gang when you're in your 20s.
So you mean to tell me, nigga, you still have the same values, the same morals and affirmation and affection that you have at 15 and 16 and 50?
Definitely not.
I don't. So that's why I look at these niggas as being mentally retarded.
Even just the notion of hood hop and the idea that you join a gang when you're 16 and then all of a sudden you're 21 and you realize, oh, the gang I joined, those dudes are a bunch of busters. I want to join this other gang, hang out with these other people. If you do want to be in a gang, even just that, the idea that 5 years later you can't change your mind about who you want to hang out with it puts gangbanging into the realm of like fantasy.
So
like this is
switching gangs or just denouncing.
That's what I'm saying. They'll destroy you on the internet if you switch hoods.
You destroy gangbanging culture with your podcast. I did.
But just what, shining light on it?
Yeah. You gave light to an unlit world. And nigga, to get on here to see the none of them have a business mind. None of them can talk about.
Some of them certainly.
I've been watching you for years.
Black Sam.
Black Sam will have a business mind. That's something Nipsey built. He just happened to be running.
But they didn't get that far with Nipsey. Black Sam's taking it into reality.
If Nipsey wouldn't have died, they wouldn't have it this far.
Nah, I bet they'd be further ahead.
I doubt it.
I mean, shit, if they had this giant billboard of a human being, this guy who was promoting this shit at every time.
Well, you got to think, Diddy had control of him, so how good he would have been.
Diddy had control of Nipsey?
Who had the album done? Who done that Victory album?
I don't know. I don't think I ever heard their names
well, there's a video of them clapping together. He told, hey, man, y'all quit clapping.
Uh-huh. So
you tell me, had he not died, this wouldn't be what it is. The marathon wouldn't be what it was.
You don't think?
I know so.
Really? I think
because when he was alive, he didn't get this same support from LA.
That is true.
He didn't have this same support with Fat Burger in the Marathon store when he was alive.
You mean Marathon Burger?
Well,
Fat Burger's its own thing.
He had a Fat Burger right there. Didn't Nip have the Fat Burger right there in the store? In that little corner, in that square? Yeah, they took me there. They took me on a tour there.
He owned a Fat Burger?
That's what I was told, with the pictures and everything in there.
I never heard that.
So that's where the idea of the Marathon Burger came from. Okay. So you tell me, if it wasn't for his death, where would the support come from?
Just him as a person. Like he had just got on the cover of GQ. You know, he's like kind of reaching like that was a big part of why it was such a tragedy because he was reaching a whole new level.
I was living here in LA at the time. I didn't hear his music playing on the radio.
Yeah, but it was growing, and a lot of people from the hood, especially, will tell you that he was the sound of their adolescence. For me, on Melrose, hanging out with the SoundCloud rappers, though, for sure, nobody was listening.
The day of his passing, I could have named one song.
Yeah.
The day of his funeral, I knew the whole Victory Lap album.
But there's a million rappers in Texas like that too, where you guys all know all their songs, and then meanwhile we don't know what the fuck's going on.
It don't matter, they're not dead.
Right. But if
they don't have a burger store.
But usually when people die, their legend status kind of goes up, right?
Pop Smoke didn't. His music did, but his legend status didn't.
Pop Smoke is an icon. You go to New York, they got murals everywhere.
His music is.
The music too.
But when you say his music went up, but Pop Smoke is not an icon. His music is.
He maybe not on the level of Nipsey, but I think he's an icon.
DMX died. He didn't go up.
I mean, I would say DMX.
Dobie died. He didn't go up.
But DMX also died after being basically like a public drug addict for like 20 years.
No matter.
Nipsey didn't have that kind of experience.
So did Whitney Houston.
Right.
She died a drug addict.
And she would probably be mourned.
Michael Jackson died a drug addict.
She would be mourned in a more serious way if she hadn't been a public drug addict.
So what I'm saying is, you don't get the same support just because you die.
But a lot of people, their legend status increases because of that. You know, Jay-Z, Gucci Mane, we've got to see these guys become old heads and make embarrassing decisions that taint their legacies.
So we got to watch
Nipsey didn't get a chance to do that.
What decision Jay-Z made?
I just think overall Rock Nation's kind of viewed as like a bully apparatus. I think people view a lot of his stances on capitalism as being hypocritical. I think that he's kind of proven himself as maybe not having the best taste in rappers.
And he on the Epstein file.
He signed La Russell. That's kind of a black mark on his legacy.
Yeah, and he on the Epstein file list.
Well, there you go. Yeah. I don't really think there's much to that, but yeah, that's not the best look.
Foxy Brown said she was fucking her when she was underage.
I think that is not true. She didn't say that, right?
She did say that. I swear to God, she said it was in one of them Source magazine interviews.
Nah.
She said the boy had a horse dick.
You want the fact check? Did Foxy Brown say Jay-Z fucked her?
Boy had a horse dick.
A horse dick. I feel like I would have heard about that. Fucked her.
You're not in tune with the culture. You just got hip in the last 10 years. You were straight white boy.
I'm pretty
15, 20 years ago. In the 90s, you were straight white boy.
I went back and watched some Adamo videos, man.
Straight white boy.
Yeah.
The top white boy. Top rank.
I already know. That's how you got over here with
There are no verified public statements where Foxy Brown clearly and directly said that Jay-Z had sex with her when she was underage.
Sure it is. What site you sorting?
ChatGPT.
Oh man, I don't believe shit ChatGPT say.
ChatGPT is the culmination of all human knowledge.
It mixes lies with truth and inaccurate information. We're living in the information age, so ChatGPT will not give you accurate information. Don't trust it.
It definitely told me some inaccurate shit.
It's wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
But as far as something big as Foxy Brown making that claim.
If 1997, 98, man, she made a claim. Nigga, Jay-Z, all of them were fucking with underage girls at the time. R. Kelly, Dame Dash. This was known in the industry.
Actually, recently in 2024, Foxy again denied that claim.
Man,
and said that was fake news.
Man, it ain't fake news. She'll come back later and say, but they all were doing it.
This is what you're referring to. A lot of the rumors trace back to a 2013 gossip report claiming that Foxy allegedly said that she lost her virginity to Jay-Z at 15 when he was 27. Foxy has publicly denied that story and threatened legal action.
I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it right now.
There's no victim.
She got paid off.
But she's not a victim. And hey, that's a total possibility. But if we don't have evidence, then what are we really going on?
Well,
true.
They all were doing it. So there's really no victim because they all did it. R. Kelly didn't have no victims.
No, there's tons of victims. They made a whole documentary about him.
They did? No. He didn't get convicted of none of that. He got convicted of some RICO shit, mafia type charges.
Is that true?
Very much so.
Heard that. But okay, I almost forgot that I was dealing with a pretty hardcore conspiracy theorist, which I just was watching.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I was just watching you talking to Sean Cotton about how the world is flat and all this type of shit. So.
I never said the world flat. I said the world round.
Okay, he actually said that he thinks.
I believe the world round.
No, he thinks the moon landing is fake. You guys both agree that space is fake.
I didn't say space was fake. I said I think the ocean is space.
That space is the ocean.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like you're kind of doing a disservice to your overall message by saying stuff like that.
I don't have a message. I don't have a message.
Well, you do whether you want to.
I've never had a message. My message was
the culmination of everything you say is your message.
Hey, y'all, I'm a character. This is not the real me. I want to take y'all back to my second Say Cheese TV interview. I said, say, man, it sounds like y'all falling for the macking in the conversation. I'm just playing a character. Half the shit I say, I don't mean or believe.
But isn't that something for you to just kind of fall back on when you find yourself in unfriendly territories as a podcaster?
I've touched millions. I stay in unfriendly territory and ain't nobody done nothing. I intentionally disrespect dead people, kids. So ain't nobody, everybody I done disrespect, I done been in their face and I never bow down.
Right.
I told y'all I'm playing a character.
But when you take on your more extreme
but I'm making millions.
Like
I'm making millions.
Right, but like, making fun of somebody's dead kid. Like,
I do make fun of it. But what you gonna do about it? I made fun of your dead fucking kid. What you gonna do?
Well, I could do that too, but what do I gain from that?
But what you mean? I like to do it.
You like to make fun of dead kids?
I love it.
But how do you justify that?
Easy. Same reason white people justify slavery. And
not this white person.
Well, you make an observation.
But white people also eliminated slavery in America.
No, they didn't.
Well, yeah, they did.
No, they did.
Yeah, we had a whole war.
No, they didn't. They didn't eliminate slavery.
Well,
you must don't know the 14th Amendment.
Okay,
dumbass. You didn't pay attention.
Slavery was a thing, and then slavery stopped being a thing, and the X factor in between that was a war in America.
No, it wasn't. That was over states' rights. That wasn't over slavery.
Right, states' rights to have slaves.
No. It wasn't over states' rights. That was over the states saying the federal government can't tell us anything. Had nothing to do with slaves.
Right, but slavery was kind of the biggest issue in that regard.
No, it didn't. It had nothing to do with slavery. It had states' rights. The same thing we're fighting over now. The federal government can't infringe upon no states' rights. Had nothing to do with slavery. Why? Because slavery was never abolished, except you've been duly convicted of a crime. Maybe you should read the 14th Amendment.
You really want me to do this?
I'm asking you to.
Was slavery abolished?
Slavery was abolished, except you've been duly convicted of a crime.
Yes, chattel slavery was legally abolished in most countries over the 19th and 20th centuries. I didn't even narrow it down to the U.S.
He said most countries. American slavery, the 14th Amendment abolished slavery, except what? You've been duly convicted of a crime.
It was abolished through the 13th Amendment.
Duly convicted of a crime. Go to the 14th.
Right, but I don't think that the fact that we have prisons necessarily takes away from the fact that we abolish slavery, right? I mean, prisons offer a different role in society, and every country has prisons.
So why do they have private prisons?
Because
with private investors who make money off free labor.
Because they think that private corporations are able to provide these services more efficiently.
They don't think. I would suggest you go back and read your amendments, huh?
Right. But
so you have private prisons. So why is the private industry and why is prison on the stock market?
But why are private enterprises able to perform almost every task in business more efficiently than government-owned corporations? Like, don't you think McDonald's is better fit to serve cheap burgers than if the U.S. were to like create their own burger chain? And I'm not necessarily defending private prisons. I'm just saying it's logical why they exist.
You just said how does slavery goes into the prison system. Slavery has to do with what?
No, I actually think they're two totally different things.
Free labor, right? Slavery is free labor.
Yeah.
For somebody making money. So you have the government, you have the sheriff department, you have the state who owns prisons, right? And they put people to work. You paying your dues. You pay your dues to society. Why did the private industry, private sector of business get into the prison and take it to the stock market, where slave was once on the stock market?
Probably
before there were stocks, there were slaves.
It's the same reason that people choose to use UPS instead of the Postal Service.
Well, like the typical white boy. Let's go to the next question. I see how you looking at it.
But what am I saying that's wrong? Private corporations are able to provide services more efficiently than the government.
So I went to school to study law at Texas Wesleyan University. It's a reason why they put except in there. And there's a clause. It's the reason why there's a clause in except. It's not abolished. That's why it's except in there. So there's no reason to keep arguing with a fool that don't know what he know. He won't even read it. He's using ChatGPT.
But are you in denial about the fact that slavery used to be a thing and now it's not?
No, slavery is still a thing.
Okay, but only in the context of prisons.
No. You got slavery in Arabs. You got the Arabs that set in African.
Okay, I thought we were talking about America.
No. It's still in America. The niggas that work on your podcast are slaves. They work for pennies and crumbs.
Well, they get paid and they can leave at any time.
They get paid for crumbs.
They get paid and they can leave at any time.
You're their slave master.
Those are kind of the biggest factors of slavery is that you're not getting paid and you can't leave.
I wouldn't call them slaves. They're indentured servants.
No.
Yes, they're indentured servants.
Should we look up the definition of indentured servants?
Well, they're getting paid pennies.
They're not indentured.
They're not making what I make.
They're not servants. They're employees.
Them niggas still stuck in a rut.
How is No Jumper different than like a TV station or any other business that pays people for their time?
Well, I've never seen nobody go here and go up.
That's so not true.
Name one person.
For the record. You could point to somebody like Brick Baby who came on No Jumper and immediately became like one of the most well-known.
I've never seen him on anywhere other than a low-budget channel. I've never seen him get booked.
Well, now he's in prison, which is the whole thing.
Well, before then,
but he was getting tons of paid interview bookings because of his time on
I've never seen him on a major platform anywhere. Name one.
What about somebody like Crip Mac who's been able to
I've never seen him on
a year for past 5 years that we've been doing content.
Joy made 6 figures out Crip Mac. Crip Mac is dumb and stupid.
Okay, if Crip Mac signed a bad deal, then it is what it is.
So let me just say it. So show me where Crip Mac have left No Jumper and springboarded. Yeah, he springboarded to Drewski and came right back down to here.
And Channel 5, big platforms like that.
We're at Channel 5.
Channel 5.
Here in LA?
Travel all over the U.S.
I hadn't seen him travel nowhere. When I look at his page and his social media page, I don't see
he's
no
legally
evidence.
Not really allowed to travel.
I don't see no evidence where he's been anywhere. And and at one point in time, he was a major figure. Before he was locked up, he was a major figure.
He still is.
He should have had voice off. Man, y'all
he came out and did 1 million views on his first interview.
But did 1 million views and got what out of it? I do 1 million views daily.
Granted, you have.
I do 50 million a month.
An ability to have a sustained.
I do 50 million a month just on one platform on TikTok. I'm 4 billion. He should be like that too, but he can't sell himself. He needs somebody else to market.
Well, I'm assuming you would agree that Crip Mac maybe doesn't have the depth that you have, right?
Yeah, he is slow.
I'm not saying
and it's only so much you can do with a game.
I'm saying the variety that you provide in an average podcast is a little bit more than you provide.
It's only so much you can do with a California gangbanging who's not articulate. There's only so much you can do with him.
I think he is pretty articulate in his own way.
He won't, because he mispronounced 8 words. He stick with 5. So you can't. It's hard to sell that to it's hard to go major with that.
Well, you both probably would fall into the category of people who maybe didn't necessarily do super well in school.
I've done very well in school. I've done very well in school.
I would probably say he didn't.
What made you think Charleston didn't do good at school?
I guarantee I made the dean's list.
I feel like his intelligence might not have necessarily blossomed in the traditional educational environment.
I've been a straight A student my entire life. I went to college and never studied.
Wow.
Been on a who's who.
That's impressive.
Very academically
No
inclined.
Zark zone.
Very academically inclined. Yeah, very academically inclined. I didn't go to school almost until I was in the 6th, 7th grade. So I had a private tutor. I was taught one-on-one. So I've always excelled in class.
Your parents had money to hire a private tutor instead of sending you to school?
Yeah. My mother. What
were they worried about?
My mother was very well financial. My granddad and grandmother owned a restaurant and a hotel long before I was born. So I come from a very financially stable family.
Damn.
I never grew up in the projects. Don't know what it's like to live in the hood. I've never seen a man come out of my bedroom. Very much like you. I'm Dr. King's first dream. I went to school with white kids.
What about suburban dudes?
Suburban, yeah. Very much suburban.
Damn, we got a lot in common.
A lot in common. Yeah, all my neighbors were white. That's why I know you so good. And you don't know us so good. You didn't ever get to live in a black neighborhood.
Who's us?
I lived in a white
You
neighborhood.
and me, we're clicked up now.
We're like real brothers.
Me and you are coming from the same place. You could have
real-
met from National Answer.
I tell everybody all the time, our greatest ally and greatest friend of America is a white man like Adam.
That's a good point. Thank you.
You really are.
Actually, when you came out and you were saying why you didn't want to do content with me, because you said that you don't like white boys like me who love black people, and you prefer white dudes who are blatantly in your face racist. I do feel kind of complimented that you don't put me into that category.
No. You're the worst kind. You're the hidden racist. The one that act like you like us but really don't. That's
you
why
put me on a lie detector test right now. You're not gonna be able to find out that I'm racist.
That's why you ain't been ate at no black people table. You would have been tasting nigga Mama Green.
I'm trying to get to the Rock Nation brunch. They don't want to have me.
I'm gonna get you there.
Yeah, I don't think you're going either.
No. I don't think you're no racist white boy. No, I really think
you could cut me open. No.
In all actuality, I really think you the white kid we went to school with. I would have spent the night at your house. You would have spent the night at my house. My mom would have took you to school. You just caught up into the street shit. You will not come across back to where we played basketball. We didn't play basketball in the hood, nigga.
I was bad at basketball.
Me and you played in the front yard. Yeah. Where we had a net. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, them niggas didn't have no net.
Oh, see, that's another way that we have in common is that we're both people that probably didn't necessarily excel physically, but we were outspoken and our minds were probably pretty advanced.
I excel physically too.
I'm looking at you and I'm confused.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, they always told you, listen, it ain't the size of the dog, it's the size of the fight.
Well, it should confuse you too, because look how fucking big I am, and I'm ass physically.
I saw plenty big motherfuckers like you that was weak to me.
There ain't nothing weak about the 22 straight. I'm all hard.
I watched you run in the ring from punches that you didn't want to take.
Yep.
I ain't never dodged no punch. It was a play. You wouldn't take one punch though. I was disappointed.
They said it couldn't have been no play out of it.
I really thought you were scared. That's why I came and hugged you. I really thought you were scared. I saw you flinching, and that was a big nigga.
Right.
That was a big nigga.
That was part of the play.
No, I watched you. That's why I ran and hugged your motherfucking nigga. I looked you up. You didn't want to take down motherfucking punch.
Yeah, you came up to me right after the fight and you said, hey, I got nothing but respect for you.
Yeah, I did.
And I was like, well, shit, I lost the fight, but at least I got Charleston White's respect. 3 days later, you're on the internet talking shit about me.
You know why?
Why?
I thought we had everything hashed out.
And because I took Sean Cotton's side.
Yeah.
But I felt like he was in the right, and you did end up going back to him, which to me kind of validates that.
I never quit him.
You quit publicly during an interview. I mean, you said you did.
You stupid motherfucker didn't know that.
Literally said into a camera.
This is my last interview for what? That year, dumb motherfuckers.
Did you say that?
Me and Sean played on y'all. We were still talking.
Me and Sean did a whole fucking
He played on you too, dumb motherfucker.
Wait, you're telling me this was a play?
That was a play.
Oh, what the fuck, Sean?
Me and Sean been talking the whole time.
Man, I took your eyeball out.
Me and Sean played on y'all the whole time.
Sean, man.
He white man. Come on, my nigga. Listen.
I'm never trusting a Texas dude again.
Listen. See, man, I get y'all so caught up, man. That's why it's been almost 7 years of me doing this, because it's too easy to play on the camera. Tell them what they want to hear. Today, I don't like this. Tomorrow, I like it. Today, I'm mad at this. Nigga, I sit back and think of shit. So guess what? I knew what he was doing. He was trying to set up a Philly and Texas thing because them Philly niggas putting the pressure on him. So what I did, I spent on him.
Who's from Philly?
I ain't gonna say his name, but I knew what he was doing. He was trying to make a play for his hometown Philly.
Oh, Skino.
He was trying. So what I did, I spent on him. I spent on him because I got my agency saying, hey, man, we got a brand deal on the table. Watch out on this here. So I went on there and said, man, I'm going to play for the brand deal. Played mad like I was on Sean Cotton. And nigga, right after we got the money, I said, then got to see you next year. That was the end of the year.
Sean seemed pretty sincere in having his feelings hurt by you turning on him.
I seemed sincere in that interview.
It was a motherfucker.
He with me as I'm talking
I probably
to him.
seemed pretty sincere in that boxing match.
You did. But listen, he with me while I'm talking to Sean. 607 Mark.
Your newest booty goon.
Well, this is what I realized. They pit us against each other.
You and Unc? Or
you and all white platforms. That's why you get your gangbanging niggas to talk over this set. You get this. So you make content on.
You're acting like there's so many white platforms. Me and Vlad might be it for the duration of this culture existing.
Did you hear the arrogance of this?
Who's the other white boys that are making any kind of moves in the media space?
But his different. Neon. Man, I can go on a whole Indian. Clav. I can go on a whole bunch of
Clav ain't interviewing rappers.
Man, what? Man, you crazy in the motherfucker.
He went to the club with Blueface.
Man, nigga, so let me say it. So you and Vlad ain't the only two white boys that got this thing on. Like,
well, who else is doing interviews
I can go name a whole bunch of white boys. But let me just say,
I mean, you got to respect Trap, but he ain't doing interviews.
White
He's not doing interviews. It's a different thing.
White media platform live and make money off pitting niggas together. That's why your platform will go get a gangbanger nigga, and y'all ain't never done a car wash together. Y'all ain't never done a backpack school supply. Y'all ain't never done nothing together, became a fault. Get this nigga hurt. This nigga car get robbed. All y'all done. So what I did, I sit back and said, nigga, that's the formula. This is why they won't never get a Say Cheese TV, a Charleston White, a DJ Academy. They won't get all the black people together and let us work together. So what I did, I bagged back before the end of the year. Before I did the Say Cheese TV interview, I went and made up with everybody black I ever had a beef with.
Well, it seems like you're making up with everybody white, too, because me and Vlad both got our beef squashed over the last couple of weeks, too, right?
Well, y'all need me, so y'all had to come back and fuck with me. But y'all was left out the picture just before I came back with y'all.
I mean, me and Vlad are both doing pretty good, right?
I intentionally went and got with every black person I ever had beef with and put them in a position and mend the beef.
Isn't that kind of like the definition of racism?
Yeah. It is. So what I did, I created because when me and him was into it, when I was into it with 607 Monk, I was into it with Woody, and it was somebody else. I had a producer come to me, and just during the Thug and them trial, they wanted to do a documentary on snitching in hip hop. And this was right during the end of Thug and them trial. This bitch would have went crazy, but because of my arrogance, my ego, and my dislike for some men I had never met before, nigga, I lost 6 figures. I said, fuck that nigga. I ain't doing shit with that nigga. Him, 607, man, nigga said, he go fuck me. Man, fuck. Nigga, I lost money like a motherfucker. And I did it with arrogance. So then Charlie Kirk died. So I wanted to prove a point to black people that they cowards, that I'm the only nigga in America that will ever spit on Charlie Kirk's name. And I spit on his name, his daughter, his wife, and lost everything. They canceled my tour. And boy, I was scratching my head saying, boy, I think I done fucked up. Boy, they done cut the lights out on me. So then I went back and mended relationship because I said, shit, nigga, I got to try to create some new content. Say, what's up, Woody? I see you want to do comedy. Put Woody on stage. I forgot what this nigga did to make me really reach out to him and be like, say, nigga, you really a real nigga. So it made me reshift my mind when it looked like I had lost what I had built from arrogance, nigga having dislike and disdain for some guys who I've been watching, didn't have no vision watching, and don't even know. So, nigga, that put me into a different perspective and started saying, nigga, you turned down a business decision based on your feelings. I'll never do that again.
Yeah.
I never do that again. So that made me I had to rebrand.
But how do you separate your feelings from your actual principles?
Because I don't have no actual principles online. I don't wake up with no principles online.
You don't have any like beliefs.
I say fuck right? God, no. Because in my mind, y'all think this real and I'm just creating content.
Right.
Y'all think this is real. So I have no principles when acting and entertaining comes into play. No principles. You do porn. What principles do you have?
Doing porn.
You let a man fuck your wife. What principles? So I have no principles.
But
like
that
you
doesn't
don't
violate my principles.
But it might violate your children's principles one day. See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's none of y'all business whether I got principles or not. So fuck your baby, fuck your dead mama, fuck your dead. So I have no principles. I'm here to do what? Provoke thought, evoke emotions. Why? That's what entertaining is all about.
But okay, I feel like a lot of this is performative, right?
No, fuck about
nobody really thinks that you're actually going to sue Young Thug.
Well, I wasn't for real. I'm telling y'all, I wasn't for real. Okay. He didn't have a gun. So why would I go lie and say he had a gun? I lied and told y'all he had a gun.
Didn't they tell you basically like we
no, they didn't.
Or something?
No, they didn't.
We step on shit.
He whispered it. We step on shit.
Right.
And he whispered it. We
they do. There was a whole trial.
Yeah, but they don't know. What'd he do?
He beat it by the skin of his teeth.
What'd he do? He didn't beat it. He copped out and his buddies beat it.
But if I got homies that kill people for me, I still step on shit.
No, you don't.
Guys
so they're not there to step on shit.
He knows, but
they're not there to step on shit. So why you telling me we step on shit?
Because we collectively as an organization.
Woody is retired.
Does the United States kill people?
No.
Donald Trump kills
the
people.
military kills people.
He doesn't do it himself.
The military does.
Yeah, Donald Trump's military.
But not the
my
military.
hitters are my military.
Well, that's what you think, because you think these niggas will do that for you. But
well, I actually don't do any of this, but if I did. You know?
Well, do what I'm saying. You can't say we. And
Woody was Young Thug's military.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woody was a motherfucking car thief, man.
And I disrespected Woody and got in the car with him. I said, fuck his mama, fuck his baby, and went and we apologized. I got in the car with him, went to his hood and faced his family. Man, you talked about and I had nobody with me.
Last time I interviewed Woody, he was very, very upset with you.
So?
I know you guys patched that up at some point.
Well, we go back and forth. Right now, we forward. Yeah, we ain't back together.
Right.
Yeah, all these niggas like that. Why? Because we really ain't done nothing to each other.
What do you see in 607 Unk that you don't see in Crip Mac?
607 Monk, Crip Mac.
Zesty voodoo guy.
No. This where I seen him. He playing on y'all like me. At first, I thought he was gay. I thought he was for real. But I had to sit back and watch that nigga. And I didn't want to watch him. And as I was watching him, I'm saying, man, that nigga bullshitting like you, nigga. Matter of fact, he done took a few plays out your playbook, nigga. So I reached out to that nigga. Say, nigga, what's up? Woo. And me and him don't do number talk business. We don't hang as friends. We do number business together. And I watch him and I study him. He might be one of the most intelligent men on camera right now. He playing on y'all. Nigga playing on y'all. That nigga quiet in person. He kind of shy. That nigga playing on y'all.
Don't sleep in the bed.
He don't sleep in the bed?
No.
He slept on the ground right here.
He barely eat. Man, that nigga, he a healthy eater. Nah, man, that nigga, he playing on y'all. Man, he don't eat gluten.
When we go places, nigga, when we go out to eat, he never get food at the restaurant.
I know. He got furious with me because we didn't have any food he could eat here the whole time, but he never actually asked us for any food. He
go to the grocery store, buy his shit. And
he kind, he humble. I've never seen him.
Mental disorder.
I never seen him get angry. I caused a ride one time. This no bullshit. I started a ride one time at one of my shows here recently. Nigga, the SWAT team had to come save us. And nigga, this bitch finna go down.
How'd you start a riot?
Saying fuck you niggas and fuck that bitch. Yeah. Arguing with the crowd.
Right.
He's about peace. And he draw peace. His energy is peaceful.
Right.
Yeah, he playing on y'all. I thought he was crazy. I thought he was and he fuck with hoes.
When she was finna go down, he started praying.
He started praying. That nigga nigga sat in the middle stage. And that nigga fuck with bitches. I'm out and caught him on the phone. Man. I seen it. Really? I seen it with my own eyes.
Really? Because we haven't seen it.
Say, man, I done seen a nigga macking, checking. Say, I think he pimping.
I don't know if he's got it in him, but
I done heard.
We was somewhere one night. A girl tried to holler at him. She was fine as a motherfucker. He turned her down. I said, "Why you turn her down, 6-0?" He said, "She was too perfect."
See,
say, man, he done been to the strip club with me. He had them leg crawl, man. See them hoes pull up on him. No. The niggas, See, y'all, most pimps will come off gay.
Right. Well, we did a 24-hour stream with him, and I really started to lose my temper with him because we were talking about topics, and then he would just interject and just do this random psycho babble. Like, we're talking about girls, we're talking about relationships, and he all of a sudden is like, y'all have sex with women because y'all don't respect them. I haven't had sex for the past 2 years because I really respect women.
He ain't lying.
He's lying if he thinks it's respectful to women to not have sex with them.
He ain't lying.
Women want to have sex also.
But the ones you respect, you don't fuck. Your mother, your cousin,
they're related to you.
Man, the women you respect, you don't put your dick in.
The reason why you don't fuck your mom isn't because you have respect for her. It's because she's your mom.
Man, Miss Shirley and them, you got respect for. You don't look at them sex. Women, you don't do that to
women that you're attracted to that are single, that could potentially be in a consensual relationship with you.
Let her make you mad.
It's not a sign of disrespect to have sex.
Let her make you mad. You're disrespected. You only have respect for her because you want to fuck her. But when you fuck her, you lose respect.
But you can want to fuck her and still be mad at her and disrespect her.
No.
Two things.
Women you respect, you will not fuck. I promise.
No, I respect all kinds of women and have sex with them.
You're just what you're saying now, because I'm telling you,
I love them too.
Bitch, the way you do them, you wouldn't respect them. You wouldn't do them like that.
No, I respect them so much that I'm gonna nut on their face.
They don't want that.
Film it and sell it to the world.
They don't want that.
You would be surprised.
You're degrading them.
I wish you were there to see me nutting on these faces because these women get a lot of joy out of that. You should see them. They whip out their own phone. They don't even want to clean the cum off. They taking pictures, selfies. Adam, come here.
You're lying, motherfucker. That's today you lying. Those are disgruntled employees.
No. No. That's real shit. They love it.
You don't have potlucks.
You ain't never painted a face if you think that they don't like it.
I don't like oral.
You don't like
I don't like oral.
See, you and Ong, you're kindred spirits because you're both deeply disturbed.
I fuck like Mister. You ain't see Mister get his dick sucked in the color purple, did you?
I want my dick
I haven't
sucked.
seen it.
I want a hump and pump.
No, I haven't seen the color.
Yeah. I want submission. Don't hold submit. No, they submit when you knocking that transmission loose.
You be hitting transmissions?
I knocked that motherfucker loose.
Man, break the motor mount.
She had the motor knocking.
Wow, I'm surprised you admit That's the bussy?
Man, you know what? When that motherfucker go to blowing out, he ain't been there. He don't know. You don't know.
I never hit a trans.
No, that ain't no trans. That's when that large thing. Yo, it done it with Leonard.
What?
He made it.
Did he?
He hit that air pocket.
Send me that footage.
Man, you were there.
I need to hear that.
Man,
I was not there. What are you talking about?
He made that air pocket.
What are you talking about?
They call it queef.
Send me the footage. I want to hear that queef.
Man,
I told her, no queefing.
Say, what's that boy name got Leonard?
No queefing. Jason Love.
Jason.
Yeah, Jason Love.
The Love Dog.
I watched the whole video. I watched the whole video.
How was that?
Boy, he slow pushed it up and I made it about...
I told her no queefing. My one rule. Yeah,
that's my top 3 poems.
For real?
Squiggle and squirm.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I ain't even watching shit. I got to check it out.
Yeah, shit. What?
Yeah, we gonna watch them.
Biggest OnlyFans scene of all time. Most money ever earned from a porn scene ever. That's my baby.
I hate that, man.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Adam,
you said it's your favorite.
Hey, I tell niggas in my hood because of that you a cold player.
Yeah, no, he ain't no player.
Yeah,
he been treating Leonard bad ever since.
What are you talking about? That's my baby. We going on a date right after this.
Nah, he been mean to her. He ain't been his kind.
To her?
You know, you went last time you brought a rose and took her on a date. See that boy put that dick in her.
I just ordered flowers for Mother's Day yesterday.
That's Mother's Day. I'm saying regular. You see what I'm talking about?
Probably like 2 weeks ago, I got her flowers.
When was Mother's Day?
It's coming up on Sunday.
I was finna say, God damn,
you better get 1-800-flowers.com.
I saw, man. She was the only one supporting you in the ring.
She was supporting me, but I had many people supporting me. My boxing trainer, Remo.
Did you get some pussy?
Remo.
Did you get some pussy after that fight?
I fuck Remo, the only one I fuck with up, bro.
For real?
And that nigga back there with the afro, the Chinese nigga with the afro.
He's not Chinese.
Oh, I forgot.
What about Josh? The nigga that paid you. What about Josh? The nigga that paid you.
Josh didn't pay me. Adam did.
Josh operated the Cash App.
Shout out to Josh. Yeah, fuck out. Yeah, fuck out.
He's actually Jewish.
That's all. I love him even more.
He's Jewish and he loves Mexican women.
I love him even more. My nigga, boy, yeah.
I don't know if he's gone black, so he hasn't even had an opportunity to come
That's
back.
How he my nigga. Now, don't go black. They go taint you and ruin you.
Oh, yeah?
Stay over there with them Chicos.
Damn. You think I should leave my wife, my Armenian wife, for a black woman?
No. Nigga, the Armenian been the best thing in America since the Kardashians.
Oh,
nigga,
thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah.
Nigga, but she can't fix you like the Kardashians fix niggas.
What? They destroy men.
No, they don't. They make men better. Look at Odom done got better.
Yeah, look at Lamar Odom.
He's doing better now.
Look at Tiger. They destroy black men.
No, they didn't destroy them. They got their life right now. What's that other nigga, Reggie? The nigga run the ball.
Oh, Reggie Bush?
Yeah, remember Carter Kim had him.
Lamar Odom had like 16 strokes.
That's all right. Nigga, look at him now, though.
Yeah, he's doing a documentary where he's talking about having 16 strokes.
But he done got his life together now. His life is set right, and he man now all the Kardashian nigga.
When I did an interview with him, he was basically like trying to pitch a show in which him and the trans Kardashian, what's her name, Caitlyn, that they would be doing a show where they would talk about sports together. And it never came out, which makes me feel like Lamar Odom doesn't necessarily have like opportunities dropping into his lap.
Sure he do. I just talked to him the other day, man. Everybody get a bounce back.
Yeah, but if he's doing an interview tour to try to get a podcast picked up,
that was then.
Like 6 months ago.
Me and him finna do one together.
I like that. I know he's a great guy.
Yeah, me and him finna do one together. So he told me to keep it on the low, but I done let it out the bag.
You're gonna do a consistent podcast together.
Yeah, I would do one.
But is that gonna be hard for you because you're traveling around the country?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but I would do one with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would come in monthly, fly in monthly, probably do 3 shows, and then shoot out.
Yeah, let's do it.
But we gotta have some substance. We gotta talk fatherhood. Do you help with the kids?
Help massively.
What is it like when you go drop the kids off at daycare?
There's like a line that I get to drive through where I can drop her off with the kids.
Do the other moms try to fuck you when they see you?
That has not happened yet.
Yeah, that means you ain't got good porn video.
I feel like you might be underestimating how the sanctity is of the sort of upper class valley preschool private school world.
Women flirt with their eyes, not with conversation. They make eye contact with you. Look at you.
I mean, I'm not really trying to fuck them anyway. So
okay.
The porn thing has kind of taken my standards up a little bit.
Okay, I get
you know, average mom, not necessarily like hidden what I'm looking for.
That was Usher's thing.
I want some huge BBL ass in my face.
So do you fuck women outside of your wife?
Only on camera.
Only on camera.
Lying motherfucker. He blinked 3 times.
You think I'm running around?
He lying. I say he lying.
I ain't running around.
He blinked 3 times before he answered that motherfucker.
I am not
He ain't
running
blinked that
around.
many
Lena's
times.
there every time you hit another woman.
What'd she think?
No, is she there?
No. Because I do porn without her as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want to do soft porn.
Where you don't even get your dick hard?
Up under the covers.
You just rub the limp dick on?
Halle Berry and the boy in Monster Ball.
I want to do the hard shit.
No, not me.
You want to do the gangbang? Because you know that's how they get you into the game. You got to do some gangbangs.
What?
I'm
Like,
soft porn.
we fuck a bitch together?
Well, in general, like, you know, say they've got 6 professional male porn stars. If they want to try a dude out, they'll put him in that group. Yeah, but if you can't fuck in front of a bunch of other dudes, then they look at you like you're not going to be able to fuck, period.
So it's an initiation into the porn?
That's a way they might give somebody a shot who hasn't really had a chance yet in the game.
What about if you are already known for fucking bitches?
That ain't good enough.
I mean, you got to be able to do it on camera.
Porn is a privilege.
Everybody can fuck. Most people can't fuck on camera.
Yeah,
the camera, the production
What
staff.
if you already got a resume, some shit on your phone?
You have a different kind of resume.
Nigga,
they don't care about that.
Nigga, you ain't had no nigga up on your nuts with that camera looking. Say, cut.
Hell no.
Put it out. Say,
hell no.
Yeah, he got to say, just stay right there. You ain't had that, nigga.
No, I got the camera, nigga.
That's what I'm talking about. It ain't like that.
Hey, now we got people who are filming with the meta glasses so they can get all up in there and be getting a little smell going.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try that. With the metal glasses, I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, that's
matter of fact. What the motherfucking metal glasses that you got when we was in
I lost.
You lost.
You lost.
I need soft porn.
All right, that's $500 I ever spent.
I want to get in soft porn up under the covers, and I'm just stroking with the covers. You know, you watching.
So you want to just masturbate on camera?
Soft porn with a woman on there, nigga, like we fucking, but yeah, like the movie.
Oh, like Amish porn.
So the soap opera.
You have to just assume what they're doing.
Soap opera's fucking, but you seeing the moves though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see.
Well, you said that you have a big dick, right? Uh-oh.
That's that coffee.
I'm hung.
Flacco said he got 10 inches and thick.
Hey, Flacco.
Most retarded niggas I've heard of, you know.
You think Flacco retarded?
The toss right, the Flacco knew toss right there, speech impediment.
Yeah, you got a little
Flacco
stutter.
my partner though. Flacco.
Yeah,
He got to work on it.
He grew on me.
Yeah.
Flacco grew on me.
Okay.
Once I realized, I seen Flacco hold his own in here.
Yeah.
As being an upright motherfucker, I tell.
Well, your boy 16 did spit in his face.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy 16.
He spit back, but it was kind of a dry spit.
Me and 16 was in the car together the other night. Yeah,
I fight my nigga too. I love that little. I tried to put him in jail one time. Yeah, he came to Texas with some charges on him, and I got mad at him because I thought he was using the title to put me down.
You talking about 16?
Yeah, I tried to put the sheriff on his ass, Sheriff Bill Weber.
Wait, what? Did he do jail time or?
I tried to get him. Yeah, I tried to get his motherfucking ass. I think he ended up beating them charges. Yeah, I had to show the sheriff like we got a gangbanger coming down from Chicago trying to bring, and that's when King Von was at the height of his, So I really tried to get him because we had an argument over an interview.
Flacco allegedly lives in Texas.
I would like to kick with Flacco. I would go get Flacco almost got me here.
Flacco just hit me the other day.
Before Wack 100 told me to give you a shot, Flacco was one of the motherfuckers you didn't have a clue almost convinced me to come here.
I didn't even tell Wack that we were doing this because I was afraid that he was going to try to intervene in some way.
He was.
Yeah,
he was.
For sure. He would try to.
And he would go take the credit.
Yeah,
he would go take the credit.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, well, because he did. He told me, man, don't do my nigga like that, man. He won my mama boy. And secretly, me and Wack really fuck with each other.
Yeah, I could tell you guys did that episode together, and you didn't give him any pushback at all. I was looking for a war.
I tried to.
It was chill.
Yeah, no, he tried to get me there, but what I realized, Wack could hype me up and leave me on stage by myself. I need him up. Yeah, he'll have me looking like a fool, and because he'll leave. He done that before, so he'll say something and wrap me up, and then go silent where I can't go back and forward with him. So I said, I didn't want to ever do me like that again because he's very calculated.
Well, what he said is that when you guys did the episode together, that basically like you were waiting for him to get the cameras turned on. So you ended up talking for like hours before the podcast. So then when you finally started recording, you just like didn't really have anything left to argue about.
Well, we had already made up. So That's like when Pacquiao and Mayweather finally fought.
Right.
Man, this ain't gonna be what you thought it was.
Did you want to fight him again when you saw the video of him with his dick out in the car?
I ain't see that one.
Wait, what?
I ain't see that one. I seen him with his ass in the air and his toes pointed to the ground.
That's a classic, yeah.
Yeah. I had that as a screensaver.
Oh, okay.
I caught him with his dick in the dirt.
But
Censored or explicit?
But to his credit, a woman took the
So
photo.
that's why I didn't trip. Yeah, that's why I didn't trip.
Yeah.
But no. So the Danza interview with Wack, the AC wasn't working, middle of the summer.
Oof.
So man, it was hot in the motherfucker. And they wouldn't let us go there. But it was one time, when he was saying something, you a lineman, you got me fucked up. And I saw what he was doing.
What?
Me and Wack play chess with each other until now.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was winding me up, nigga, to make me look out unruly, obnoxious, confrontational, and then he level-headed.
Right. My theory was that you smoked a bunch of weed prior to the podcast, and weed will kind of take that anger
No.
right?
I was on bond at the time for them animal cruelties charging an aggravated assault, so I couldn't smoke weed. Y'all was on bond at the time.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Still do that in Texas?
What? They put you on bond probation.
Out here, no matter what kind of probation you're on, you should still smoke weed, I'm pretty sure.
It's recreational here.
Yeah.
It's still illegal in Texas.
Mm.
So by the time me and Wack sat down, I was already fond of him.
Mm.
I had already developed at least 2 years, by this time, at least 2 years of admiration.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it was hard to, I cussed him out when he tried to defend Thug. Wack, yo, bitch, nigga, you fucking bitch ass nigga. Yeah, Wack, ho up. I cussed him out. Nigga, why you cuss me out? Nigga, I need to get back in the algorithm.
You think he defended Thug about the snitching allegations?
Yeah, he did. He moved the goalpost for him. So what I did, I had an interview coming with Big Banks. That the Atlanta Police Department was a little nervous about. So what I did, I jumped online, cussed out Thug. Wack video had just came out. I threw him in there. And what ended up happening, I told him, nigga, I'm gonna shame Thug, nigga. When I go do that Big Banks interview, and shout out to Big Banks. He let Thug cancel my interview, and that's when Thug did the Big Banks interview. I was scheduled for that.
Wow. So everybody be doing negotiations like that the same way that Boosie had Vlad not doing interviews with you.
Yeah,
Big Bank, you got a similar play from Thug. That's funny.
Nigga, so Thug kind of, I was booked. So Banks sent me a little money, for having me come to Atlanta. Rescheduled the interview, but
because it did feel like he did that interview in a hurry.
It did. It was.
But he was like under fire at the time, so it still felt like it made sense.
Well, this is why I was in a hurry. Because Atlanta Police, so when I made the video, I made a video showing Banks, say, nigga, Atlanta Police Department think you go set me up, nigga, because Thug had just beat the case.
So you're running your interviews by the police department?
In Atlanta.
What the fuck?
Man, shout out to my nigga Dabney, man, Ty, and I actually know the people that's involved in the officers who arrested them nigga. They got the case file on it. So a lot of information I got, came from the retired officers.
But they didn't think that Big Bank was the type of person that was going to do something like that.
Well, they thought maybe some of Thug and them people would come there.
But they'll give you advice over the phone, but they're not going to like roll with you to make sure nothing happens. No, they did pull up.
Yeah, so that's why Banks had called me.
They did this just out the goodness of their heart, or that you paid for a police escort? Because I've looked it up. Police escort not that expensive.
You can't pay. I don't pay Atlanta. So I actually got Atlanta police officer friends. Okay. I actually got friends that's FBI agents, Secret Service. I'm not a criminal, so they can't. So I take pictures with them. I go through the police department. When I was out on bond, I couldn't do it. But once I beat the charges, nigga, I'm not classified or considered criminal. I don't have a criminal history where a police officer. We were just in San Diego, nigga. I took a whole photo op with the California State Troopers
at the barbecue spot.
So
we bought their lunch.
Yeah, so I have great relationship with law enforcement friends. I have a great relationship with the Fulton County Prosecutor's Office. Nigga, I done talked to, and I done put some Atlanta niggas in jail.
Right.
For making online threats.
Right. I mean, I've heard both. I've heard that the police in general, especially in Texas, hate you, and I've heard that they're huge fans of you.
Well, the Fort Worth Police Department hates me.
Okay.
Because there's a dirty police officer who I rescued a sex trafficking victim from this nigga house who this dirty police officer was involved with.
What? How'd you rescue?
Well, I went to the strip club and she told me where she was, and I know the nigga. And so what I did, I contacted a retired United States Department of Homeland Security human trafficking officer by the name of Agent Keith Owens. So I used to partner with Traffic 911, which is a trafficking organization that rescues women. I used to teach trainings at the United States Department of Homeland Security Human Trafficking Division at Eastfield Police Training Academy in Mesquite College. I used to teach that every year. I used to partner and teach human trafficking presentations at the law school at Texas Western. So yeah, nigga, so I did this. So I'm connected to being the rescue ladies who've been sex trafficked. I know a lot of niggas in my city that, that was sex trafficked. So I would target them niggas. A nigga named Mac Henry. So I go in the club one day, see this little chick. So anytime I go into a strip club, if I see a bad little old bitch, and I say, man, you want something to drink? And she said, no, I don't want to drink. She, you smoke? No, I don't smoke. Bitch, you in here sober? Can't too many hoes do this sober. Yeah, bitch, you got so.
That's a real hustler.
Man, that ain't no real hustler. Man, bitch, at some point, you got to give in because you seeing the ugliest. At some point, you're going to give in to something.
But right? If you're really just there to get as much money as you could possibly get, you should also not be spending money on getting fucked up, right?
Well, you get fucked up before you go, right? But
why? What if you just don't like getting fucked up?
Nah, man, I know this shit. I'm watching the bitch not get no money. So she ain't just, I'm watching. So when she tell me the story, let me just say this. There's red flags and signs that anybody with my knowledge on human trafficking and sex trafficking can look at a young lady and can tell. That's why you're getting caught for it. You may think, okay, you cannot do this and do this every day with a natural, sober, logical thinking mind with your trauma and background. That's why you're in here. That's why you're in this lifestyle. So I ask a few questions. Woo, woo, woo. Her respond. Woo, woo, woo. So I noticed that the nigga not down here. So to make a long story short, I go outside, I contact special agent. It's about 1 a.m. He don't answer. I call Angela Lucky. She was the president of the NAACP. I call her with the music playing. She said, well, Charleston, we can't do anything like that. So then I contact Officer Charles Rogers from Gang Unit. Officer Charles Rogers from Gang Unit, he make a call. They put together an extraction team. They extract the young lady out this nigga house. The officer, Tracy Carter, gets wind of it, calls the girl, say, man, you better not trust Charleston. He woo, woo, woo. So when they drop her off at the safe house, the officer didn't debrief her. Nigga, she called me and said, man, the police officer called me, told me not to trust you, you woo, woo, woo. And she ran away. But this is documented.
Anytime I try to fuck with a girl and she ain't feeling me, I just assume that she's getting sex trafficked.
Yeah, so
there's got to be a reason.
Yeah, so
for the 22 stuff.
If she ain't feeling me, she got to have some sort of social contagion.
So there's one officer, right? So he became our arch enemy, and he's the right hand man to the chief at the time. So I infiltrated our local police department when all the white boy was in power.
You infiltrated?
Yeah, I infiltrated. So nigga, so all my gun license come from the sheriff department, law enforcement, all my trainings, all my shooting. I used to literally train procedural justice for our Fort Worth Police Department to the black community.
Wow.
So then what ended up happening, my homeboy who's an RBG, the revolutionary black gangster who fly the red, black, and green flags, his son by the name of Dacian Steptoe killed a high-ranking Fort Worth police officer by the name of Officer Garrett Hull. Officer Garrett Hull was like the top nigga of the SWAT team. He was a bad motherfucker with 3 tours in Iraq, 18 years on. He was a big old white boy, and Dacian Steptoe killed him. And our police department killed him rather than taking him to jail. So when my nigga called me and said, man, the police project killed my son. So when I called Chief Neil, I said, man, that wasn't the procedural justice y'all were teaching us. So when the police started threatening my nigga family, I went and held security for my nigga family. While them police were threatening them, the Muslims wasn't there, the gangbangers wasn't there. I was the only nigga in that front yard that night, nigga, when the police had that funeral, protecting his family with my guns and my bullets, nigga. Wasn't no other nigga out there with me. So a gangbanging nigga can't tell me nothing because they ain't bucked the police, nigga. I bucked the police and ready to go to war. So what ended up happening, I got kidnapped by the police. I got kidnapped by the Fort Worth Police Department. They took me to jail. I sat in jail for probably about an hour. I called my lawyer, Lisa Pamplin. Said, say, Lisa, man, these bitches just arrested me. She said, for what? I said, a broken tail light. But when they arrested me, I had over 300 rounds of bullets. I had guns in the car. I had all the nigger nation. I had the black liberation literature. Shit talking about killing white folks and yeah. So to make a long story short, before I hung up the phone with my attorney, I said, say, man, whatever you do, don't let these motherfuckers Sandra Bland me. She said, I'm on my way. Don't say nothing. Probably about 10 minutes later, the police come out. They had a big old fire of all my social media posts. Because I bragged about how I raped white women and killed the white man. So then they opened the door and said, come on, Charles, you going with us. I said, man, going where? So yeah, we're transferring you to the mental asylum under the Sandra Bland Act. So they gave me the name of the law.
What year was this?
The year before Nipsey died, 6 months before Nip died.
Oh, okay.
So right
before you're famous.
So this before I came, right before I moved. This is what made me move to LA. So this is why I moved to LA. So they take me to the mental asylum. Nigga, I disappear in the system. Within 24 hours, they was shooting me up with drugs. I didn't know what was going on. The old nigga, that old man Pops, who y'all see with all that great beard, he made a video and said, y'all better at least tell his mama where y'all got him. Because I got some people that are killed behind me, nigga. That's why I'm so bold in my city, nigga. That's why I'm this bad, nigga. So the old nigga Pops made a video. The other niggas went and kidnapped a homosexual who a politician was having sex with. They kidnapped the homosexual and called a politician, put the phone up to him, and I was released. So when I got out, I noticed that the drugs they were shooting me up with was making my nerves and shit go bad. So I moved to California with my nigga, put me a job application in for a job, put my resume in, came out here to smoke weed, get that white boy dope up out of me, get that white boy, and just, that's why I moved to LA. Because they put on my medical record that I was homicidal because they watched me go to the range and they done taught me how to shoot that gun. They done taught me how to line that thumb up. Yeah, nigga, they done taught me what guns to get. I got every gun SWAT got. Nigga, that's why I show you nigga them guns. So nigga, they done taught me this. So they got homicidal and suicidal by ideation, meaning with the shit I've been saying online, in preparation going to the gun range, practicing on my long range shooting. They watching this shit. And they done gave me my gun license, hoping that the medical shit would go strip me of my gun license, but it didn't. Why? I never seen a judge. So I was never deemed by a judge. What they tried to use, marijuana psychosis. Because once they took my blood, that's the only thing in my system. So they tried to say I was marijuana psychosis.
But they were able to say that you had so much marijuana in your system that it could have been making you crazy?
No, that's what they wanted to use.
They tried to, but because
well, not that they tried to. They needed something because of what I know with this rhetoric. I can turn niggas against white folks, nigga. If I preach the shit I preach, nigga, how I done stood over white men and watched a white man die, nigga. We used to rape white hoes, nigga. Nigga, I roused some niggas up, and they know that. So when I bought that 50 cal, the FBI came to see me. And I said, nah, man, and they said, yeah, Charleston, we know. We watch all your video. I'm one of the only niggas in Fort Worth, Texas, nigga, with a 50 cal that'll stop an army tank. And I know how to shoot that bitch.
Yo, can I ask you how you feel about you said that I'm too non-racist, so I'm assuming that
you must racist white boy. I love them.
But you must really like Chud the Builder.
I love him.
Explain why.
I love his kind, because I'm that kind. I was taught you mistreat that. Like he was taught, mistreat that.
But he's mistreating your people.
What's wrong with that? He ain't mistreating my people. My people go to jail for hurting him.
Well, he goes around calling random black people that.
Them ain't my people.
Why not?
Just because you're black, you're not my people. Everybody in Africa is black. Sudan, Congo, Nigeria, Morocco, and they're all Africans.
But he's doing it with like random black people hanging out at gas stations down south.
My people is a nigga. I know a nigga will crack his ass no matter he got a gun or not.
Right.
I know some white boys, if I go up to crack a nigga's ass.
What's the difference between the people he's been tormenting and the people that you are hanging out with?
The ones I'm hanging out with don't just walk up and randomly bother black people. They're real racist. They don't want nothing to do with you. They stay over here. Like real racist.
Right.
A real racist white boy ain't going in a cell with a black person.
Right.
He not going in there.
He'll go to the shoe first.
Like most white people, and like the version of being a white supremacist that we kind of respect is white people who are like, you know what? I so don't like multiculturalism that I'm gonna just live off in my own spot and just stay away from big cities and whatnot. White
supremacist is weak. The redneck cracker is the one. See, the white supremacists wasn't the enslavers.
I mean, it was a long time ago. I don't think white supremacists necessarily existed as a term.
White supremacy is a white boy in America mad about something.
White supremacy is a philosophy.
White supremacy is a white boy in America mad about an ass kicking that he couldn't win. A real racist motherfucker is born with it. He ain't been propagandized for. He was born. He was taught in the home.
From day one.
What's the difference if you just have life experiences that turn you into a racist? Aren't you?
No, you're not. You're not a real racist. You're just like that gangbanger you just spoke of. That's hood hopping.
I didn't.
You're hood hopping. You turn into a weenie. You let life turn. Did life turn you gay? So why would it turn you racist?
I mean, it could.
You're weak. You can't.
So nothing can happen in your life that will change your mind about anything?
You just become prejudiced.
You have to just
become prejudiced.
Prejudice, racist, same thing.
No, it's not.
Race is just about race specifically.
No. Prejudice is just a mindset. You changed your mind.
Right. Prejudice is like...
Racism is
being prejudiced on the basis of race.
Racism is the foundation of who you are. My grandmother is racist.
You might be able to just be casually racist.
You can't stop it.
What if like 90% of your life is being a skateboarder and then like 10% of it is I'm a racist?
Never in my life have I ate white people's cooking. Never.
See, that seems racist.
Never.
You probably are. You go to restaurants, right?
No. I will not go to a white person cannot deliver me food. I don't believe they can cook for me.
But you probably eat food all the time that you just don't know who made it.
Listen, I hardly eat out. I hardly eat out. I'm so used to, all my life I've ate soul food. My mother cooked.
Right.
My mother cooked.
There's plenty of white people probably working in soul food restaurants, right?
But it's not the white person's food. It's not the white person's recipe.
Just because they made it?
Seasoning. You're missing what I'm saying. I've never had a white person cook for me. I don't believe your food is tasteworthy. It's not going to have the seasoning that I like.
What if the white person made it exactly like a black person? What if they learned to cook from a black person?
I don't eat all black people's cooking.
Okay. So it's not really a racial thing. It's just about being good at cooking?
No. I would eat at a Mexican house and try tacos. I've never in my life went into a white person's house and ate their food and I spent the night there. I ate at the table. I play like I don't like it.
But that seems like a bizarre standard to be like, you have to go to people's homes and eat with them. You have to spend the night at their homes in order to prove that you're not racist.
My grandmother and my grandfather say if you can't ever go and eat at their table, they don't like you. If they won't ever invite you into their home, because that's how we love one another. Say, come over here, invite them over to eat.
There's a lot of people that I really, really, really like. And for sure, the last thing I'm thinking about is inviting them over to my house.
We're not real friends if I don't never eat at your home.
No, that to me, that standard does not apply. Out here, we don't just go to each other's houses.
Y'all don't have that black tradition anymore.
Exactly. Southern California. We're just in our own worlds. Because I have a friend from Spain, and I went to Spain, and I spent a whole month, and he was having me come over to his house. His parents are cooking me, etc. And then he comes out to California, and he's staying here, and he's like at the skate park asking people like, yo, like, can I go back to your house and have some beers? And people are looking at him like, what the fuck?
If I'm
That's
your
not
friend,
our culture.
I have to meet an extension of your home, or we ain't friends.
Has Trapper Ross been to your house?
Yes. Come over for a little bit before we go to some parties.
You know why I love Aiden? He brought me to his home.
Yeah?
My mom and them told me, if they ain't never invited you into their home to sit at their table.
That's how the Jews get you.
Well, in the black culture, that's how everybody get a black person. That's how we able to cross one another. We bring each other home. Mama, this is my friend. And your mom said, I don't know him. That's a traditional black thing.
For sure, all the black dudes who work in No Jumper, I would say with near certainty that they haven't been to each other's houses.
They're not real black people. You know why?
What? They are definitely black.
No, they're black in color.
Have Wack been in your house?
No.
Have you been to Wack house?
They're black in color.
No.
They're black in color, not black in mind.
I feel like the color matters more than the mind.
No,
the mind is objective.
No.
Color of skin is pretty easy to
because
define.
I'm going to tell you how strong the mind is. There are some men who believe they're women and dress up and look like a woman every day, even though they look like a man, but their mind is saying they're a woman.
Right.
So you tell me.
I I will treat them as women, but are they women?
No. You're saying what you'll treat the mind.
I will treat them that way out of respect.
Listen, there are humans who have grew up with wolves and thought they were wolves, and they're humans.
If you decide tomorrow that your name is Charleston X, I'll abide.
So let me just say this.
I'll call you that, even though I don't think that's your last name.
The mind supersedes color.
No, color,
I think
color is a fact.
I think therefore I am.
Color can just exist.
No.
A rainbow is a rainbow. It's not like in your mind.
I'm not black, no way. I'm brown.
Dark brown, yeah.
No, caramel brown.
Okay.
But you would say black. All black people.
Well, we tend to just say black about
so
anybody
color doesn't matter.
But it's not even about color.
Color doesn't matter.
You can have the same skin color as a Mexican
mine
dude.
does. We're arguing about mind over color. And I'm saying it's mind over color. You're saying it's color over mind.
I'm saying that in America,
you don't know what you're saying. You just talk.
We take racial groups and we lump them together, and then we call them things.
We don't take
a Panamanian dude, we're going to call him black too.
We don't take racial groups. We just take black and white.
No, but we have Mexicans.
We don't think
the whole Hispanic category. No, we don't. Asians.
When the Mexican go to jail, he's Latin. He's a white race.
No, they have their own program.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
You're talking
about completely separate than the white program.
Just stop what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. When the Mexican is booked in jail, he's booked under white race. There's only
booked
two.
As a homie.
There's only two races in America, not a homie. It's either black or white.
I don't know if the prison has a certain way of classifying people that you're talking about.
I'm really talking to a motherfucker that was dumb in school.
No, but we all know that Mexicans have their own politics in prison.
No, we're not.
Absolutely don't overlap with white people.
You're so stuck on gang banging talking culture. I'm talking
gang banging kind of defines prison, right?
Let me talk. I'm talking ethnicity.
Right. You're talking about how you're classified in prison.
No, I'm not talking about nothing. I'm talking about when a Hispanic guy in America files for any paperwork, whether it's Social Security or prison, an application, he checks white with Hispanic ethnicity.
Personally, I've seen just Hispanic on those sort of forms.
They don't. It's white or black.
Other as well.
It's white or black or other. White, black, with African, Latino, Hispanic ethnicity, but they haven't.
There's a lot of proud Hispanic
because in America, you're the white or black boy. White boy, black boy.
That seems oversimplified.
The Jew boy, we look at Jews as white boys.
Maybe in the hood, but we got Mexicans, we got Asians. We got a million different types of Asians.
We don't know that outside the hood.
Well, even the hood knows about the existence of Asians, right?
It either says Pacific Islander or what? I'm going back to your white boys list to check in your country.
I don't know what every different form exists.
I'm talking to a dumb motherfucker.
Existing says.
I'm talking to a dumb motherfucker. So I might
because I can acknowledge the existence of Asians and Hispanic people.
No. Listen, you had to dumb down for gangbanging culture. And what I'm realizing, Adam, you cannot talk intellectually outside this table.
I feel like I'm kind of running circles around you this whole interview.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you bringing up all kinds of made up shit.
No, you are.
Nah. Yeah, and that's what's crazy about this interview and why this interview is so much better than what you do with Sean Cotton is that he just lets you say whatever.
This is not.
He just sits back, just lets you talk. I'm over here actually fighting back.
Stupid.
No, you're saying a lot of stupid things and you're getting upset because I'm pushing back against them because they don't make any fucking sense.
I'm not getting upset. We're talking about ethnicity and you're going to gangbang and lock up homie talk.
That's not true though. You were talking about how people are classified in prison.
I'm saying even classified in prison when they're booked in, not classified.
But you said that Mexican people get treated as if they are white in prison is not true.
I never said that.
That is exactly what you said.
I didn't say that. I said they're classified as white.
Right. And that I disagree with.
You've never been to prison.
Maybe there's been a prison that has done that before, but I don't think the average prison is doing that.
You keep saying what you're thinking. You hadn't read shit.
Well, I'm basing this on the conversations that I've had with hundreds or thousands of gang members.
You haven't had no conversation, no fucking hundreds of thousands.
What do you think that this podcast is?
You probably talked to maybe 5,000 gang members. At the most,
I haven't even done 5,000.
Not even 5,000. And you're talking to a bunch of lying ass niggas with different stories who come say the other one is lying. So you haven't had no accurate information. Nobody from California have gave one same accurate information. Everybody got different stories.
So everybody who comes to this podcast and talks about prison is lying.
Just about.
Strange assumption.
Just about.
This is a weird assumption. How could you ever know that?
Well, I've yet to see you get a prison guard.
That's not true. I interviewed a guy who actually did 7 years in the feds because he was bringing drugs into Rikers Island in New York.
I asked you about a guy who went convict. I said a prison guard.
Well, he was a prison guard, and then he ended up getting like 7 years.
What I'm saying is you haven't got a non-criminal who is typically have a greater code of moral turpitude.
I think like while you're a prison guard, you're not really allowed to go do no jumper.
Sure you are.
I would assume.
There's a lot of retired prison guards.
If I was making the rules, I would say I think it's inappropriate for you to be doing hip-hop podcasts while you're working as a corrections officer.
Well, why? Is this a negative podcast?
No,
it's not a hip hop podcast.
Like you shouldn't be like.
Hold up. I'm glad you said that. Hold up. So if this is not a negative podcast, why wouldn't someone of upstanding with a career come sit and talk about the other side that you guys promote?
I just think there's certain kinds of careers that you shouldn't be trying to get fame off of.
But you're not trying to get famous.
Now you can do it once you're no longer a prison guard.
No, this is not.
But while you're a prison guard,
nobody gets famous from this podcast. By the way,
that's not true.
Name one. People. Name one.
Crip Mac, Brick
Baby.
Baby.
He was Crip Mac before.
Wack 100.
Brick Baby before. He was hanging with celebrities in Atlanta before. Wack was already famous before.
Brick Baby will tell you he wasn't famous.
Brick Baby was in Atlanta with who? Well, what niggas out there with the Rolling 60s? Hanging with some celebrity niggas? Long before your podcast. That's how we know him.
He knew some famous people, but he wasn't really famous like that.
Wasn't he with the famous niggas before he got to your podcast?
99% of the people who watch No Jumper who know Brick Baby is,
you ain't made nobody famous. They didn't
know who he was.
You made Jason Love famous.
No, he was already coming.
No, he wasn't. I didn't know who he was. Man, until he put that dick in you didn't make him famous.
I made him more famous.
No, you didn't.
No, he'll tell you that.
More famous. You just said you just said
Jason Love told me that 90% of the time when people come up to him on the street, they bring up me.
He made you more famous.
I made him more famous.
He made you more famous.
I was the more famous one.
This is the biggest porn video you've ever had.
I was the more famous one. Of course, I had to make him famous.
Take him out of it, and what is the video?
Take him out of it? Or what about some other dude?
Put another dick in there. It's not shit.
No, yeah. Some other guy would have still had a similar experience, right?
They wouldn't have had the peak views that he had.
He's a big, muscular, good-looking black guy. I think him doing it.
He was a bigger.
He was probably like going to benefit from it more than the average guy. But it could have been any of my other friends.
But nobody became famous from this podcast. I've been watching you for 5 years.
This podcast
about Flacco.
Yeah. What about XXX Tentacion? What about Lil Peep?
He's dead. He's not.
Right, but he became one of the biggest artists in the world before he died, right? Yeah. This was the one big interview that he did that launched him into superstardom.
No, it did. No, it wasn't.
Well, along with his music,
his beef with Drake put him out there before this.
His beef with Drake was totally irrelevant.
No. You was irrelevant.
X's No Jumper interview got 26 million views. It's the biggest rapper interview of all time.
Before he died,
obviously that number includes after he died.
Well, come on, don't put that in there.
You're telling me that my platform doesn't make people famous when
your platform ain't
biggest
shit
rap interview of all
your platform ain't shit
took place on this platform.
With who?
X.
A dead motherfucker.
He was dead after he did the
interview. A dead motherfucker.
Yeah, he died many years after.
Nigga, I did 50 million this month on Instagram. What the fuck is 20 million on your podcast? Right. I did 50 million this month.
But again, you're moving the goalpost because we weren't talking about you. We're just saying that
I'm the shit.
The biggest rapper interview of all time took place on my platform.
He had to die for it to get big.
It got bigger when he died.
Before he died, what was it? What was the numbers?
Probably 10 plus million.
Do that on
still gigantic.
Yeah, I got 11 on Cam Newton. Okay. And I ain't dead yet.
Right.
Yeah, just imagine when I
But that doesn't have anything to do with what we were just talking about.
Nobody becomes famous. He was already famous.
You acknowledging that you are famous has nothing to do with
he was already famous.
The biggest rapper interview of all time happened here.
Crick KB was already famous with the Rolling 60s. Brick Baby.
So just being a gang member made him famous?
Well, he was a famous Rolling 60 gang member outside of California, so he was already famous.
But until we brought him on the podcast, he didn't really reach that level of fame.
He became famous maybe in Oakland, California, and San Francisco, but he ain't famous.
He's worldwide famous because of No Jumper. No, I've been around with him. I've been around with him before and after.
He's worldwide famous because of me. I spoke
Brick Baby and you?
I said his name. He wasn't shit to nobody.
Listen, I got Brick Baby to talk about you. If it wasn't for me, he probably never would have said a word about you.
He was on my dick long for you. He was in my inbox.
I mean, maybe he was doing that, but nobody knew when he was DMing you, right?
Well, nobody knew him from No Jumper.
Boom. Nobody knew him. Well, I don't want to say nobody, but very few people knew about him. Then he comes on No Jumper. He becomes the most controversial, talked about Crip in the state.
Now, who's after him?
Who else became famous from
I give you him.
I mean, there's just like a fleet of rappers and personalities over the years.
Give me 5.
You want to do the AI?
No. Fuck AI.
That's all.
Oh, boy. Yo, man.
Who has become famous from No Jumper? We got to be objective, so we're going to let the AI fill in.
And you dye in your hair. Yeah, sucker. Yeah, you dye in your hair.
I dye my beard.
You dye in your hair. Nigga, I'm seeing gray flakes right now.
No, just the beard, not the hair.
I'm seeing gray flakes at the top.
I don't dye my hair. Okay, the biggest success stories are probably rappers like XXXTentacion, Lil Pump, Lil Peep, Juice WRLD, 6ix9ine, Smoke Perp, Ugly God, and then also the No Jumper personalities like Crip Mac, AD, T-Rail, Duno, Sharp, Flacco, etc., who really were all people that rose to prominence on the platform.
I give you AD, I give you T-Rail, They became famous after this.
Crip Mac, nobody had heard of him before No Jumper.
Man, we 5'5" Crip.
Sharp, nobody knew about him before No Jumper. Flacco, he made his name on No Jumper. Duno,
I agree.
Fattest Mexican in the world.
I agree with Flacco.
Yeah, I give him Flacco.
Yeah, Duno, Sharp.
I give him Sharp.
It's kind of a lot of people. What about 4 Extra?
I give you 4 Extra.
See?
No. Yeah, I give you 4 Extra. Oh, you fucked up with 4 Extra though.
Lush won.
You fucked up with 4 Extra.
What?
That was your biggest hit.
And then he blew his hand off.
Nigga, you supposed to get him some insurance.
Insurance for illegal fireworks.
Yeah. Nigga,
I don't
you
think
got
they have that.
You didn't try to stop him. You recording it. You filming it.
So I was supposed to know what he was doing on a random day. I was in Palm Springs. I was fucking 4 hours away.
Then you supposed to get him back over here and get him one of them bobblehead. What that shit you showed me Crip Mac had? You supposed to have him one for Crip Mac.
It's in the other room.
You supposed to have him one for that was your biggest star. That was your biggest star.
4 Extra?
4 Extra was the biggest star.
Crip Mac's a way bigger star than him.
No.
Yes.
The nigga, nah.
Even Whack is a way bigger star. The 4 Extra thing fell off as soon as he left.
Nigga had nah, man, he was the biggest star.
He was a big star.
You think 4 Extra bigger than Whack?
Whack's so much more famous.
Well, Whack's more famous, but nigga, Whack got his own thing. Whack didn't need No Jumper.
But Whack wasn't really a relevant media personality until No Jumper.
No,
everybody was scared to fuck with him. He wasn't consistently on podcasts until No Jumper.
Man, he ran to play Clubhouse for 2 years straight as with audio.
Right.
He had
but Clubhouse is a fool's errand. That's not really a place that's going to blow you up.
That's where he's shown and displayed his media skills.
But then he starts a podcast with me. Then all of a sudden he's one of Vlad TV's biggest recurring guests. All of a sudden Academics is calling him on every single stream. Whack was not as big as he was until he became part of this platform.
When Whack went and got 6ix9ine and made that move with 6ix9ine and Kodak Black, that solidified him in the game.
No, I'm not saying he wasn't already solidified, but he became a way bigger, more consistent part of the hip-hop media landscape once he came on.
Whack brought a LED light to a dull light. Your light was dull when last.
What's a LED light?
That big old bright light that you use and light these motherfucking rooms up.
LED?
Yeah, them LED lights.
Okay.
You was dull at the time.
Well, he was the first person we picked up along with Rick Baby after all those other guys left.
You was dull, so you got to thank Whack. You got to thank Whack for what he brought.
We were at a slow point, so I brought him on and made him a bigger star.
4 Extra became a lightning phenomenon in such a short amount of time.
I did that. I made him.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. He was on other platforms, and he comes on No Jumper. We made him gigantic.
His energy that he brought. You didn't bring that energy.
But it was me bringing it out of him.
No.
I'm the one who put the plate of carrots on the table, and he bashed him away because he wanted to lie and deny that he was putting them in people's butts.
Man, that nigga energy.
He raped the motherfucker in prison with a carrot.
So? That's what they do in prison.
I know, and I respect their culture, but I'm the one who fucking brought that out of him.
But his storytelling, nigga, his animation, his theatrics.
But 4 Extra is just like Boosie, where Boosie on his own, 4 Extra on his own, You put him with a genius content creator like Vlad or me, and we're able to turn motherfuckers into stars as podcasters.
I'm watching that nigga hang on with 8,000 here, 12. I'm watching him do the numbers on Instagram. Without no help. 4 Extra.
4 Extra. His career's been flatlined ever since he blew his hand off.
Man, you lying to me. I'm still watching him do numbers on Instagram.
What kind of numbers are you talking about?
Enough numbers that a nigga ain't supposed to have like him.
Wait, you're talking about like the likes on his posts? Because I'm pretty sure if you actually look at it, it's going to be kind of dark.
Man, you go hate on the guy.
No, I'm not hating on him.
And listen.
You said that he should have died after he blew his hand off. How am I hating on him?
I didn't mean that, y'all. I did that because I was mean to the California.
Okay. 4 Extra posted a photo of himself standing outside a gas station 8 hours ago. 686
That's just
likes.
a picture of myself. Keep going.
I'm saying. But
let him go to storytelling. Let him go to talking and doing what he do. He just standing there. He ain't the most handsome nigga for you to like a bunch of pictures.
He's pretty good looking. Okay, there's a reel he posted like 4 days ago or something. 2,000 likes.
That's good numbers for a
not exactly shaking the earth.
That's good numbers. That's just his insights that he's seeing.
Yeah.
Nigga, 4 Extra insights might say 12,000, 13,000.
You think that the insights provide a different story about how many views you got?
It's called engagements. It's called organic engagements. All yours ain't organic, Mr. Bot, man.
I don't got no bots. Who got bots?
You, nigga.
I have 0 bots. Hand on my heart, hand on the Bible, whatever the fuck you want me to do. I ain't never bought no views, never bought bots, ever.
I believe you.
Huh?
I believe this.
He knows. He's got access to the back end. He sees the views as they're coming in every single time. I would never do that.
So you put it on porn, you ain't got no body.
On porn, on my kid, on my wife, on Jason Love's BBC, on everything.
Well, right now they clearing them out, exposing them. So I believe,
I could never do that. Yeah. No, I mean, if there was going to be a time where I would have bought viewers, it would have been 3 years ago when all the hosts left the platform.
You can't hate on
sorely needed it.
It meant the right nigga get rid for extra, but he ain't gonna listen. But no, nigga, he man.
You said that he should have died.
I didn't mean that. I swear to God.
See, now you're ducking shit. I ain't taking it back.
Well, if he were here, I'm gonna say I meant it. But nigga, just being truthfully talking to you, man to man, nigga, just something to say for content. But I ain't mean.
Right. Well,
how nigga die for
my whole problem with him is that, listen, I do a podcast where I sit with all kinds of gang members on a consistent basis, and after he blew his hand off, I ended up being on a podcast with a couple of different Bloods who had a few little jokes about it because they actually beef with him in real life. And then he basically took that. He said, all in his feelings, oh, you sit down with a motherfucker who's going to talk about crazy about me after I lose my hand. That's why I'm never going to fuck with you again. And he lied. And he said that I was laughing about it, that I was making jokes about it. Total cap.
Oh, actually your friend?
I thought we were friends, but it turns out that he was a backstabbing prick.
But why would you let some niggas come on your platform and talk about his hand being blown?
Because they're ops.
Vlad,
who the fuck am I to say that one op can say this and one op can't?
Vlad wouldn't let me come talk with this bullshit.
Yeah, well,
so you should.
To me, that's him compromising his ethics and his integrity as a podcaster.
Imagine how much money he lost. Because me and Vlad did numbers too.
I agree.
He didn't.
But out of if he was going to have to give up on Boosie for you, I mean, that's a tough decision, right?
Yeah.
But the conversation shouldn't be about numbers. It should be about your morals.
So let me ask you. So you and him can't make it right just to give us one more shot? Because I love watching y'all.
I would like to do it, honestly, but I mean, I'm just not going to jump out the window to make it happen.
Sent the nigga message.
You got to kind of come to me.
I sent the nigga message. I ain't gonna boo. I had sent the nigga because I love watching. I ain't watched none of your shit till he got on there. I won't watch nobody you get on her but him.
You should watch this footage we got of him sticking a carrot in somebody's ass.
I don't want to see that shit. I ain't into porn. I told you I want to do soft porn, my nigga. Up under the cover.
You could do soft porn, but then you can watch raw carrot rape videos.
You got the footage.
I got a little laugh out of it.
You got the footage.
See that? He's cracking. We got cracking.
So you got the footage.
Yeah. I paid 10 grand for it. Not even because he's in it, but just because I like carrots.
Man, that man stay on some gay shit, man. Some weird shit.
Gay is as gay does, man.
Yeah, I bet he mean to Miss Lena. Yeah, I bet he ain't sweet and loving. I bet you're a prick.
Me?
Yeah, I bet you ain't sweet.
I'm the sweetest in the whole goddamn world.
Yeah, and you don't spend a lot of time with the kids.
No, I spend as much time as possible with the kids while also being a workaholic, having to make all this money, you know?
Yeah. Who he calling?
Probably Crip Mac.
The love of my life, my LOML. Hopefully she picks up.
Say they let Crip Mac travel. You think we can get him to come to Miami?
Well, he's supposed to fight soon. I heard he accepted one.
Brand risk?
Possibly.
You gonna be in Vegas?
Yep.
I see.
I'm going. Johnny Manziel. I had to look that up.
I love Johnny.
Leonard, can you just tell Charleston White like how nice I am to you in our day-to-day lives? Because he thinks that I'm mean to you.
Pull that shit out.
You're pretty nice. I don't know why he would think you're mean to me.
Boom. Seem like an asshole.
Are you serious?
Yeah, pull that shit.
I mean, he can be a jerk sometimes, but it's
I knew it, Miss Lena.
Coffee in the mornings.
Yeah, I knew it, Miss Lena.
Wait, you're taking the eye?
Yeah, go pull that shit out.
Charleston White's got some kind of weird thing for you, so I just wanted to double check and make sure.
Miss Lena. He trying to make it.
She's no miss. She's Mrs. Grand Mason.
I call her Miss like Miss Lily, the master wife.
Mrs. 22.
Okay.
Miss like master's wife.
With the kiddos. Do I need to keep being on this call?
No, that's good. That's good. I love you. I'll see you in a little bit.
The kids.
Love you too. Bye.
You see that? You see how nice and normal that is? She's at the playground with the kids.
Yeah. So y'all really are a normal couple.
Yeah, we got a normal ass relationship.
Already.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't ask me to come back to this motherfucker. He just wants to argue the whole
shit. She get mad at me for smoking weed still. I told her I was gonna stop, but
yeah.
I sound like
and you got a cocaine nose too.
I do not do a cocaine.
Never?
No.
Yeah.
He got a cocaine nose.
I ain't never snorted in my life.
Yeah.
No, I did a lot of coke in my life though.
I've never tried it.
Really?
Yeah, never. I grew up in a boys' home. Like, I ain't get to be bad till I got 21, 22.
It'll change you.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Once you do coke, you realize there's a different level of happiness or excitement that you don't normally have.
I heard a lot of gangster niggas that were from the 70s and the 80s say once they got cocaine, they say they life.
Yeah.
Because they got weak for the dope.
I think it had a mostly negative impact on my life. But cocaine, I'll tell you, is the only drug that I ever did where I took a shit right away and then did like 50 push-ups. Like that's what I wanted to do. I took a shit and then I did 50
Molly done
push-ups.
did me like
Molly Cole,
and shout out to my man Antoine Salas. You had him on your podcast once before.
Wasn't it?
The credit guy, the credit genius.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, real smooth brother,
San Diego.
man. Yeah, San Diego.
All right.
Yeah, and he said you were beefing with San Diego at one point in time, talking shit against.
I just said they haven't had any star rappers.
They do. You just ain't went out there and put your podcast in to go see.
What about Nick Cannon?
If they're real stars, you probably shouldn't have to go there to find out that they exist. But Nick Cannon's the closest we can get. J.O. Felony and Mitchie Slick both had their runs about 20 years ago. And since then, it's been a little quiet. They do have like underground stars, like Lil Weirdo representing the Mexican side of things. There's this dude, Rob Stone, who 10 years ago had like a really big hit. They got like 500 million views. Or something like that.
Say somebody from San Diego hit me and let's start doing music reviews, make him look like I sound like he hating. It's one of y'all done fucked something he done had before, and he sound like you hating on San Diego.
Actually, one of the first show I ever got booked to perform at as a podcast host, some guy offered me $1,000 to go to San Diego. I did so. The motherfucker didn't pay me, basically said that the show was such a disaster that he couldn't pay me and I was too stupid to have gotten a deposit. But I did end up fucking some girl and she ended up taking a selfie while I was eating her ass. And then somehow this leaked onto the internet and it's out there.
So you didn't know Lena.
That's the problem.
This is pre-Lena.
Yeah, they done got their lick back. Yeah, we poached her.
She dumped out the fucking the muck with the eye?
She get paid to follow instructions.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I got me
You're paying her?
I got me a Miss Lily. That's
I thought
my
that was
sister.
like your little girlfriend.
That's my sister.
No?
Yeah, my sister.
You really his assistant?
Yeah, / road manager.
She got some ass for an assistant. I
Yeah.
I would never hire a hot assistant.
Yeah, nigga, I take it personal when you talk about my eye, nigga.
So you're taking that?
I'm taking his eye.
Listen, Sean Collins, he said the mafia got it.
How the mafia go get my eye?
Well, it didn't seem like he was telling the truth.
And he just come up pretty, he know I was mad at the motherfucker. I called him, said, nigga, you'll go, he laughed like a motherfucker. Bro, I'll call you right back.
Yeah?
Yeah, we still been talking.
So you guys are still cool, huh?
That's my brother, homie.
But will you acknowledge that he could have, if he chose to, he could have put a negative spin on that whole thing, said a bunch of shit about you that would have made it so that you guys were not able to so easily reconcile.
No, he couldn't.
Nah, he's Mr. Chill.
He couldn't because me and him have never had any issues like that. Me and him have never really had a real falling out. Never. We've never had an argument. It's time he'll say, well, man, the last interview did 600,000. Well, shit, man, they give me 5K. Man, other than do so good, but shit, man, just shoot me something. Say, man, the payment didn't come through. He didn't answer the phone. I'm on that. So we got a very good working relationship, homie. We've never had no issues.
Do you feel like Boosie and the way that the whole Vice situation has fallen apart, does that feel like Boosie getting his comeuppance in a certain way for thinking that he was bigger than the program?
No, I think a lot of shows been canceled lately from Boosie. He just had that new house built for his mother. He had another house built. He got some more construction added to the house. So you start looking at your finances and looking at ways on how you maybe can squeeze some money. And he was wrong, huh? I think that was greed.
Oh yeah,
I think that was most definitely greed because I know Sean Cotton done paid some people more than me. I know some people he done paid for a fact that I know, but nigga, I ain't never called him because when I gave him my price, that's what I believe I'm worth. Right. So why would I increase my worth because I'm looking at his worth? I understand this at that time, homie. Nigga 6ix9ine was worth what he paid.
And the thing is that you might have done 50 interviews with Sean Cotton. Now, if there was another guy doing less views than you who had done a ton of different interviews with him and he was paying him significantly more, it would be understandable for you to be upset. But that's not the case. He paid 6ix9ine more because it was 6ix9ine's first big, long, in-depth interview like that. And as soon as they did the first interview, they moved down to a different rate for all the subsequent interviews that was actually much less than what Boosie was getting paid. Boosie should have been happy about how that whole situation played out.
I'm not losing.
He should have been thankful.
I'm not losing 25,000 for 5,000.
No way. That's what I said. That's what I said.
I did 3 years worth of interviews with the real life street stars. A lot of times they couldn't pay me what I was asking for. So I would take partial payments.
Right.
Take partial payments. Somebody else would come along with a somewhat smaller platform. I'll charge them less than what I'm charging them.
Catered all budgets.
I cater the budgets, but I'm not ruining my residual income.
For no 5,000.
Nah, not for no 5,000.
A real hustle don't even think like that.
Man, I done had a nigga say, man, Sean Cotton say he make $100,000 off you a month and showed him. Nigga, I wasn't offended.
Right.
Because some months I might make 30,000. We do 3 interviews, 2 interviews. One time it have been 4 interviews in a month. Sometime it might be 1 interview every other month. I'm not ruining that residual income for pricing.
And part of having the business relationship is that, you know, if you knew that Sean Cotton profited, you know, like in an interview where he pays you $10K, that he was making $40K, you going to him and saying, I need $40K, that just shows like an inherent lack of respect for the person that you're doing business with. Now, maybe to say half, okay, sure. Like, you know, you probably got the leverage to do that.
That's why I said in my clip, I said Vlad need to be more, he need to goddamn be more open to it. Like, niggas he getting money to, he need to make sure they appreciate it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga didn't like Boosie, he ain't appreciate it.
When I asked, so let me just say this. Me and Vlad had already been talking. If I had the mindset like Boosie, when Vlad reached back out to me, I already know he done paid $6,950. I already know he done paid Boosie $25. I could have easily moved that number up to 20.
Yeah.
I didn't do that, nigga.
Kept it player.
That ain't my character.
Yeah.
What's the number? What I charge. Same thing, what I charge.
Where I'm from, we call that shit pocket watching.
Well,
it's partially Vlad's fault because he put all these numbers out on Front Street for everybody to dig into.
Well, I would do it. I would do it. I would tell people what I was getting paid for, and they would go to say TTV, man, when you paying Charleston $10,000, go Yayo did that, man. You paying, but you're not doing these numbers. I consistently do these numbers. One time when me and you negotiated doing Dallas, what you tell me, man? I've been looking at your numbers. I ain't paying that because your numbers good. Well, how you gonna hate on that?
You asked me for the Boosie rate for that one.
Yeah, that was the racist fee I was putting on you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
even though you have told me repeatedly that you like me because I'm so racist.
Yeah, I do. But you like niggas too much openly. You ain't never mistreated now one of these gangbangers.
I can understand how once you get into the part of me liking black people so much that some of them are having sex with my wife, I can understand how that would be kind of disturbing.
I just want you to jump up and say, nigga, you fired. And have your security come in here and stand around one of them big old niggas and walk them out, because they ain't gonna throw a punch at you, Adam. I just wish you just call them a nigga one time.
I don't like to say that word.
Oh, man, get together.
When's the last time you said that word, Adam?
Maybe like by myself sing along to a song, probably.
Oh, okay.
So you ain't never been in the car, fucking nigga?
No.
See, I don't like you, man. You too motherfucker.
No, that's too much.
Get that white boy up here that's calling everybody niggas. Get him up here.
Chud.
Can you get Chud?
I would like to get him on here.
Chud, come up here, man.
I don't know if he's coming to L.A.
Chud, I'll come with you. I wasn't ever coming to L.A.
But also, if I was him, I wouldn't really trust me, right? Like, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, you're a nigger lover.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're probably the worst of his kind.
Yeah. If I was him,
you really love him.
I just heard that there's a video where Flacco and him did a debate, and that Flacco allegedly took it down because it didn't really go his way.
Because Flacco got a speech impediment. He can't debate with nobody.
Ooh. He done got better though.
It has got better, but I can imagine when you're face to face with Chud.
He gonna call you chimping, monkey, and you Flacco's tongue go get fat again. Not the monkey, the tongue.
It's interesting though, because Flacco, one time we did a streamed interview with Nick Fuentes, and he agreed with Nick Fuentes on literally everything the entire time.
Well, I do too.
Yeah. But Flacco's character used to be a little bit more derivative of Charleston. I feel like he's maybe figured himself out a little bit more since then.
He couldn't find his niche, so it was hard to like him. Yeah. Now he's likable. Now he comes off more as a real independent journalist. Now he ain't just saying crazy shit.
How do you feel about him exposing the guy that he claims killed Draco the Ruler, even though the guy has not been arrested? He hasn't been formally announced as a suspect or anything like that. But Flacco made a video and basically said, this is the blood gang member who killed Draco the Ruler at the music festival by stabbing him in the neck.
I think that's overreach. I think that's wrong.
You don't want it to happen to you.
Flacco. It happened to me with Flacco.
I know.
Flacco playing. Yeah, Flacco playing. No.
That's Flacco my nigga, but I think he shouldn't do that.
Yeah, Flacco playing. That ain't the real nigga. Flacco playing. I saw some of it. Flacco playing. They got the nigga that killed that man, didn't they?
No.
They didn't?
They haven't arrested
That ain't the nigga.
It's been like 5 years. They haven't arrested
That ain't the nigga. Because if that was the nigga, Flacco wouldn't be talking to you tomorrow.
I don't know. I mean, he said, but the reason why he justified making this video about the guy is because he said that basically this guy is already under investigation by the cops. The cops told Flacco this, allegedly, and that's why he felt so comfortable bringing it to the table, is because the guy's already under investigation.
So did Flacco,
we don't know if that's
did Flacco come out and say that the police told him that?
He said that.
I believe him.
Is it true? We don't know.
He don't come out. Well, yeah, he lied on me one time, said I fucked a cat. I had my lawyer and everything go sue that nigga. I would sue the podcast. But he retracted it, though.
Listen, I'm okay with you talking about a lot of stuff, but fucking a cat is over the line.
Yeah, I tried to mace a cat, but I didn't get to mace the motherfucker. Cats are not like dogs. Dogs will let you mace them.
I almost got my Charleston white on. There was a homeless guy sleeping outside of my house, and I was thinking about tear gas him in the middle of the night to let him know you got to get the fuck out.
You're going to jail. It's like a hate crime.
I was going to make sure I covered my tracks.
There you go. Now, if you get him on your property. Yeah.
It's only a crime if you get caught,
No.
I was looking at all the cameras around the neighborhood. I was plotting out my whole scheme.
So when I got attacked at the barbershop by that nigga who hit me in the head, I caught 2 egg assaults that day for chasing after them on my gun.
Wait, really?
Nobody ever got the police report. I caught 2 egg assaults. So that's why I kept going to jail. So when I caught those 2 egg assaults, here come Tracy Carter and them bitch ass. So somebody had sent a video from 2 years ago to my local police department of me saying I maced the cat. And I tried to mace it, but I couldn't. But when I turned the camera around, I played like I maced the cat, and the cat was wiping his face. You know how they wipe their paws?
Yeah.
So I'm playing like wiping the face. Yeah, and what I said was, every time I get mad at white people online, I mistreat animals over here. I come over and mistreat these goddamn cats. So somebody from another state sent that to their county sheriff. Their county sheriff department contacted the Fort Worth Police Department. Fort Worth Police Department called me and said, "Hey, Charles, we got video of you macing a cat." I said, "Man, if y'all had a motherfucking video, man, y'all see I ain't maced that motherfucking cat, man." He said, "Well, Charles, you just need to be careful." They sat on that video for 2 years. And then when I caught the 2 egg assaults case, they put the animal cruelty on me. They were trying to give me 5 years in prison for that animal cruelty. They really wanted to drop the ag assaults because the nigga who hit me was a gangster / killer / snitch.
Well, if you stick with No Jumper, then we're going to do some image repair, and we're going to get you past this whole cat killing saga.
I beat it. I beat the charge. I took it to trial. The owner of the cat contacted the prosecutor. The prosecutor talked to the owner of the cat. The owner of the cat said I was in the car that day. He did not mace mine. I was cleared of all motherfucking charges. So now I'm back toting them guns.
Bro,
baby.
see, Texas sounds amazing where they're actually like apprehending people and like filing cases against people and stuff. And LA is like, you could just literally do anything you want. And if you just get like unbelievably unlucky, you might get caught. But for the most part, you can just do whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
they
done decriminalized California at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Yeah, motherfuckers damn near can do anything but commit violence. And they damn near getting away with that out here. The immigrants. Yeah.
All right. Yo, I got to go on this date.
I enjoyed this.
Glad we were able to pass shit up. I'm a big fan.
Hey,
this guy made it happen.
Well,
Vaughn
hey, let me just say this. Whack 100 tipped the iceberg, but Jason Love pushed me through the door. When I saw him have you running through around that ring and you were really flinching and Leonard was looking nervous and worried over there, I said, man, nigga really a good guy. Man,
it was all a play.
Shout
out Charleston White. Shout out Hernandez, Govan. No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. Like, comment, and subscribe. Check us out on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and shout out to our members.
Hey, Crip Mac, can we get one in?
Fight, Crip.
Say, can we get one in? And
say, no, cuz disrespected Nipsey Hussle.
And tell Baby Snaps, I'm going to put some money on his books to make it right.
A tool of destruction. Once you pull that motherfucker out and point at that motherfucker, there ain't supposed to be no back and forth. You're supposed to drop that shit like it's hot. And so they told me that you doing too much talking, you're gonna fuck around and get shot in the face. You're gonna die this time. Next time you gotta wait this time. When motherfucker shot you in the side or shot you in the shoulder, whatever, shot you in the arm, you're doing too much talking. Once you pull that pistol out, and there ain't supposed to be no motherfucking talking whatsoever. Ain't supposed to be no negotiating.
Yeah.
Once you pull that bitch out, they supposed to drop that shit and take it off. It's as simple as that.
And pulling a gun on someone to do a robbery is crazy because you're basically putting yourself into a situation where if they reach for their gun or they reach for their waistline or whatever, you got to shoot. And if you don't, Your plan is really fucked up.
Yeah,
because now you both got guns on. Like, I mean, this is all bad. You got to be ready to shoot that bitch.
You got to be ready to do it. You got to be ready to do it all. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. And so did everything kind of change once this one got told on you?
No.
Was that a major pivot?
I went to the youth home. I went to the training school. I came back out with robbing again.
Yeah, okay.
Robbery is a sport.
And from what years would you say that you were really heavily doing this before you entered another phase?
84 to up to the time I went to prison. I started robbing at 12 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, my first robbery was a strong arm robbery. This little white boy, he had a bike that I wanted. Right? I couldn't afford it. My mom was on drugs, so I seen him and he was a target. You hear me?
Yeah.
So I took him off that motherfucker and I rolled off into the sunset.
Yeah, I'm glad I never ran into somebody like you when I was riding bikes back in the day.
Yeah.
I remember I had a dude come. I was on my bike and he came up and said, "I'll fight you for your bike." And I was like, "No, I'm good." And he didn't press the issue. And that's when I kind of realized, like, oh, they ain't really on that on my city.
I'll fight you for a bike is like, that's like, so in the hood, amongst black people, the equivalent of that is somebody walking up to you and telling you, I like your shoes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where we from, when the guy walk up to you that you don't know you ain't cool with, he say, I like your shoes.
Yeah.
That is, he's implying that he wants you to take them off.
Yeah.
So you have a decision to make after that happens.
Yeah. You can either kind of duck your head into your turtle shell or you could fucking turn up.
No, you got to turn up. Ain't no ducking.
Yeah.
Ain't no ducking ever.
Yeah.
I've never been known for ducking.
No. When you look back on that part of your life, though, was it kind of amazing to you that you actually survived and didn't end up getting shot?
I'm absolutely surprised. I'm actually shocked. Every day I wake up, I thank God. I thank the universe I'm still here because the fact that I'm anything other than a drug addict, or alcoholic, in prison for the rest of my life or dead, the fact that I'm anything other than those four things, it amazes me every day because I should have been dead a long time ago.
Yeah, no, facts.
Yeah, just based on the kind of shit I was doing in the streets and in prison.
Right.
I should have been dead a long time ago.
So, okay, was the case that sent you to prison like your first major legal situation?
No, hell no. That was just, see, I robbed white people. You know what I'm saying? So I was robbing black folk. Okay. When you start robbing white people, that's a whole different. Listen, when you start robbing white people, they look at you differently.
Not white drug dealers, like white business owners?
White business owners, yeah. Okay. Yeah, once you start doing that kind of shit, then, see, the legal system don't give a fuck they care, but they don't really care. They don't care if niggas kill niggas. They don't care if niggas rob niggas, right? Once you start crossing over and you taking shit from white people, that's when you have a problem.
It's going to be a different level of awareness about this.
Yeah, a different level of looking for you, right? Because if I shoot you, we both black, we in the hood, and I shoot you, I rob you, whatever, it is what it is.
Right. Because the cops are like kind of governed by the media in a way. Yeah. And the media is not exactly losing their mind when a random gang member shoots another gang member. But then like there was a girl in Long Beach who, like a little girl, she might have been 12 or some shit, 14, whatever. She got killed in a drive-by. And everybody in Long Beach still remember that shit. And they solved that shit. Yeah, and it was so different than every other gang-related shooting in Long Beach.
Niggas kill each other every day, right? And those crimes go unsolved, or they don't really press it.
Yeah,
you hear me? They press it when you become a menace. When you start doing too much killing.
Yeah,
when you start doing too much killing, they press it. They press down on you, try to clean that up. But we kill each other every day. You don't see Congress changing laws, or you don't see the Senate trying to enact some type of legislation to try to stop that shit. Yeah, because they don't give a fuck if we kill each other.
Like they'll solve it if they can solve it, but they're not going to expend millions of dollars to do it.
They kill each other.
Yeah,
that's half our problem. If niggas start killing each other, then that's less money we got to spend on locking them dumb ass niggas up.
Right.
That's just how they go.
So what was the situation that sent you to prison?
Carjacking.
Okay.
So this was back in 91, 92, carjacking. I was heavy in the carjacking. So I would carjack foreign cars, though. I would take them to a chop shop. I would sell the cars to the chop shop.
And there's just so many less concerns during that time period, right? Because you take a car, if you can get away in that moment, then you're good, right?
Good, yeah.
Whereas now you go steal somebody's Lamborghini, you got a tracking device on that bitch. They got cameras everywhere. They got, a million different. They could track your phone.
Yeah, all that.
So they know you were there.
Yeah,
all these fucked up things.
Now, so what it is, man.
Yeah, okay. So the carjacking went wrong and you got caught? How'd you get caught?
No, I got caught because it was a carjacking ring. It was a whole collective of us running around, you know what I'm saying, snatching motherfuckers out their foreign cars.
Right, okay.
Right. And so one guy got caught, and that was a domino effect. All it took was for one guy to get caught. who didn't want to be, they say overcharged me. They said, we're gonna charge you with every fucking carjacking that fit the MO. We're gonna charge you with every one. And that's all it took for him to tell on everybody else.
Right. Oh shit. Okay. So how much time you end up doing?
I got sentenced to 13 to 20.
Wow.
I had multiple cases. I had 2 gun cases because you get the guns with the shit, right?
Okay.
So I had a 13 to 20. I had a 3 to 20, a 13 to 20. I had 2 to 4 for the gun cases. You know what I mean? And I ended up doing out of that. So my controlling sentence was a 13 to 20.
Okay.
I ended up doing 17 years of the 20-year sentence I got.
Wow. And that's a pretty significant portion of it. Were you getting in more trouble while you were in there?
I was in prison stabbing motherfuckers and fucking motherfuckers up. And I call it dope case in prison. I call it knife case in prison.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was supposed to do, out of the 13 total, at that point in time, you do 85% of your sentence in Michigan.
Yeah.
So I was supposed to do 11 and a half years before I started to see the parole board.
Right.
I saw the parole board 6 times and they flopped me 6 times.
Wow.
Because of my behavior inside the prison.
Yeah. And was that just like, was that a conscious decision? Was there ever any moment where you were considering like, maybe I just need to walk the straight and narrow and stop getting in trouble in here? Or was that just so not you? It wasn't even a possibility.
No, man, I was so violent and so aggressive when I got locked up. Before I got locked up, I was so violent and aggressive. So they put me in an environment where I'm in an environment with everybody who I just saw in the street.
Yeah, yeah.
And so just because you locked up don't mean the violence and aggressiveness stop. That shit kick up a notch.
Right.
Because you locked up so listen, in the MDOC, they'll put a motherfucker who killed 3 people in the same facility as a motherfucker who stole a car.
Right.
They'll put an armed robber in the same prison with a motherfucker. If you got 3 or 5 years, you can find yourself in the prison with a motherfucker who ain't never going home. And so you basically vibrate on that same frequency. So I went from Jackson to Marquette, which is level 5. I went from Marquette to Gladiator School, which is Michigan Reformatory. You call it MR, Gladiator School. So everybody in Gladiator School, it was a prison full of young guys under 26 years old. So you had to be under 26 and you had to have more than 10 years to do.
Right.
So just imagine you have a prison of 1,500 young motherfuckers in one prison and everybody under 26. You couldn't be over 26 in that prison.
Yeah.
If you were over 26, you was a rat and you was running from somewhere. But you was 26 and under and you had 10 years or more.
Right.
And the average person had a 15 to 20 year sentence. So just imagine putting young black men and young white men and young Hispanic men in an environment like that. It's all violence.
Right. So
Ain't nobody giving a fuck.
Was it like gang oriented or not? Was it race related?
We had gangs, but in Michigan, the religions controlled the prison system back then.
Really?
Yeah. The Nation of Islam, the Melanics, and the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Really?
And you had, in Michigan, you had GDs, vice lords.
Yeah.
You had counts, cobras, and the blood started to come in. The Bloods and the Crips started to come into the Michigan Department of Corrections in the late 90s.
Okay.
That's when it started to change.
Okay.
We saw a lot of Bloods and a lot of Crips coming to the environment.
Right. Definitely. And like when you say like I was stabbing motherfuckers in there, like what are some reasons why you might have ended up stabbing somebody? Was it just about respect? Was it financial in nature?
It was about robbery in there. It was always about robbery.
Oh, you were taking shit in there as well.
Yeah, hell, I'm a taker. That's what I did for a living. I'm a professional. Yeah, you got something, and if you don't necessarily want to give it to me, it's soft press and it's hard press. Soft press is when I can convince you with just using words to let me fill your store list out for you.
Right.
Let me tell you what you're going to get. And then some guys don't resist. Then you have some guys who want to buck up at it because they don't feel like you taking their shit. So I'm going to strangle you, rob you, stab your bitch ass. I'm going to flush your head down the toilet. I'm going to run up in your cell, grab you, slam your ass up against the motherfucker. I'm going to bang your head up against the motherfucking toilet. And I'm going to shove your head down the motherfucking toilet and flush the bitch and try to drown your bitch ass in your own toilet.
Did you ever do something like that to a guy and then sort of realize like, oh, this guy's actually with the shit? Like he's not going to just roll over? Or was that always effective? It doesn't matter
if you, I've had battles where motherfuckers want to fight back. It ain't all about just you just taking advantage of a motherfucker.
Right.
Most of the times when you get into it with somebody, they gonna fight back. You know what I'm saying? They gonna fight back, but it ain't about whether you're gonna fight back or not. It's about who the strongest, who the fastest, who the sneakiest, who can get down first. Like right now, if you can have a gun, I can have a gun.
Right.
Just because I got a gun don't mean that I have the advantage over you.
Right.
That's the biggest misconception. Most people who die in the hood, they got a gun sitting somewhere close to them.
Yeah, yeah.
The average person who own that shit, who a street motherfucker, who rob and then all that other kind of shit. Most of them, because they live in that life, so they got a pistol with them at all times.
Yeah.
Most of the people get their head knocked off, they got a gun somewhere within 2 or 3 feet of them when they die.
And that's why people walk down on people when they ain't really paying attention and shoot them. Yeah. That's why people do drive-bys, etc.
Yeah, they do that to people who they know might pose a threat. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the most money you were making in prison at a certain point? Were you really like making serious money in there?
I was robbing that bitch.
Oh, so it was more about that than like selling drugs.
I caught a dope case in there too. So when I caught that dope case, that's when I was really getting it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I caught a good dope case, I think in 2004. I was getting ready to go see the parole board. I caught a dope case in 2004.
Wow.
They wanted me to tell on where it came from. They basically already knew where it was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't tell. So they gave me a 2 to 4 for that. And then I caught a assault case in there. They gave me a 2 to 4 for that as well. So that's why I ended up doing 17 years.
Okay. Holy shit. So as the 17-year, as the end of all that is approaching, how do you feel? And what are your plans for what you're going to do when you get out?
Man, so listen, I have been locked up since I was 21. I went in at 21. I came home at 38.
Insane.
Yeah. So I was in the Nation Islam while I was in prison. So I was reading, even though I was doing all that crazy ass shit, I used to get kicked out the Nation Islam for robbing and stealing and all other kind of shit. But I had to survive. So I was more concerned with surviving than I was actually trying to be a good member of the Nation Islam. So they used to always kick me out.
Right.
They used to always kick me out.
Definitely.
Yeah, because you ain't supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to be the aggressor in word, action, and deed. You ain't supposed to be robbing them motherfuckers. You ain't supposed to be selling dope.
Right.
You hear me? But I did what I had to do. I put my own personal wants before the religious organization that I was in.
Right. And from like more of an outside macro perspective, what was it that made you this person? Was it just purely the fact that you felt like you needed to do it to survive? Or was there something inside of you that was just like, I'm just this guy?
No, it was like, man, so I come from a situation to where what made me do it was, hey, listen, man, you a bitch ass nigga and you got something I want. It was as simple as that. It was no grand plan. It wasn't no grand scheme. It was no Freudian explanation for why I was doing what I was doing. If you had something I wanted, I was gonna take it from you. Period. Simple as that.
Yeah.
That's the beginning and end of it. You had something I wanted, I'm gonna take it from you. I'm a taker.
Right.
I was a taker.
Yeah.
I'm smooth now.
Sometimes I meet people like who that kind of goes through my head is like, wow, this guy, like somebody could totally take their shit and they're just not gonna really be capable of doing anything about it. But then I also don't have the thing in me that is like, you know what, I'm gonna be the guy
that's
that takes the shit.
The majority of the human listen, the majority of the human population, they're not as violent as I was.
Right. Yeah.
They're not as violent as what we see in the hoods across. That's not the majority of the people.
But you sound like you were very, very violent, even compared to the average guy from the hood.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was robbing motherfuckers who were violent themselves, and I was robbing motherfuckers who had friends who were going to get violent on their behalf.
Right.
So I knew what I was doing. I knew what the consequence was.
So what was your plan as you were approaching leaving the prison?
Oh, shit, man. I had kids. So what happened was, what really
conjugals or what? Or from before?
Prior. Yeah, prior. Wow, okay. So what happened was is that after just reading, studying, right? My grandmother passed away. When my grandmother passed away, she wrote me a letter right before she passed away. And her letter said, don't just give them your life like that. You're smart, you're intelligent. There's so many more things you can do besides just giving your life away like that. Because right now you're just giving your life away by being locked up. And I was doing all kinds of stupid, crazy ass shit while I was locked up. I didn't give a fuck. My whole plan, I had a 20-year tail. I was gonna do the whole 20. Because I had stabbed so many people. I had been in so many fights and I had been in so much shit. I didn't think I was ever gonna get no parole, man. I had so much shit. I think I caught like about 50 tickets over that 17-year bit, man. I thought I was gonna max out. I was all prepared to max out. I had did 17 years. I had 3 more years to go.
So it was almost a surprise that you got out 3 years before that.
When I went to the parole board, man, I was shocked. I wasn't even gonna go. I was like, I'm gonna max out. Fuck this shit. I already been locked up 17 years. I got 3 more years before I max out. They gotta let me go in.
Yeah.
I was all prepared to max out. I went to see the parole board because my man, to tell you the truth, it was my man named Tricky from LA. He a Crip. Okay. He got caught up in a robbery murder situation in Michigan. And he was one of my main partners while I was in prison. They kicked my door back and said, man, the parole board here to see you, right? Like, man, close my motherfucking door. I ain't finna go see no parole board. I got 3 more years.
Yeah.
So my man said, listen, I ain't never going home. He said, whenever these white folks give you an opportunity to fight for your freedom or to speak for your freedom, you take it. Don't never just sit in here and just give up like that. Because even though you only got 3 years, man, whenever you get the opportunity to go to fight for and to be able to talk for your own freedom, you take it, because I'm never going home. So that's why I put my clothes on and went to see the parole board. And when I went to see him, you ever see Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah.
When he went in there, he's like, man, I don't even give a fuck, man. Whatever y'all gonna do it. I don't give a fuck. I had that kind of attitude, right? I had that kind of attitude. So they asked me, what was I gonna do when I got home? I said, I don't know. I ain't got a clue.
Yeah.
Because I had 3 years left, so I ain't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Right? And he said, when you go home, what's the first thing you gonna do? I said, I'm gonna go spend some time with my kids, get some ice cream. And her name was Barbara Sampson. She was the head of the parole board. She's like, you ain't gonna go have sex with your lady? I said, no, I've been jacking off 17 years. No, I ain't thinking. I'm thinking about, I'm finna go spend, the first thing I'm gonna do when I get free, or if I get free, is I'm gonna go spend some time with my kids, get an ice cream cone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it was raised. She had to raise them without me.
Yeah.
So the first thing I was gonna do, the first thing I told her I was gonna do with my kids. And she said, really? I'm like, yeah. Like, you ain't gonna go have a drink or go smoke weed? I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't use drugs. Like, nah, I'm gonna go get my kids and take them to get an ice cream cone. Right? I got up and I walked out. They said I'll get an answer in the mail. About three weeks later, it said, pack up. I said, where I'm going? Like, you going to the reentry program. They had a reentry program that they put guys who had parole. It was like a 3-month program you had to go through, kind of like to help you get your ID, your social security card, you know what I'm saying, trying to figure out what your home situation was going to be. Yeah. Right. And I was shocked. I was like, I damn started crying. Wow. I cried 3 times while I was in prison. And that was the last time I cried.
Wow. Okay. So you get out, and then what do you actually start doing? Like, you go through this whole reentry program and everything, but like, what do you end up doing, and what's life like?
Oh, when I came home, I got married immediately when I came home.
To the mother of your kids?
Yeah.
Nice.
And I got married immediately, and she was doing so well, so she put me in a position to do well. Really? I was lucky to have a woman who believed in me.
And she held you down that whole time?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. She held me down. And even during that 17-year period, she was in relationships, but she never stopped coming to see me. She never stopped bringing my kids to see me. She never stepped right me, even when she was in a relationship. Okay. Because I didn't look at it like she was my woman. Yeah. Because you ain't my woman. I've been in prison forever. You hear me? Yeah. So I kind of like changed the dynamic of the relationship to where we became friends. So it wasn't about no expectation. So when she had trouble with some of the guys that she was dealing with, she would come and tell me about it. She would call me or come on the visit and tell me about it. Right? Because when I was locked up, man, one of the old guys who helped school me to the prison system told me that a lot of guys lose their female, not because the female don't love you, but because the longer you in prison, those females are going to have relationships. Right. And when you press them about it, all you're going to do is push them away from you. Right. Right. So I changed the relationship from one where you're the mother of my kids to you like my sister. Right. We friends. So no matter what you do, you can come tell me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be worried about me tripping about you fucking with no nigga.
That's a very mature perspective from someone who it doesn't seem like was behaving very maturely in other aspects of your life. Yeah. Like all the stabbing people and all this kind of shit is like pretty immature, realistically. But that perspective seems very mature because that's how you're going to hold on to her.
I got locked up, somebody pulled my coattail. You know what I'm saying? Because so I grew up, my older brother was, so it's kind of like I'm the youngest of 4 boys. My oldest brother was like a jazz aficionado. He loved jazz. Okay. Right. So prior to him getting locked up, he was the one who was kind of like schooling me to certain shit. And so one of the things that made the older guys in the prison system gravitate towards me is that back then, jazz was a major component in terms of music in the prison system, right? Okay. So a lot of the old heads, they've been locked up 20, 30 years and they were jazz. They ain't listen to hip hop. They listen to all jazz. Yeah. So because my older brother was a jazz head, I knew about Grover Washington Jr. I knew about Chick Corea. I knew about Alexander Zanzink. I knew about Manhattan Transfer. So the old guys, when they would have conversations about music, they could talk to me about it because I'm the young dog who knew about jazz. Right. So a lot of them said, well, if you came from something like that, we're going to try to school you on what it takes to survive in the prison system. So I was around some of the most legendary motherfuckers. Suicide, Louis Boy was in there. Auto X was in there. M1 was in there. Lodan Spencer was in there. I was around some legendary motherfuckers, man, who kind of like, they they took me under their wing.
And so do you, at that point, once you're out, are you basically free of the streets, or are you getting back into trouble?
Yeah, when I came home, I was free of the streets, bro.
Okay.
I was done with that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I never jumped back into the streets because I came home, I got a job. I got a job, and then I started a couple of businesses, and the businesses started to flourish.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the job?
I was a janitor, man. My first job, I came home, because when you're in prison, you get a job as a janitor type of shit, right? So when I came home, first job I got, I was a janitor. I was stripping and waxing floors in a plant, in a car manufacturing plant. And from there, I became a supervisor. From a supervisor, I became a site operations manager. From there, I became a regional manager. And from there, it just catapulted into just different things. I worked for Chrysler. I worked for General Motors as a site operations manager. I worked for the airport. I got a job at the airport as a supervisor in the airport.
Is the prison time a big negative on your, resume when it comes to getting those kind of positions?
It can be, but I was locked up so long. So what happens now is that, so most employers, they only look back 7 to 10 years.
Okay.
I had been gone 17 years.
Yeah, right.
So when it came time for me, I didn't know that at the point in time, but when I started to fill out applications and I started to get hits, it was a couple times where the HR manager said, you ain't have to put this down because we're going to go back 7 years. We're going to go back 10 years. You've been gone since Jesus walked the motherfucking earth, right? You ain't got to put that shit down because most companies don't do lifetime background checks unless you're working in something where it has to do with money,
right?
A banking system or something like that. But most plant jobs, especially in Michigan, they only look back 7 to 10 years.
Okay. So you basically build a whole life for yourself doing all that stuff, like having a traditional job, and you're making serious money, and you're still with the mother of your kids at that point. Yeah. How do you end up like getting more involved in the media side of things? Is that the next step from this, or is there other stuff in between?
The next step was, the media shit is I was rapping when I came out of prison, right?
Okay.
I realized I was too old to be rapping. I'm 40 years old. You don't want to hear what the fuck I got to talk about.
You're 40 right now?
No, I was 40.
40 at the time, right?
I was in there 40 years old. The media thing came in is that I'm the first person to do urban podcasting in the city of Detroit. I was on an internet radio platform, and I changed that. I had a show that came on once a week called Unleashed. A friend of mine named Sessions is the person who actually helped me start that shit, right? I was on an internet radio platform called Worldwide Core Radio. The person who led that to me was my man Session. And so I was always an opinionated, crazy, shit-talking motherfucker. Even in prison, I was a crazy talker.
The internet radio side of things, what year are we talking that you were doing
that? That's 2010, 11.
Oh, wow. That's super
this
old
is
school,
before YouTube actually kind of like took off, right?
Yeah.
And so what happened is that when YouTube started to come into effect, the same person who introduced me to internet radio said we should jump on YouTube. We should take our shows and film them and slap them on YouTube. At that point in time, nobody knew what the fuck a podcast was. The only examples I had for podcasting was like Howard Stern and the Rush Limbaugh show. There was no urban podcasting. The term podcasting wasn't even part of the urban vernacular at that point in time.
Even me, I didn't become a podcast fan until probably like 2013. I really discovered like Joe Rogan and shit.
Yeah. So I started it. It took off crazy. You've interviewed some of the biggest rappers in the city of Detroit. Some of the biggest rappers in the city of Detroit. Their first podcast experience was on my show in 2011, 2012.
And that was a glorious time period where a lot of people did podcasts because they just didn't have the same understanding of podcasts that we have now, where people now, they want to get paid, or they just don't. They don't want to do too many interviews because they're trying to protect their image, etc. There's a lot of crazy podcasts that came out in the early days of hip hop podcasting that probably will never happen again. You know?
It never happened again. Yeah, it never happened again.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, okay, you get into doing that kind of content, but then at what point how does that slowly transform and grow as the years go by? Like,
just my personality helped it grow.
Okay.
I was always a shit talking, rebel rousing ass motherfucker. You hear me? I was always a rattlesnake ass motherfucker. And I've never been afraid to speak my opinion. So that's what helped it grow. I became more notorious because on my podcast, I would just simply tell the truth about all the shit that I was singing.
Right.
You can't be effective as a podcaster if you're afraid to tell the truth.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
You'll never make it nowhere. Most of the shit that happens in the urban environment, right? Most of that shit is dumb, ridiculous, stupid ass shit. If you are a person who's afraid to tell the truth about it, you never get nowhere. People like controversy. That's why people fall in love with the Charleston Whites of the world. That's why people fall in love with some of the more controversial types who exist in the whole podcast YouTube space.
Yeah.
If you're a truth teller, whether people like it or not, your brand is gonna grow faster than somebody straddling the fence, sitting on the edge, don't want to tell the truth about something.
Yeah. No,
so I became known as a person who, no matter what, I'll tear your ass up. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna light your ass up.
Because everybody knows that if you go like hang out with the guys outside the liquor store or whatever, for me, it was like hanging out at the skate park with a bunch of BMX skate dudes or whatever. It's like, dudes' opinions about rappers or what's going on in the culture or whatever are super like untethered by like being polite at all. Like they don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
People are saying, man, I hate this rapper. He's a bitch. He's a hoe. He's a whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then meanwhile, if you want to like hear people express those exact same viewpoints on a podcast, it's like pretty tough because people don't really love to, especially once you get to a position of power or influence, people don't love to hop on a podcast and basically ruin any chance of ever having a relationship with that person or rapper. And so over the years, I've ran into that a million times with different podcast hosts where it's like, oh, you're never going to be a great podcaster because you want to be able to see this dude and this dude in the club and be able to pop a bottle with them and take a shot, etc. And that's probably not going to happen. Now, to be fair, now we have people modeling it where like Academics is very, very outspoken and seems like he can kind of like maintain relationships with the rappers a lot of times, even despite being outspoken, because he's not
afraid
like,
of him. Because they're afraid of him.
But also he manages to do it in a way that's not necessarily super disrespectful, which I feel like sometimes I have an issue with that.
He can get disrespectful.
He can, but it's not. A lot of times
him and Lil Baby. What just happened with him and Lil Baby?
He probably ain't gonna be popping name bottles with Lil Baby in the near future. Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah,
maybe one day. Yeah,
probably not. But that's what it is, though. So the whole thing about the podcast space is you can't be afraid to tell the truth, and you can't be trying to be friends with all these motherfuckers. Listen, so there's never a shortage of content. Because niggas is always doing dumb shit.
Yeah.
Every day you wake up, it's niggas doing new dumb shit. Right? So there's never a shortage of information. There's never a shortage of subject. Listen, we went to sleep one day, woke up the next day, and Pooh Shiesty and them allegedly robbed Gucci Mane.
Right. Would have been hard to imagine a few days before that.
Yeah, we go to sleep the same night we wake up, Gucci Mane and make statements against. Right?
Yeah.
We go to sleep, we wake up, some other dumbass shit is gonna happen.
Yep.
It's never gonna be a shortage of content because the content is just simply looking at the lives of people who are entertainers, who are athletes, who are famous, who are celebrities. There's never gonna be a shortage of that because most of those people who have celebrity status, most of them motherfuckers are stupid as a motherfucker and they're rushing towards their own destruction.
Yeah.
There's never a shortage of that.
Sometimes it feels like so many people have been killed or locked up that it does feel like there's like almost a limited number of people that like are really worth paying attention to, but then new shit just unfolds, like the Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane thing, like especially within specific communities, like in the SoundCloud world, it's like, damn, all these fools got killed or overdosed, and then in the drill world, everybody getting locked up or getting killed. But yeah, I mean, like, there's always gonna like the culture will always find new people to pay attention to.
You're never gonna go out of business. I've been critical as a motherfucker of you. And you know I have, right?
Somewhat.
Right? Yeah, I've been critical as a motherfucker of you. And here are some of the things I've said about you.
Sure.
Right? I never called you a culture vulture.
Okay.
Because I know the culture that we live in, all the things that we consider like hip hop, for example. Hip hop is not just a black thing. Hip hop is a Latin thing. Hip hop is a white thing. Some of the most legendary figures in hip hop were whiter than you are right now. The Rick Rubins of the world. Some of the most influential people in hip hop. They come from different walks of life and different racial backgrounds. I've been critical of you because I have felt like that. I've called you Jerry Springer. And you remember that?
That's fair.
Yeah, I've called you Jerry Springer. I said some modern day.
I'm a big Jerry Springer fan.
Jerry Springer. All niggas. You a nigga.
Thank you.
You a nigga. You an honorary nigga. Come on.
I'll take that as a compliment in this
right?
specific context.
Listen, Jerry Springer's biggest fan base was
unemployed people watching TV in the middle of the day.
Motherfucker, right.
But a large percentage of probably black people watching that shit. Yeah.
Poor people. Yeah. Right. You don't see the director of Microsoft watching fucking Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Right. So it wasn't even about race. It was about just like a status thing. Less about race, more about static. I've called your show a modern day Jerry Springer. I never called you a culture vulture. And I never said that you were the police. I never said Vlad was the police. You know why? Because you don't go looking for crime to talk about. If you interviewing somebody and they're stupid enough to expose some type of criminality on your show, that's not your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Your job as a content creator is to get the story that nobody else can get.
Right.
Right. If that's your job. So
Mm-hmm.
if you know something about me and you ask me something about my past, or if you ask me about something that you know that I'm involved with, it's your job to get the scoop as a content creator.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to interview me if I'm saying all the same shit that I said to him, and her.
Right.
Nah, your job as an effective content creator is to get the motherfucking story, to get the scoop.
Mm-hmm.
So if a rapper or somebody in the street is stupid enough to tell you something that they shouldn't be telling you, that's not your fault.
Yeah.
Right. And I saw you and I've heard about you taking content down when you were sitting across from somebody and they were stupid enough to talk about a crime that was unsolved.
Yeah.
And so at first I was just hypercritical of you, right? Until until somebody pulled my coat. I think Cliff World is the one. Shout out to Cliff. Yeah, Cliff World told me, like, man, Adam, there have been so many guys have incriminated themselves on Adam's show and on No Jumper just as a whole, even on No Jumper News. And Adam reviewed that shit and told he would take that shit down. It may have been too late in some respects. You know what I mean? Like when you had the baby shooters and the what's his nigga name? Loose Cannon. Right? Loose Cannon sat on your show and talked about all kinds of criminal shit.
Yeah.
And you took it down.
Well, I took that down specifically because I thought Big U was going to sue me.
You took it down, nevertheless.
Yeah.
You hear me? Sue you for what? You gonna sue me because somebody else said something about you?
He was like basically threatening us because he said that
He was never gonna win that in court because you didn't say it.
Yeah.
And you were not pushing the narrative.
Yeah. I mean, we were really just asking this guy, Loose Cannon, about this story that he had that, you know, it was well supported. The fact that he spent all this time with Big U. He was telling us about stuff that we had never heard of, like, oh, me and Big U used to go rob dispensaries together, and then we would go chop up the money, and he would stiff me on some of the money, shit like that. And we'd be like, we're sitting there like, God, like Big U doing shit like that? Like, we had never, I didn't know.
Hey, listen, Loose Cannon is arguably one of the stupidest motherfuckers that the streets have ever saw.
Yeah, he's
whether it's LA or New York or whatever. You can't find many more people who were as stupid as he was, right? He locked up right now because he put himself there, right? People blame Wack, and I don't like Wack at all. Period. I don't like Wack's get down. I don't like his politics. But the one thing that Wack is good for is manipulating stupid ass motherfuckers to get them to do what he wants them to do.
And the specific situation with Loose Cannon, there's probably no more extreme example than him doing it with him. Yeah, he fully like weaponized this dumbass dude to basically fuck over somebody he considered an enemy.
He's under indictment right now because he was listen. He hated Big U so much.
Yeah,
and so the whole thing with Wack is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So he took Loose Cannon and he took all the things that Loose Cannon knew. Loose Cannon knew more about Big U than Wack ever did. And they were all friends at one point in time. Wack was friends with Big U at one time, but Loose Cannon was like his drone. He was like his lapdog. Right? And so Wack 100 used Loose Cannon to expose Big U in such a way to where Big U was doomed. The second that Loose Cannon came on your show, Big U was through.
Yeah.
He was through. Because this motherfucker telling stories about U-Haul trucks getting stolen from the Big U's house. He's telling stories about Meek Mill's getting cornered in the club.
Yeah.
He's telling stories about extortion, robbery, assaults, all things that he was involved in.
Yeah. Like as if the statute of limitations is like just a couple years and then this is all good.
Listen, he's in prison.
Yeah.
Because he told stories about Big U's criminal activity, and guess who was involved in it? Him.
Yeah.
It don't get no more stupider than that.
No, it's astonishing, yeah.
On a level of stupidity, if 10 being the highest, right, that nigga's a moron, he's an imbecile.
The dumbest.
He in prison because, or he finna go to prison because of his own level of stupidity, and he was used like a pawn on a wax chessboard.
I mean, the situation with Loose Cannon where him and his boys beat the fuck out of a dude in the alley. I mean,
right out here?
Yeah.
It happened right out there?
I mean, listen, like I respect doing that to someone. If you got an issue with somebody, you feel like somebody disrespected you, you want to beat the fuck out of them. I mean, that's how it goes. But then you posted the video. And now, like very recently, all the other guys from that situation got arrested. And like they already got this whole case against Loose Cannon. I guess this gets added to it at some point. But like the level of stupidity to do that and then post that is breathtaking.
Listen to this, right? Let me tell you, we in LA right now, right?
Yeah.
Attention all Crips. Whack 100 got a thing for y'all. Whack 100 is he's going to use y'all own desire to be famous. He's going to use Clubhouse. He's going to use YouTube. He's going to use, if he can, Adam 22's No Jumper. He's going to use academics. He's going to use YouTube to destroy as many Crips as he possibly can. When you heard him say, there are no Pyrus or Bloods on Big U's case in the witness list. They're all Crips.
Yeah.
He helped guide them towards that end.
But who besides the loose cannon thing, which I agree, he kind of used loose cannon as a ventriloquist dummy to help get
his new dummy's Baby Shooter. That's his new dummy. That's a new Crip dummy with respect to the Crips.
Okay.
That's his next contestant. He's the next contestant on The Price is Right to do all the Wack's bidding.
I feel like him and Wack had like relatively limited interactions so far, right?
Well, Wack know he's limited because he's stupid. He almost as dumb as loose cannon. So Wack know he can only use him so much. And the cat is out the bag. We watch you break Big U down. We watch you line loose cannon up, right?
Yeah.
We watched the whole thing. When I saw them sitting right here where I'm sitting right now, and they were talking about, what were they talking about right here? Oh, the Nipsey Hussle situation.
Yeah.
When Wack 100 sit right here and loose cannon sit right here, you remember what I'm talking about?
And Wack's sitting there acting dumb as fuck.
Yeah, he dumbed it down. So
acting like he had no idea.
Loose cannon is talking about, he knows that Big U called him and told him that Nipsey Hussle was dead an hour before he died.
Right.
He sat right here. No, nephew, tell him. Oh, yeah. He jumped. Well, so what happened? Oh, he called me and told me that somebody killed Nip. Really? Somebody killed Nip? He called Nip. Nip answered the phone. Oh, Nip ain't dead. An hour later, Nip dead.
Yeah.
Loose cannon sat right here and told the story about a premeditated murder that hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
And he was proud to say it.
I've still really haven't met almost anybody who gives any kind of credence to that story, though. I haven't met anybody who really buys it.
It don't matter. The whole thing is public perception.
Yeah.
You mentioned perception earlier.
Yeah.
The perception, right? Once you turn Big U into a boogeyman, and then all manners of once you turn him into a boogeyman, and once you convince LA and convince the world of music and entertainment that he has to go, once you start to expose all his dirty dealings, right? Same thing happened with Suge Knight. Once people take aim at him and start exposing him and start exposing all the different things he did, it makes it easy for the public to dislike him. Once the public starts to dislike him, they want to move him off the chessboard.
But to be fair, Big U was being investigated by the FBI way before Loose Cannon ever came on No Jumper with Wack.
Yeah.
You know?
And Wack helped him. He aided and assisted in his downfall.
Yeah. I respect that. If I really hate somebody, I want the feds to come get him. I ain't with all that gangster shit like, oh, free my enemies. No, fucking imprison my enemies, kill my enemies. I'm not going to do it to them, but I would be happy to sit back and watch somebody else do it.
Listen, so, because you ain't from the streets.
Yeah.
So you never raise your right hand and pledge allegiance to the streets.
No, yeah.
Right? And because you haven't done that, people don't look at, whatever you do is what you do.
Yeah.
You're not a part of the streets. You're not a part of the street element. So you can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah. And
we can call it fair game. It is what it is. You may not like it, but you're not a part of the whole street culture. So you're not expected to stand on shit.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. What was the first thing that went viral that you said on more of like a Detroit underground level or whatever when you're doing the podcast and stuff? What was the first time that you realized like, oh shit, the stuff I say on here can really make shit shake?
When I started to criticize Detroit rappers, when I started to criticize their lack of real involvement in terms of pushing and moving the culture forward. The first thing I said was I criticized Eminem.
Okay.
When you criticize Eminem, it's like Detroit has a love-hate relationship with Eminem.
Yeah.
They recognize that he's a great MC, but when it comes to what he has done for this generation of hip-hop artists, it's like less than zero. It's like minus 10.
Yeah.
In terms of his influence on this generation.
Yeah.
They recognize him, they respect him for being a great MC, but in terms of having his hand trying to usher people to superstardom. There's nothing. There's nothing there about that.
Yeah, no, that does stand out to me a lot too. That there's so many more like cool, simple things that he could do to
criticizing Eminem
put himself.
Is always going to be like a love-hate situation in the city of Detroit.
Like Detroit rappers will always go viral for saying like nobody listens to Eminem where I'm from, which is so unbelievably obvious. There ain't nobody in the past 20 years in the hood been listening to no fucking Eminem. But they can still go viral every time they say it because the media
Eminem.
Just love. He's such a big name that they just love to just take that. It's like a rapper, a young rapper will always say something about like Tupac or Biggie and go viral. Yachty did it, Lil Xan did it, O3 Greedo did it. It's like, but it makes sense. These motherfuckers been dead since you were a little kid. And like, of course, like you're probably not going to be feeling them the way that the prior generation felt them, but it just goes viral every time.
Every time. I mean, the Eminem thing is kind of like dying down.
Yeah, because it's been so long.
Generations past, his influence on the city of Detroit. And then there's a bunch of misconceptions. When people talk about Eminem, they're not disrespecting him to say that he has no presence or he has no influence because he just doesn't.
Yeah.
Most of the rappers now who you've interviewed, they recognize that he's a good lyricist.
Yeah.
But the things that he talk about, the subject matter that he raps about, those things don't coincide with the way they grew up, the neighborhood, things they went through. Eminem's music is not the soundtrack for little black boys and girls who live on the east side of the west side.
Music has gone the total opposite direction, where if you want to look at like what made Detroit pop off so crazy music-wise 4 or 5 years ago, it was basically just a bunch of dudes being willing to just be funny and have great observations and be witty and just be kind of silly on the mic in a way. Like, you know, like where they're gangster and shit, you know, I swear Vezo, or Rio the Young OG was obviously Flynn or whatever, but like these dudes are all like, they're not super lyrical, but they're fun and they can make the street life appear to be like this really like, you know, they're inventive lyrically, they make good songs, etc. But it's just that's the direction hip hop's going in. Hip hop's gone in a direction where somebody like Playboy Carti is barely even a fucking rapper, and this new generation absolutely worships him.
It's like an alternative artist now.
But meanwhile, what is Eminem? He's just a pure rapper. He's a dude who sits around with his fucking notebook putting complicated words together all day. That's like the least appetizing thing possible for the new rapper generation.
He's a genius, but he doesn't speak to the young black boys and girls who are from the urban environment. So therefore, because he doesn't speak to them, he doesn't have the lyrically, he doesn't speak to them.
Yeah.
Right? He doesn't have the influence over there or on them.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
He's like the best rapper who makes the worst music. Because nobody trying to hear that shit.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. And, listen, Detroit, this generation of hip hop artists in the city of Detroit, in terms of going global, they owe all that to T Grizzly. Because first day out, and I don't know if people don't really see Detroit is a hard city to be in. They don't ever want anybody to credit. But so the street element, the Iceberg Vezos, the Solid Babies, the Babyface Rays, the Peasies, all of them, right?
Yeah.
They were all local and regional stars.
Yeah.
But T Grizzly's success, the success of First Day Out, he showed the labels that the genuine street sound for Detroit, it could be profitable.
Yeah.
And so the success of First Day Out, it opened up the door for all the other street motherfuckers. It showed the Gazis, it showed the Leo Cohens and the Kevin Lyles. Oh, this shit, the street shit, it ain't just about the backpack rap. It ain't just about the Big Seans, respectfully, and the Eminems. Oh, this shit has legs, and we can make money off of that. First Day Out opened up the door for the hood nigga, for the rank and file hood niggas. First Day Out made little black boys and girls who grow up in poverty believe in hip hop again.
Yeah.
Because Eminem is so far removed from the streets, and the Big Seans is so far removed from the young black boys and girls, the horrors of the street, that they ain't really look at him and use him as a beacon or as an example.
Yeah.
T Grizzly come from the gutter. So that First Day Out, he is the person that showed the world that Detroit's street sound can be profitable.
Yeah.
And once he showed the executives that they could be profitable, everything else started to unfold and open up.
That really was like the opening up of Detroit street music.
Anybody say it ain't, it's a motherfucking lie.
I remember I had these young BMX dudes who were around me at that time because I was still like running the BMX YouTube channel and everything like that. And like they'd always be trying to put me on to like Bang Gang and shit. And I was listening to it and I'm like,
legendary.
Yeah, no, now I have all this respect for it. But like at that time, I was like, musically, like, we listening to Gucci and Waka and fucking Young Scooter and shit. Like I wasn't really trying to hear it.
Bang Gang was Detroit's Gucci and Waka. And
but then First Day Out came out and it kind of just like changed. All of a sudden we got it. Yeah.
You get it now?
It changed everything.
Yeah, he made the world get it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Bang Gang, legendary.
Yeah.
Bunch of legendary MCs in the city of Detroit, right? Who were local and regional level legends.
Yeah.
But T Grizzly made the whole world believe he painted a picture so vivid that he explained the hood of Detroit to the whole world.
No, yeah, definitely. That changed everything. But so from your perspective, like by the time we get to like, the era where Detroit rap is so popping that like Lil Yachty's coming out and doing a whole mixtape with the whole city or whatever, that's probably like 2019, 2020 by the time that starts happening. Is that still extending from the T Grizzly moment? Because I feel like that moment doesn't happen unless you have T Grizzly kind of like making I feel like they had kind of found their own sound and shit, and things had just changed a lot by 2020 or whatever, where all of a sudden shit is more humorous, more.
That's Yachty.
It's like kind of fun,
That's the impact of Yachty.
Yeah,
that's the impact of Yachty. Lil Yachty. So you don't think about Lil Yachty now.
Yeah.
Right? When Yachty was coming to Detroit and was fucking with all them rappers, bro, he was a fucking superstar.
Yeah.
He came and he gave of himself to Detroit artists. And in many cases, he didn't charge them anything. He just came to fuck around because he saw it, he understood the potential, and he wanted to help push it forward. Lil Yachty has been more influential on this generation of hip-hop stars than Eminem has.
True, for sure, yeah.
In Detroit.
Yeah.
In Detroit. Because Yachty came, he showed major love.
Yeah. And all those dudes just fully embraced him and really like, even there was like clips of dudes talking about how Yachty, when he was coming out there, he left his security alone and was just rolling around in the trenches and shit.
Young Jeezy is more popular in Detroit than Gucci Mane, and always have been, right?
Interesting.
Detroit is a Jeezy town.
Why do you think that is?
That hustle spirit. Young Jeezy is talking about all this shit that if you want to grow up to be a drug dealer, Jeezy is a drug dealer soundtrack.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And a lot of motherfuckers from the city of Detroit, they grew up idolizing the Big Meeches and the Scarfaces and all the drug culture. Jeezy's music exemplified the hustling spirit. And so Jeezy been coming to Detroit his entire career, getting major love, right? For over 20 years. Yachty has done more for the rank and file MC in 10 years than Jeezy did over 20 plus years coming to Detroit. He's shown more love to Detroit artists than Jeezy ever did.
Do you feel like the Detroit rap scene has fallen off a little bit since that sort of like COVID era that we're talking about? Or do you feel like it's is it a transitionary phase right now?
You don't have to add nothing else to it.
Hip hop is kind of falling off in general.
Hip hop is changing, right? Hip hop is changing. Hip hop is a fluid situation. It always have been, right? What's hot today may not be hot tomorrow. Blueface was on fire 4-5 years ago. I thought that Blueface's trajectory was just like through the roof.
Yeah.
It was what it was. And then now we have what we have right now.
Right. I mean, I think like all things considered, Blueface's career is still in a pretty strong situation. Like he could still make like records that go pretty crazy in the club.
He's through.
You think he's through?
He's through.
Musically?
He's through.
Really?
I mean, see, because hip hop ain't just about music. Hip hop is about the image.
Yeah.
It's about the character.
Yeah.
So his character now versus what it was when he first came out. Right? He came down big crippin'.
Yeah.
Now it's nothing about. Now he's a fucking clown.
Well, he got to the point where a big part of his fan base is like women who are fascinated by him and want to watch him on some Love and Hip Hop shit.
He's a reality TV star now.
Yeah, he turned himself into that.
He turned himself into that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now he drew. He'd never be able to do that Tatiana shit again.
You know
that shit never happened again.
I feel like that. I'm gonna get you running from the shit too, bro. That shit goes crazy. That's like a big fucking song. I felt gay singing it too right there, but
didn't you? Didn't you?
I was just in the club with him, seeing girls lose their fucking minds.
And as long as you have a strong contingency of women who support you,
yeah,
you can always make something out of that. You hear me?
Yeah.
But in terms of him having the dominance that he had 6-7 years ago, never happened again.
I would like to hear him make more street music, which it feels like he just doesn't really have a lot of interest in that at this point. Yeah.
That never happened again. He's through.
He's been out for like 6 months and he hasn't really put out anything besides like a few videos here and there.
You stick a fork in it.
You hate Wax so much that you're anti-Blueface?
No, I don't hate Wack, bro.
You know?
Right. Listen, so people they would think that because of some of the battles that we've had on Clubhouse and whatever, right? I don't give a fuck about Wack 100, bro.
Okay.
At all, period, right? When I've been critical of Wack, it's been because Wack do whole shit. It's as simple as that. I call it like I see it. I call it spade a spade. It ain't about me. I don't wake up thinking about no motherfucking Wack 100, bro. I don't give a fuck about it. But Wack he's a prominent figure in the YouTube streets, right? And he basically had all of California in terms of YouTube in the palm of his hands up until the whole T Grizzly thing backfired on him. When that backfired on him, that destroyed. I mean, nobody ever really took him serious, right? The people who I know never took him serious, right? I don't take him serious, but he had control and he had influence. He can come and talk to you whenever he wants to. He can push a narrative, right, on your platform whenever he wants to.
And then Vlad's platform and then Academics platform.
Yeah, so it's not just you, right? He can go to Vlad. He can make a phone. I want to talk about X, Y, Z, right? He starts his campaign on Clubhouse. It goes from Clubhouse to Instagram. Yeah. It goes from Instagram to his Exposure podcast. And from there, he starts to disseminate whatever he wants to disseminate to the public. So he knows all of the top YouTubers and podcasters. So he sends the information to everybody, and whoever bites. But
so how do you think that whole situation fucked up his reputation? Because I haven't noticed that.
The paperwork is fake.
It is. Has that ever been like put out there? Because I didn't really.
Yeah, but he can tell people like you, don't talk about it. He can tell people like Academic, don't talk about it.
I just didn't even know that.
Yeah, the paperwork, it was always fake.
So the paperwork that claimed that T Grizzly talked to the cops about Baby Shooter robbing his crib, that was fake.
It was always fake. I did all the deep dive research into this shit because I'm a legal beagle. When I was in prison acting a fool stabbing, I was also going to the law library. I know fake paperwork when I saw it. Okay. When you look at the Officer Hamilton, the badge number, there's no Officer Hamilton on the LAPD with a 7-digit badge number. It doesn't exist. Okay. One, the structural integrity of the report, that is not how LA police reports look. It's not how investigation reports look. That's not how witness statements look. None of that is true. Okay. And then to this very day, we still don't have it. Where is it? And then he gave academics a California Second Division Court of Appeal document supposedly proving what he said about T was true. Baby Shooter, how in the fuck are you in the Supreme Court Court of Appeals when he's never been arrested, charged, tried, convicted? You can only get into the Court of Appeals when there's been a conviction of some sort. So how in the fuck are you giving academics a California Court of Appeal motion of relief when he's not been found guilty of anything? All that shit was fake. Oh, wow. Wack put that play together for Birdman and for NBA Youngboy.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why would Birdman and Youngboy give a fuck about T Grizzly being painted as a snitch?
Because the NBA Youngboy know what it is. Ask him.
Okay, so
without me getting the details, ask NBA Youngboy what his experience with T is or was.
Really? Okay.
Ask him.
Because there was the shooting in Miami.
I ain't saying that.
Yeah, but that's probably what you're referring to, a whole situation surrounding that, right?
I ain't saying about no motherfucking Miami. No? I said ask him.
Okay.
And Wack is a flunky and a do-boy for Birdman. And Birdman is the one who gave him the money to do Cash Money West, which is how Blueface got into the game. So whatever Birdman tells him to do, he's going to do it. Simple as that. And Birdman has negotiated every deal. He has his hand in all things NBA.
Right. From my perspective, that was just Shooter deciding that he wanted to put this narrative on T Grizzly, probably because he actually believed it, right?
Can we have a real conversation now?
Sure.
Can I take the wheels off now?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this. Who the fuck is Baby Shooter except the person that was put on platforms by Wack 100? Who the fuck was Loose Cannon except a person who was put on major platforms like this by Wack 100? To
be fair, Baby Shooter was on this podcast before Wack had any involvement with him because G-Face basically put him on here.
Who weaponized him, though?
Oh, yeah.
He weaponized him.
Yeah.
Who weaponized Loose Cannon? Who the fuck was Loose Cannon to be? How could Loose Cannon have made it to Adam 22's No Jumper if it were not for the influence and through the recommendation of Whack 100? Tell the truth, Adam.
That's true,
yeah. How the fuck you think Loose Cannon is not the sharpest tool in the shed
at all?
How the fuck you think there's a long list of motherfuckers who could have made it to No Jumper, Academics, and Vlad TV, and Sean Cotton and the rest of this shit. Long list of motherfuckers who are more qualified than this stupid ass motherfucker who really has no story to tell. A long list of motherfuckers. How did he get up here?
I mean, short story is that Whack probably just wanted to weaponize him to take shots at Big U.
Do you believe that?
That he wanted to weaponize him?
My honest question.
Or do I believe the things that Loose Cannon
Do you believe that he weaponized your platform and other platforms such as yours to tell a story and to spin a narrative about the people who he doesn't like?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's fair. I mean,
I use my platform to do that to people all the time. Yeah, how can we not do that?
Yeah, so you're admitting that you have allowed this son of a bitch to come up here and weaponize your platform to run game.
I'm allowing you to weaponize my platform to run game on motherfuckers such as Whack right now. Yeah.
If
you do an interview and you don't weaponize it to take shots at people that you don't get along with, I mean, unless you're trying to just stall them out.
Yeah. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So I think Whack is an evil genius.
Okay.
I think that he knows how to use words. I think he knows how to spot a damn fool. He's a damn fool spotter, and he uses those damn fools to do whatever he want to do, spin whatever he want to spin.
Yeah,
and that is the art of war exemplified. That is 48 laws of power exemplified. That's what he does.
Yeah.
So in that way, he has befriended all of the necessary people, and I don't criticize him for that because if you have an enemy, and if I can weaponize a dumbass motherfucker to fight my enemy for me, I'm supposed to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah. I didn't know that that's what Whack was doing in the moment when he brought Loose Cannon on,
who told you? Who brought that to your attention? Who kind of made you see, well, damn, this guy's using my platform and Academics platform and Vlad's platform to kind of spin narratives and kind of
I mean, it was just pretty clear,
When did you realize it though? How long did it take you to realize, wait a minute?
I mean, probably not that long. I mean, I probably
because you're pretty sharp.
But I know Whack and I know what he's doing. And I know that when he doesn't like somebody, he's happy to yell at them on Clubhouse or make a little video about them or whatever. But for sure, he's capable of using the platform to trash people too. I've done it a million times myself. It's just part of the game.
It's part of the game.
Yeah.
You're right. And that's why I'm not mad at you because you admit what's going on. You ain't trying to hide it.
Yeah.
It's my platform. I'll do what the fuck what I want to do with it.
Yeah.
What would you do if you had one?
I mean, I do feel like when you trash people in a dishonest manner, it hurts your credibility. And when people see you being extremely ideologically inconsistent, your fans will just stop kind of taking you serious. And that's the main thing to consider. But, if you have somebody that you don't get along with and you bring negative accusations to the table, why not?
Watch this. Whack 100 know QCP is a motherfucking stumped down diabolical rat.
Yeah.
But he would never say it. He's going to always do everything he possibly can to justify it. The same QCP has done worse than people Whack has condemned and did everything in his power to make the whole world feel like or view them as a fucking snitch.
Yeah.
QCP is a dollar by. Not only did he tell him, motherfucker, but he called the police for follow-up to make sure a motherfucker get prosecuted.
Yeah.
He knows that, but he had never admitted because he's.
The fact that P was able to kind of skate on that and didn't really get the full condemnation of hip hop was pretty amazing.
That's why Gucci Mane did what he did. Because if QCP and Gucci are or were like this. So
QCP, one of the only peers of Gucci you've really seen Gucci around in the last 5 years.
So who do you think called him and told him snitch on Pooh Shiesty?
But to be fair, Gucci probably snitched on Pooh Shiesty 10 minutes after Pooh Shiesty robbed him.
Yeah,
but he probably didn't have a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, but who do you think has been in his ear to make him feel comfortable with what he did? To convince him that what you're doing and what you have done, nothing wrong with it. You're a businessman now. That's the same thing that QCP did to justify him telling on Stunner like that. Same thing. So he took expensive a page out of his playbook. Same thing.
Yeah, yeah. That's hard to deny.
Those two things are more similar than anything else.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, that is wild. What about just Atlanta in general? It feels like he's got such a crazy reputation for fostering all of the rats currently.
So listen, what Atlanta is getting right now, Atlanta deserves what they're getting. They're getting spanked all across the motherfucking globe. They deserve it because there's no city that kind of like pushed the anti-rat narrative more than them. And they had control of hip hop.
Yeah.
Right? So they had control of hip hop. Atlanta was, and it still is, the seat of hip hop. It still is ground zero for all things hip hop. Atlanta still has control. New York doesn't have it. Atlanta doesn't have it. I mean, excuse me, Miami doesn't have it. Houston doesn't have it. LA doesn't have it. You still have to see Atlanta when it comes to power in the world of hip hop, right? You still have some of the biggest rappers in the game right now, from the 21 Savages to the Gunners to the Young Thugs, the YF and Lucci's, they are all from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Still have a lot of influence. Atlanta deserves the ass whooping they're getting right now. And we know that because we knew that they knew a lot of bullshit going on. When 21 Savage sent that tweet out, he admitted that they knew that QCP was a rat and they believed that Gunna was a rat. I personally don't believe that Gunna was a rat, right? But what 21 Savage said when he said, hey, we've been knew.
Well, it wasn't a tweet, it was the phone call, right?
So listen, the leaked jail phone call, that was critical because it showed QCP that the people that he thought were friends with him, including Lil Baby,
were friends with him despite what they really thought about him.
Right, and they were talking behind his back.
Yeah.
And that's why he responded like he responded. When those jail phone calls got leaked, he responded.
Yeah, he was angry.
He was angry about that shit because the people that he thought, right, that he was cool with, at least on the surface, they were talking about him the whole time. And so those leaked jail phone calls started a domino effect of exposing all things Atlanta.
But okay, let's say you got exposed as a rat. Would you prefer that somebody like me, that, you know, we're cool, we got a relationship now, whatever, maybe we're probably going to stay in communication, but would you prefer that I speak candidly to my friends and say, man, that dude Dogface, he be ratting, bro, that shit crazy, he told, but then get on the podcast and say, hey, I'm not the one who's going to judge, you know, just do all this semantic games or whatever. I'm not the one who's going to judge Dogface. I don't know what happened in that situation. I'm not going to speak on it. That's my man's, etc. I feel like doing that is not actually hypocritical. That's actually the coolest shit that I could do as a homie, is to say one thing publicly and then keep it real behind the scenes.
Cool. That's not hypocritical within and of itself.
Yeah.
Right. It is what it is. It's politics, right? What is hypocritical is you condemning somebody else for doing the same thing that you are trying to run a public relation campaign for, to make it look like that's not what that is with somebody else. That's where the hypocrisy comes in at.
Yeah.
The hypocrisy is when Whack 100 can say, that's a rat, that's a rat, that's a rat, that's a rat. They did X, Y, Z. But then the people who he liked, don't forget when Young Thug first, when the interrogation videos came out, Whack was trying to explain it away because he still had some type of relationship. But as soon as Pee Wee Roscoe rolls up on him, and as soon as Thug then rolls up, Whack changed his course and went to trying to assassinate Thug's character. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, in order to speak honestly about Atlanta's hip hop scene, you kind of have to be willing to acknowledge that a lot of these dudes have been caught up on some citizen shit, you know? Especially after the Gucci thing. I know you're from Alabama, but it's the same shit.
Gucci Man from Atlanta, bro. Don't start the Alabama shit.
Well, he grew up in Alabama, right?
Gucci Man was born, and I think raised in his earlier years, and he moved to Atlanta. Gucci Man is an Atlanta artist. Nobody talks about fucking Alabama.
But nobody talks about Alabama in general.
Right. But I'm just saying.
It's easier for us to like round up.
Don't
and just
diss Alabama.
No, I love Alabama.
Right.
Shout out to Alabama, but like there's a reason why it's easier to think of Gucci as an Atlanta artist.
When Gucci was at his height, they wasn't talking that motherfucking Alabama shit.
No, yeah.
Come on.
Now it's convenient.
Right. Jeezy, they say, Jeezy ain't from Atlanta. But when Jeezy was winning and he was at the top of the totem pole, he wasn't saying that shit, bro.
No, that's real. People do.
They use it as a weapon.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think Gucci's career is over as far as, I mean, going forward, like we saw him this weekend go to this big football game, get love from a bunch of normies and white people and shit like that, you know? even in that environment, he had people calling him a rat when they got the opportunity to. We saw he did a little meet and greet with this woman that apparently saved him from drowning at some point when he was a kid.
Yeah.
I personally feel like when I see this is he hired a crisis PR management company. I don't think he had them when he did the song. I think the song was such a bad idea that he just did that.
Yeah, out of emotion, out of frustration, out of anger, out of confusion.
And then I think now he's probably got some assistance because that's probably what I would have told him to do. We need to insert you into situations in which you're going to be loved and which people are going to show you respect and whatnot. This football game makes sense, humanizing you by talking to this woman who saved your life. It forces
a non-hostile crowd.
Forces people to think, oh, what if he was dead?
Right.
What if he never put out all this music? Wouldn't his life have been so bad? And that, at least forces people to maybe humanize them a little bit. But I mean, as far as like rappers working with him, it seems like it's dark for him. It's going to be
dark
cold,
for him before
bro.
this happened. Nobody screaming and yelling for no Gucci Man verse. His career was already on the south side of things.
But it wasn't like a public conversation in hip hop because his contribution was so significant for so long that people didn't want to say bad shit about him. So they were just letting him rock. Even like Young Thug, before he got locked up, his music career was really kind of on a decline, but nobody was really acknowledging it publicly because he's such a legend. Now with Gucci, it feels like, all the gloves are off from the community as a whole, and they're all just gonna shit on you now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. He don't give a fuck about what the community thinks. Who gives a fuck about what some niggas think? He a millionaire. Who gives a fuck?
Privately, I believe that is what he's saying.
Who gives? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I'm a millionaire. Who gives a fuck what y'all saying? Most of y'all are broke, fucked up. I call them broke ass bitches. Who gives a fuck?
But Gucci cares about his respect because his respect also helps determine how much money he's gonna make for the rest of his life.
Listen, here's what happened. A combination of the psychotropic medication and the voodoo pussy.
Do you think she got that?
She got voodoo pussy. Yes, she has voodoo pussy.
Well, it's just got powers?
Yes, pussy has powers, especially that voodoo pussy. She's from the islands. The psychotropic medication, the Seroquel, the Thorazine, right? And the rest of that shit, mixed with pussy, psychotropic medication mixed with pussy from the islands, hoodoo pussy.
Yeah.
He don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
he don't give a fuck.
Because like I'm like the biggest Gucci fan you could ever imagine. Like throughout my whole life, that's kind of been like since I first found out about him, it's kind of my favorite rapper.
Let me tell you a secret, Adam.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Sure.
Want to hear a secret?
Yeah.
About the black community.
Yeah.
The black community don't give a fuck about people being rats.
Yeah.
They only say that because that's what people expect them to say. And in every community, in every major in New York, in Philadelphia, in Baltimore, in DC. In Atlanta, in LA, in Inglewood, in Compton, in motherfucking Minnesota, in Chicago. Everybody knows somebody who's a rat. Everybody.
Right.
What determines how people talk about you and how they treat you is how much money you have. If you have money, you automatically going to have power because money, it influences how much power you have. People, the biggest drug dealers in California are federal informants. The biggest drug dealers in Houston and Detroit, they all have working relationships unbeknownst to the general public with law enforcement. You can't sell drugs 10 years and not be on the Fed's radar. The feds know everything. Local, state, and federal law enforcement know everything about the drug trade. You think you selling dope and they don't know about it? No. Niggas don't give a fuck about ratting. They use ratting as a weapon to criticize people they don't like.
Right.
Simple as that.
Yeah, but they do that with all kinds of stuff. They'll call you a pedophile. They're going to call you a rapist. They're going to call you whatever.
No, that's different.
Right, but I mean, like, people weaponize that shit and say it in situations where the truth is dubious.
Yeah.
And they'll just use it in general. Like, if one girl ever called you a rapist, then people are going to use that to discredit you for the rest of your life.
Hey, watch this. So Detroit is watching this right now. The whole world is watching this right now.
True.
I'm a motherfucking no jumper, dude. I'm a motherfucking no jumper, baby.
And I'm interviewing Dogface.
Hey, listen. In every major urban environment across the country, serious conversation. We all know somebody who we know or we believe for absolute fact is working with law enforcement, ratting to stay free. Right?
Right.
You ain't gonna fuck with them because they got too much money, power, and respect. And motherfuckers will work for a rat if it's beneficial for them. Everybody knows QCP is a rat.
Right.
They don't give a fuck.
The rapper community as a whole just knew they didn't necessarily have the juice to take him out the paint. He was still going to have power even if they all went in on him.
Watch this. We know they don't give a fuck because 21 Savage said, we been knew P was a rat.
Yeah.
We swept it under the rug because of what? Because the money, power, and he was putting all the young guys on.
Mm-hmm. You think
he said, we been knew Gunna was a rat. You know, I don't believe Gunna was a rat. Mm-hmm. But he said in tweets, right? We swept it under the rug to save face for Atlanta.
Right.
But these are the same rappers who making songs about rats. These are the same people who criticize Kodak Black for doing the song with 6ix9ine. The whole time, y'all was trying to throw motherfuckers under the bus and ridicule and trying to destroy motherfuckers' character. The whole time, you bitch motherfuckers was doing the same thing the whole fucking time.
Right. But, okay, for the record, snitch as an allegation holds an additional level of weight because if we're involved in criminality, having a snitch around us literally like negates everything that we're trying to do.
Says who?
Because we're going to go to jail if this motherfucker's around and telling on us.
Right. Listen, in every drug organization in this country, there's snitches.
Yeah.
The cartel, look at how the cartel looks at snitching. They have an entirely different viewpoint of snitching. Like black people, we have the most critical, the most stringent snitch policies out of any culture, right? The cartels, if they get caught up, they'll give you up and me up because we're not a part of their.
Yeah.
They'll swap us out fast as fuck.
Yeah.
Right? As long as they don't tell on each other, they don't consider that shit snitching.
Right.
Simple as that.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy.
Tell me I'm lying.
No. I've heard about that with the cartels and everything. But just in general, like, you know, it's like if me and you were planning on doing some drug dealing together and then you found out that I was talking to the cops, that I was handing over information about people, you would be very wise to not do business with
listen.
me. So that's the anti-snitching thing is just a self-sustained.
Listen, in every drug crew in this country, there's some snitches in there. And motherfuckers know and or believe that they are snitches. That's how they survive. In every major drug crew in this country, there are people who are cooperating with law enforcement to take out the opposition. Just like the mafia did. Think about what the mafia did back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. What did they do? When the 5 families went to war against Bumpy Johnson and Madam Sinclair, when they couldn't outgun them, when they couldn't come in Harlem and kill them all, what did they do? They put the police on them. They put the prosecutors on them. They put the judges on them. So all the niggas are doing are really just copycatting off what the fucking Italian 5 families did.
Right.
They've been working with the police.
Yeah.
You can't have a successful drug organization right now in this country where you're making millions of dollars. You can't have a successful drug organization without having police in your mix somehow, some way. It's not going to happen. They know too much about what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the internet is just a different thing. The internet, everybody will be judged by the harshest possible standards so that people can make content about it.
Yes.
The criminals, on the other hand, they don't have to speak publicly, but they are able to know about a certain amount of snitching and just for self-preservation reasons, keep it to themselves.
Listen, the biggest gangsters in the urban environment right now are the snitches. Snitches don't give a fuck, right? Snitches don't give a fuck about what you say about them, what you do, none of that kind of shit, right? The snitches are the most dangerous out of all criminals. The whole criminal element, the gangster snitch. The gangster snitch is the most dangerous. Because think about it. The gangster snitches, they ain't going to the witness protection program. All these, listen, everybody in the YSL case, all the snitches that came out with that, which one of them went to the witness protection program?
Yeah, I don't think any of them.
The snitches on the YSL case are in Atlanta hosting parties right now.
Doing 20 versus ones.
Doing balloon pops.
Yeah.
They ain't on the run.
Remember when we thought 6ix9ine was crazy for not going in the witness protection
We
program?
did.
Everybody was like, oh, he's
We
a lunatic.
did.
He's going to be dead in 2 weeks.
We did.
We really found out a lot about ourselves.
Not one of the people who was identified as a snitch in the YSL case, not one of them, is in the witness protection program.
Yeah.
All the ones who are free, and most of them are free, they're running around Atlanta doing what they want to do, having their way. They're hosting parties, fucking bad bitches, going to the malls and eating ice cream.
Yeah.
Nobody's touched them.
Yeah.
That tells all the future snitches who's thinking about possibly snitching.
Yeah.
oh, you too can have a life after snitching. It is what it is.
But do you really think that we're like entering a world in which like people won't be judged harshly for the snitching thing? Because I feel like they will be. It's just, it's graded differently depending on how popular or successful you are.
Hey, listen, Adam. When you hear about snitch this, snitch that, you don't hear about that in the white community.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear that in the white community. You hear black people condemning other black people and other people of other racial ethnicities about being a snitch.
Yeah.
That's what you hear about it, bro. They don't give a, white people don't give a fuck. This world's not ran by niggas. This world, the world that we live in now, they don't give a fuck about what a bunch of niggas are saying. They don't give a fuck about that shit. The world is, the point to your point is, the world already has turned the page on that shit, man. The world, what I think about you does not govern what you're able to do and what you're able to accomplish. Right. What the world thinks about Gucci Mane, it does not determine how much money he can get and what he can do. People will still sign to him. You know why? Rock Nation is ran by Desiree Perez. Mm-hmm. She is a federal informant who snitched on the cartel.
But don't you think it would be different if Jay-Z was a documented snitch?
No.
I don't think, I will bet money that Gucci Mane will never like have a successful artist signing again.
Why not?
Because I don't think any of these street artists who are the only type of artists that he's ever had any kind of success signing will ever like I think even before this, he was not looking like a appetizing artist to sign to, because as much as he's had a few successful moments in recent years, he's just had so many L's over the years, and as kind of just
a horrible executive.
He's just revealed himself to be kind of a dick.
Yeah, he is a fucking dick. He's for lack of better expression.
And I fuck with that. That was my favorite rapper for most of my life, but I had a meeting one time with a dude who did a ton of business with him. He's a Jewish guy fucking in the music industry or whatever. And I was telling him, I'm like, bro, you gotta get me with Gucci. I want to spend a week straight with Gucci. I want to make this little documentary type thing, etc. And he just said, Adam, I'm gonna be real with you. Gucci Mane is the biggest asshole you've ever met in your entire life.
That is true.
He's just like straight up like, you have never spent time with anyone who is the kind of asshole that he is. And
that's what everybody says. They've been saying that.
I took that at face value, and I've kind of never heard anything else besides that over the years. Yeah.
Hey, so to answer your question, the world doesn't give a fuck. The world, we ain't talking about what a bunch of niggas is talking about. Yeah. The world is beyond nigga shit. Do you think motherfuckers in Iran right now give a fuck about whether Gucci Mane's a rat?
Some tiny pocket of them, perhaps.
Listen, that would showcase how stupid they are.
Yeah,
because they dropping missiles on y'all and bombs on y'all and saying blow y'all ass to smithereens, and you give a fuck about what some nondescript motherfucker who has no impact, who probably can't spell Iran.
They got bigger shit to worry about right now. But just in general, if I'm the hot street rapper of the month from Atlanta and Gucci Mane wants to sign me, I mean, you're just gonna look at the Pooh Shiesty thing and be like, "Damn, I can't fuck with him. He a rat." Like, you know how much. You know what? That's just gonna say that shit.
That's because as a people, we judge ourselves more harshly than anybody else. We're our own biggest critics. We're our own black people. We are our own biggest critics, and we are our own biggest enemies right now.
Yeah,
we don't need anybody else from outside the black community to aid and assist us in our own destruction, our own demise. We are our own biggest oppositions. We're our own biggest ops. Simple as that. So said rapper from Minnesota wouldn't sign to Rock Nation because Desiree Perez has been exposed as a DEA operative.
Yeah.
They're going to sign. Money is the motive. If Gucci Mane comes with $1 million, right? They're going to say, hey, that's not me, that's him. If they say anything about it at all, that money is the motive. A rapper will sign to Gucci Mane right now. You find somebody who's
I would like to meet him.
Bro, listen.
Like a hot street rapper right now, while he's experiencing the worst PR of his life. Now, listen, maybe in a year, shit kind of cools down a little bit. Maybe. But it's already hard enough to sign a street rapper. And I'm just saying, like, his image as a CEO is just so bad, even outside the snitching shit.
Would you sign to rap a lot?
Would I?
A Mob Ties right now? Would you sign to Mob Ties if you were a rapper?
I think if I was a rapper,
if you think about
before Gucci, bro.
Mob Ties' reputation, when it comes to artists, is just as bad, if not worse, than Gucci Mane.
They've had some issues.
Issues is the understatement. Issues is the understatement. Mob Ties and Gucci Man, in terms of how they cultivate and how they deal with and how they groom and grow artists, it's just as bad as 1017.
Yeah, it's not great right now.
When has it ever been great? When have they ever had a fruitful relationship since Rap-A-Lot switched over to Mob Ties? Name one artist.
Post Drake, I don't know.
Do we call Drake Mob Ties, bro? We understand that Jazz found him.
Yeah.
But Drake is his own entity, always have been. He's always been Aubrey.
I mean, you still got to count it as a W. Just because it's the biggest W of all time doesn't change the fact that it was a W.
But he's not really a representation of anything Mob Ties. Drake is...
He's his own thing, yeah. I feel you. But, I mean, I'm saying, they did. At a certain point, he was signed to him. So.
Pooh Shiesty, then we have Honeycomb Brazy.
Yeah.
Then we have one guy, then we have
Finesse
2 times.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Yeah.
Same thing going on in both camps.
Yeah.
Right? So Jay Prince Jr. is a horrible motherfucking executive.
Yeah.
He's a motherfucking coward.
You hate this motherfucker so bad.
I don't like
Jay Prince Jr. I always had a cool relationship with him. I think I did his first ever interview.
How was that? Was it boring?
I recall it being cool. It was a long ass time ago.
Was it boring? Tell the fucking truth, Adam.
You want me to tell you how long it was?
Yeah. Was it boring?
I don't recall it being boring.
Yeah, yes, you
Jay Prince Jr.
Yes, you do. You recall that shit being the worst possible, slow talking, semi-retarded LD ass shit in the world.
I recall being very honored that he did his first interview with me.
Because of him or because of his father?
6 years ago, 46 minutes. Yeah, that's not a long time.
It couldn't be no more than 46 minutes.
Well, you think he's that much of a boring guy?
Listen, you were honored to interview him, not because of him, not because of his personal accomplishments. You were honored to interview him because of his pedigree, his father.
Okay, sure. That's a big part of it.
Who would you have preferred to interview, senior or junior, if you had the opportunity?
Well, I would rather do the first interview with junior than like the 18th interview with senior. But obviously his dad's accomplishments are, you know, it's always going to be difficult to grow up under the specter of your dad being immensely successful, you know? Right. But where is Jay Prince in all this? You think he's just checked out?
No, he ain't checked out. He behind the scenes like a puppet master. That motherfucker right there, that motherfucker there is something to behold.
Yeah, okay. So you have a ton of respect for him, but not his son.
His son, respect is earned. It's not just given. It's not just capitulated just because you are born in the lineage of somebody who's supposed to be. What have you done?
Right.
In the black community, we notorious for that. The black community don't give a fuck about what, like Big Meech and Lil Meech.
Yeah.
The world doesn't give a fuck about your father being a legendary drug dealer. You yourself have not qualified yourself to be viewed like that or to be thought of like that. Same thing. Big Meech, Lil Meech, senior, junior, same shit. Nothing different.
Yeah. That's tough. Imagine how hard it must be like growing up with your dad being in this position. Like, you know, there's just like almost nothing that you could do that is going to be enough to dig you out of the hole of being considered a Nepo baby. It's its own specific challenge. Obviously, it's harder to just make it out of nothing. But even if you make something out of yourself, it's just like a lot of the world, particularly in hip hop, is going to look at you as somebody who, he's just a rich kid.
It happens. So I don't think, so that's another thing. The world, black people, we're judging each other that way.
Yes, this is a black person thing for sure. Yeah.
Do you think
in the real world, your dad was successful? That's amazing. That's incredible.
My children are doing a lot better than I was doing at their age, and that's the way I wanted it to be.
Yeah,
I don't want my kids, my sons, my daughters to be robbers or in the streets. I worked hard as fuck to make sure that doesn't happen. But I try to give them as many opportunities as they can, so they don't have to do that.
Let's say like one of your kids becomes like a pretty prominent executive at a record label or whatever. People gonna give him that credit because they're gonna be like, damn, his dad, like as much as you've accomplished now, they're gonna be like, his dad was in prison, blah blah blah. But then meanwhile, if you're like Diddy's son, like, and you have a job at a label, nobody's ever going to give you credit for that. You're going to have to sign a lot of huge artists before the narrative starts to change into, he's a very talented executive.
True. Because you have to work as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. But I mean, also in the white world, the fucking, like your dad being like super successful. I noticed with girls, this doesn't really matter. If you're an attractive woman, Your dad's famous. Who gives a fuck? That's awesome. That's like recognizable last name. We're super obsessed with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So black people, we judge each other harshly.
Yes.
We are super critical of each other, and that's just what we do.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You can't move away from that. It is what it is. But above and beyond, I think so. Jay Prince Jr. had a chance. He had a chance to become a wonderful executive. He had a chance to do whatever he wanted to do in his life. He chose to try to be like his father, but he doesn't have the experience. His father was cut that way. He was groomed that way. He was conditioned that way. He has a different experience. He could never be like his father, although he's trying to emulate all things his father. He's failing miserably at that shit.
But like, even him doing some shit, like I've seen you kind of like using this against him, of saying like, oh, he's running around doing gangster shit. He's rolling around with NBA.
He ain't doing nothing gangster.
Right, but he's hanging out with gangsters while they're doing gangster
hanging
shit.
with gangsters.
Okay.
It's like a bitch hanging with a motherfucker got some money.
But that's what we're supposed to do, right? I'm supposed to have gangsters with me. We're going to do gangster shit. I'm not supposed to do it myself.
But he's denying doing any gangster shit. He's using people to do his bidding.
Right.
All-Star JR didn't have a problem. Let's talk about that for a second.
Sure, yeah.
All-Star JR didn't have a problem with Junior.
Yeah.
So people are trying to make it seem like, or make it appear as if that All-Star JR had an issue with Junior because Junior was dating is dating his baby mama.
Well, there was like videos of them basically taking shots at each other, or at least Jay Prince Jr. taking shots at All-Star, right?
There were videos of Jay Prince Jr. using this young woman.
Yeah.
Putting her in a position so that he can troll JR based off what she was doing.
Right.
There are no videos. There's nothing. There's no recordings. There's no nothing that shows All-Star JR giving a fuck about outside of their child, him dating his baby mama.
Right.
All-Star JR and his baby mama broke up in 2021. From 2021, so people trying to make it seem like that they just broke up and it's fresh, and he's upset and he's mad.
Right.
No, they broke up in 2021. Between JR and Junior, there are 4 or 5 other guys that she dated between.
Right.
And he never had the issue with any of the guys that she dated prior to Junior. Not one issue. Junior is a narcissist, and he's 100% bitch ass nigga. You ask anybody from Houston about his reputation, it's the reputation of a coward motherfucker who uses and he hides behind everybody. He's not a gangster. Let me tell you why. Well, he's done all kind of gangster shit. To who? He hasn't done no gangster shit to a gangster. Excuse me.
Okay.
He ain't did no gangster shit to no gangster. Everybody that has fallen up under them have been somebody who they considered friends. Think about it. Quavo, Duke the Jeweler, right? They all thought they were friends. They all thought they were in good company. They all thought they were safe. And there are other issues that have taken place that haven't been newsworthy. There are other situations of people who have fallen in close proximity to them.
Maybe I'm naive, but why does the blame get placed directly on Jay Prince Jr. for Takeoff's death?
The whole check-in thing.
Right.
You know what?
But then why is Jay Prince Jr. held responsible for what one guy from his crew ends up doing in a situation where I'm sure he didn't want that to happen,
because you're
right?
responsible.
Yeah.
Because you're responsible. You're as the leader, heavy as the fucking crown.
Right.
You're responsible. If you're putting yourself out there and you're projecting yourself, right? And you're positioning yourself as a mob figure, as a person of reckoning. If your father is endorsing every play that you do, and you're saying to check in, Junior is a qualified person to check in with, you're responsible for what happens to the people who have checked in with you. Shit can't just happen. You just back off and say, "Oh, my bad."
Yeah.
No, that's not how check-in works.
Right.
If you check in with me, this check-in is some gangster shit. Check-in don't have nothing to do with no motherfucking music. The whole check-in shit came from the mafia. When the 5 family members left New York, they went to Philly, they checked in with the Philly mob boss. Not because they had to, not because anybody would do anything to them, but because when you're in my town, when you're in my city, you're in my territory, I'm responsible for you. If anything happens to you, then the 5 families are going to come down on my head and crush me.
Right.
Jay Prince Jr., as an executive, as a check-in, as a mob figure, has his track record is he's 0 in. He's 0 in what?
If you invite me to an event in Detroit and somebody ends up shooting me in the head,
they ain't gonna touch.
Right, but if it happens, if a weird situation takes place, does this deserve to be attached to your name forever, that you were the one guy who got me shot up by your own negligence? I mean, like, I get how
It's the streets.
it is going to happen that way for sure, at least for a while.
The check-in is a street thing, Adam.
Yeah.
The check-in is not a corporate boardroom backdoor deal.
Right.
The check-in thing is a street element. It's a street consequence.
Right.
If I come to your city, right, and you're positioning yourself as the person, as a street figure, right? When Bill Gates goes from wherever he's at to wherever he's going, he's not checking in with anybody.
No, you got regular security. Right. Well, probably like the most elite security imaginable.
The check-in thing came from the mob.
Yeah.
That's where it came from, right? When Trick had his hand on Detroit, if you came to Detroit and you were friends with Trick, a motherfucker had better not breathe on you wrong.
Right.
Because if you did, you were going to suffer an egregious consequence for that action.
You're saying this in like past tense? Trick doesn't have the relationship with Detroit anymore?
No, I'm not saying in the past tense. I'm saying when he was really pushing that whole goon squad, no-fly zone shit. If you came to Detroit and you had a problem with Trick, it was going to be an issue. If you touched somebody who was affiliated with them from coast to coast, it was going to be a problem. It's as simple as that. If you come to Detroit and he put his arms around you, you were untouchable. And if somebody did do something to you, there was going to be a consequence to suffer for it.
Right. What is Trick's relationship with Detroit now? And what's your relationship with Trick?
Oh, shit. We was in prison together.
Oh, really?
You know what I'm saying? Long before the whole goon squad shit came together.
Yeah.
Trick, I know he cares about this shit that he sees going on right now, but they turned against him so heavy.
Really?
Yeah, when the whole Rick Ross thing happened, when Rick Ross came to Detroit.
That was bad for him.
That was bad for him because the regular rank and file citizens and the rappers turned against him. Right? They turned against him for that whole situation. So it just was what it was. You know what I mean? So I think Trick narrowly avoided being indicted.
Really?
For that situation.
Wow.
Yeah, because the city was mad at him. People wanted to see Rick Ross.
Yeah.
The rappers even turned against him.
Was that the last time that Eminem did a song with like someone who was a pure Detroit street artist?
No, their relationship don't have nothing to do with music. The relationship that Trick got with Eminem, it has nothing to do with music. They do a song every now and again with each other, but that relationship, that comes from 30 years of just knowing each other, battling each other, and just having the mutual respect for each other.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It just seems like there probably isn't anybody else that you could kind of compare to that like Eminem shows love to on that level of doing music with him.
Royce.
But Royce is like this like legendary rapper as well, you know, and they have like such a relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. They locked in.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Eminem's manager during like the COVID era of all these rappers coming out of Detroit and everything, I'm trying to like insert myself into that a little bit more, you know?
He did.
What was that?
He asked Royce the 5'9", should he do a song with T Grizzly?
Right.
The First Day Out came out.
Yeah.
And Royce told him, according to him, we only know about this because Royce recanted. He told the story on the Breakfast
Club. What did
Club.
Royce say? I didn't even know about that.
He said, yeah, but wait, let's see if he can do what he did with First Day Out again. Let's see if he can really do that again.
Right. Because you don't, as a huge rapper, you don't necessarily want to be attaching yourself to everyone.
Drake did it with the Migos, Versace.
But there weren't one hit wonders.
Nicki Minaj did it with Solid Baby with Whole Lot of Choppers.
Yeah.
I can name a million rappers who lended their credibility, who lended their influence to up-and-coming rappers.
But to be fair, Drake is well known as the guy who will do a song with all kinds of different rappers. Eminem has been so sparing with his cosign over the years that
he co-signed 50 Cent.
One of the biggest rappers of all time.
Not at that time.
Yeah, but he became that through him.
He co-signed 50 Cent.
But who also was signed to him. He had every reason to do a song with 50. 50 was the hottest rapper. He turned him up.
He turned him up. Yeah.
And he was profiting from it financially, which is different than Tigris.
He turned him up when he was being blackballed by the entire industry.
Yeah.
Irv Gotti and the whole rock of, they were trying to end 50 Cent.
But if M did a song with T Grizzly right after First Day Out, I mean, in retrospect, I think it would have been a good look, but it also maybe could have been viewed in a different way. It could have been viewed as like, look at Eminem clout chasing off of the new hot kid from Detroit.
So,
and I think that's what they were probably being cautious of.
No, because that's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what the reason that Royce gave.
Royce said, let's see if he can make another song. Basically, like, we want to see if he can actually have sustained popularity as an artist without your cosign, which I think is reasonable. Even though ultimately I think T Grizzly's talented enough as a rapper that wasn't.
I just did, right?
Yeah, you're going to get rid
I just did.
Were you filming me with those earlier, or you just rock them all the time?
They're not even on.
I just got them. I didn't actually work on them.
You got to get the displays, the metal displays. Now, fuck them, get the displays.
What's the displays?
Displays, but you have use your fingers and there's a window inside of the window.
Oh, I'm dying to try that. That sounds cool too. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go do the demo.
I should have looked into it more.
If Eminem would have done a song off of the success of First Day Out, that would have been a major cosign because of who Eminem is worldwide.
Of course, yeah.
That would have done something not just for T's career, but it would have what would it have meant to the regular rank and file hood nigga who aspires to be a rapper?
Yeah.
The influence would have been immense.
It would have been a very good look for Eminem, but there's another problem that could have happened too. There's all these like scenarios that could have unfolded.
In hip hop, when did we get to all these butts in hip hop?
Okay, but there's a problem that happens in rap where an artist gets big too fast because of a cosign. Think of Block Boy JB. Dre gave him the cosign, had the biggest rapper ever. It ruined what was at that time a gradual, slow building of hype around Block Boy JB because it was all of a sudden this insane spike, and he was never able to make another song that really capitalized on it.
In retrospect, if we look at it in hindsight, T Grizzly is a hit-making motherfucker.
He's a very talented rapper and musician. Yes, I agree.
Right?
Yep.
So was he able to make another one?
He made a bunch of other big records, right? Yeah.
He's still relevant now in the culture, right?
Sure, yeah.
He still has his deal. He signed his deal in 2016.
Yeah.
10 years later.
Yeah.
How many rappers have been in deals for 10 years?
Not a lot in this day and age, yeah. Well, you don't think, I mean, let's be real. The streets think T Grizzly kind of fell out by this point.
Yeah, hey, they can think what they want to think.
Yeah.
But anytime he wants to do what he needs to do, he can do it. I put my money on him.
Yeah.
So another thing is, when it comes to the success of First Day Out, name a Royce da 5'9" song right now.
Listen.
Hold on, motherfucker. Hold on. You
I fuck with Royce da 5'9".
Right?
Here we go.
You like, no. Hold on.
I have a bad memory.
Name a Royce da 5'9" song.
I have a bad memory.
Name a Royce da 5'9" song.
This is blood money. Get it away from me.
No, name a Royce da 5'9" song.
I can, however, it will require me going to his Apple Music page.
You just said he was a legend, though.
He's a legendary rapper, yeah.
Name an Eminem song.
Rappers can be legendary without necessarily having a huge song.
Name an Eminem song.
I mean, I could name many.
Name one.
My Name Is.
Name one Royce da 5'9" song.
I can't remember. I know. There's great Royce da 5'9" songs, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Name a T Grizzly song besides First Day Out.
Well, he had the Blood Is, what was it? The Blood Is mixtape with Lil Durk, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember any of the particular song names, but No Effort. That was a big one, yeah. Thank you for volunteering that. He has access to Google over there, so. Yeah, I don't know.
T Grizzly, lyrically, is one of the greatest MCs Detroit has ever seen, period. One of the most influential MCs Detroit has ever seen.
So why do you feel like his career might have slowed down a little bit?
Because he's doing other things.
Like
he's doing what you suggested the other rappers do. He's 10 years in, right? So he started his focus is not directly on music anymore. His focus is on, he has a bunch of business ventures going on, from real estate to gaming.
I heard that GTA shit ain't really what it used to be.
It ain't what it used to be for some people who don't have the level of popularity.
No, I heard it's not what it used to be for him specifically. There's this dude who makes YouTube videos about how he's basically gone out of his way to destroy the virtual economy and his GTA server, which he points out in some of those videos that the number of people consecutively using the GTA server is not what it used to be.
Right.
Granted, GTA 5 been out for like 15 years. GTA 6, hey, I'll bet the house on T Grizzly making a boatload of money when GTA 6 comes out.
And do you know how many other people he's turned on to that? Do you know how many other rappers, how many other his friends are sitting back making $20,000, $30,000 a month?
They have GTA servers, really?
Yes. He's building a GTA server for me right now.
For real?
Yes. He said,
you should be a part of his GTA server. You think you need your own server?
Hey, listen, I'll take the money any way I can. I was a robber.
Yeah.
So to be to sit on GTA and cuss people out and shoot people with
it does look
guns.
fun. Yeah, I want to fuck with the RP shit.
Can I take my money back now?
Yeah, you definitely can. I ain't taking it. Yeah. It's blood money, man. I don't know who you killed to get that.
Yeah. I robbed.
You killed. I wasn't gonna say it before, but all those stories about robbing people at gunpoint, I'm like, man, I know one of them went bad. And that's probably where that money's from. I
have breaking news for you. You hear me?
Yeah, sure.
When you see the full footage of what happened between All-Star JR, Junior, OG33,
you seen it?
And Ben 10, when you see you saw a part of it. When you see the rest of the footage,
the security footage,
all the stories that academics are trying to run interference. He's trying to run a PR. Speaking of PR campaign
on behalf of Team Youngboy.
Fuck yeah, he's running the motherfucking PR campaign this long for Team Youngboy. But when that motherfucking footage come out,
it's going to change the whole narrative.
Yes.
In what way? It's going to make All-Star JR look like a badass?
No, JR. Listen, bro. JR is not trying to look like a badass. Right? People are accusing him of trolling, right? Trolling is what 6ix9ine did to Chicago.
Yeah.
Right? That's trolling. Don't know him, don't have no relationship with him, right? You're just saying things about them because they are at the top of the totem pole and you're just using them to clout chase, right?
Mm-hmm.
All-Star JR is talking about or made a song about in reference something that he actually lived through, went through and experienced. You talking about what you actually went through, but if somebody else likes it or not, that's not trolling. That's just simply you talking about your life experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's not trolling.
Right.
He's not speaking from, I didn't tell him a story and he just went and he was recanting what I told him.
Yeah.
He's talking about what he actually went through. That's not trolling.
I mean, but he looks like a badass because he was on defense. He wasn't really fucking with nobody. He had a bunch of dudes try some shit with him. And then he not only survived this encounter, but he actually did more damage than they did.
Listen, I don't give a fuck what academics are saying.
Okay.
He took the gun from them and shot them with their own motherfucking gun. I wouldn't give a fuck if he was laying on his back or if he was hanging from the motherfucking rafters like a monkey in the zoo. Y'all attacked the motherfucker, dropped your gun, he got it, and he bust your ass out.
Yeah, that's bad.
He shot your motherfucking finger off your body. You can't even dig in your nose with that finger no more. It's gone.
He took Ben 10's finger?
No, the other motherfucker dead here around. He can't even dig in his nose.
Oh no. Well, you got the other hand.
Yeah, but he's used to using this finger.
Awkward to hit it.
Yeah, he got to use this to dig in his nose. He got to use his pinky finger. Almost lost that one too. Ben 10, get up and walk. Fuck all the videos, you getting facials, and you eating cold ass eggs in a breakfast platter and a styrofoam
You think
platter.
he's really paralyzed?
Get up and wiggle your toes and show the world that motherfucking shit bag you got on you.
Ooh.
Show that world that shit bag you got on you, Benny.
Yeah.
Hey Benny, hey Benny. Show the world that shit bag. Hold your shirt up, nigga.
So why is he your op? Just you hate Jay Prince Jr. so much that anyone who rolls around with him is an op?
No, we don't. Listen, All-Star JR didn't know, had never met Ben 10, doesn't know him at all.
Yeah.
NBA never had a problem with JR.
As somebody who interviewed All-Star JR just because he was, a relatively well-known rapper in Detroit and he had this association with T, et cetera, it was pretty bizarre for me to see him involved in this fucking storyline after not thinking about him for like the last 4 years, of all storylines. And so you have to hate on them because you're pro Detroit. That makes sense.
No. It has nothing to do with it. I'm pro real nigga shit.
Yeah.
So listen.
All-Star look like a real one and all
so
that
watch
stuff.
this, listen.
Good for him.
So I've defended many people from Detroit. Some you know, some you don't know, right? So me defending a rapper, it seems like I'm defending the rapper. I'm defending Detroit as a whole because that's the city I represent. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with an individual per se.
Yeah.
Right. You watched rappers who have names turn against me over the last month. Still hasn't stopped me. It still didn't stop JR from telling academics. If you ain't heard it from Dogface, it ain't come from me. And this is on the backdrop of all these people from Detroit saying, oh, he's not from Detroit. He's from Pontiac. He don't speak for Detroit. But then when the most significant thing that happens, even though it's something negative, the person who it happened to, who's from Detroit, chooses me to be his voice in the YouTube streets.
How far from Detroit is Pontiac?
20 minutes.
Oh, it's nothing.
20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way when people are like, I'm not from Detroit, I'm from Flint. It's like, okay, bro.
Flint's hour.
We're all the way over here.
Yeah.
Y'all are all in this little cluster. I'm sorry, we're gonna lump you all in together. I'm sorry. It's like Long Beach.
The traveling north.
LA dudes will be like, he ain't from LA, from Long Beach. To the rest of the world, Long Beach is fucking LA.
Yeah. So Detroit going north up 75. Detroit, Pontiac.
Yeah.
Flint, Saginaw.
Mm-hmm.
It takes an hour to get from Detroit.
An hour is pretty significant.
It takes an hour to get from Detroit to fucking Flint, right?
Yeah. You know, for sure, if there was a rapper who blew up out of like San Diego,
yeah,
that's a 2-hour drive.
The whole thing is, I'm not.
2-3 hour drive.
The whole thing is, every interview I've been getting interviewed. I am the most interviewed person, and I'm more interviewed than any rapper that you know. I've been getting interviewed on a constant, consistent basis for 15 years. Right? When you look at YouTube presence, you see more about Dogface than anybody else in the city of Detroit.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not ashamed to be from Pontiac, bro. DDG.
I was gonna bring him up. Yeah, you proud of his contribution to the Pontiac?
I absolutely am. So listen, I'm not running a high. Every interview I've done, they say, "Hey, were you born and raised in Detroit?" No, I was born in Pontiac.
Right.
I moved to Detroit. I've been thugging in Detroit for a long, long time. Simple as that. I've never lost a battle in the city of Detroit, whether it's streets or anything else. I certainly haven't lost a social media battle. I certainly haven't lost a YouTube battle. I certainly haven't lost anything. Yeah.
You ever tap in with DDG?
No.
Oh, okay.
I know his family, but I don't know him.
Do you think it's overall a good thing that you have somebody whose reputation is not based on street shit or whatever, being a good role model out of there?
It's a good thing for any city.
Yeah,
If you can find somebody who's made his way like he has, with the type of influence, leverage that he has, it's a good thing. I think people need to be proud of him. I think the whole state of Michigan needs to be proud of him because he's setting the tone. He's setting the example.
Yeah.
Right.
It's definitely dope to see.
It is.
Yeah. No, good for DDG for sure. Okay, what do you think about like Boosie putting out all this shit about his protective custody list? Do you have any thoughts about what yards people are going to? Is this a big conversation in Detroit like it is out here?
No. I don't give a fuck about what Boosie talking about. Boosie is another motherfucker who picks and chooses who he wants to criticize. I call it selective gangsterism. He's another person. When we went on Vlad and Vlad asked him about QCP, he dumbed up. He knows everything. He knows everything that happened. He dumbed up because he didn't want to run afoul of QCP because of the amount of power, leverage, the artist that he represents. He didn't want to run afoul of that. But Boosie has never been shy about calling somebody a rat. He knows exactly what QCP did, and he held his tongue because he was afraid.
Yeah.
Of that power and of that influence.
Yeah. Nah, it is pretty crazy when you really think about it. There's so few people who have really been consistent about who they're willing to put the cis jacket on. Yeah.
Think about the whole Young Thug thing. He didn't pipe down off of that shit. Right? He went against Gunna because it was convenient for him to go against Gunna because everybody else was going against Gunna. He didn't go against Young Thug though.
Right.
He dummied up. I don't pay attention to, listen, if you're listening to Boosie and if you think you're getting some substantive quality information, how that stupid motherfucker, you a fool.
You think he's stupid?
Yeah, I think he's stupid.
He's a pretty smart guy, business-wise and shit, right?
He's smart as smart is.
Okay.
But you don't look to Boosie for world events.
But the thing about Boosie is that Boosie will only do an interview with Vlad like every 3-4 months. And then when he does the interview, he has the power and the ability to tell Vlad, hey, I don't want to talk about this, this, and this. So Vlad, obviously, like, if he does an interview every 3 or 4 months, there's a bunch of rappers every 3 or 4 months
dumb shit
that you can say, hey, this dude told, what do you think? Wax said this dude told, what do you think? You know, like this 1090J made a video about this guy, what do you think? Boosie, like, clearly kind of ducks a lot of that shit.
Yeah, he ducks a lot of it because of, I just told you that in the black community, right, we pick and choose. We always have. That's nothing new. People are trying to put the picking and choosing on this generation.
Yeah.
No, we've always picked and choose based on convenience or based on benefit.
Yeah.
If I can benefit from you, then even if I know you have done something wrong, I'm not going to condemn you like I would condemn that motherfucker over there because I get nothing from him. I gain nothing from him. He does nothing for me. Fuck him.
The crazy thing about it is that as hip hop fans, prior to 6ix9ine, who was a well-known rapper or figure in hip hop that told?
Nobody.
We went 40 years or whatever of people making gangster rap music, and you never really. There's rumors, or people would put it on somebody, say so and so was a snitch, but you had to kind of take their word for it. Since 6ix9ine, the floodgates truly have opened. Like so many,
all the way open,
to the point where now we have to kind of grade it on a curve because what Gucci did seems a lot worse than what Gunna did.
You don't have to grade it on a curve,
but there's levels to telling.
You just call it what you call it, right? Yeah. So listen, what we are seeing displayed in hip hop with our stars and our entertainers is what's always been going on in the hood anyway. We're just seeing the hip hop, our stars or celebrities fall. But this is nothing new. People are not shocked because Gucci Man told on something. They're not shocked. They're not shocked about 6ix9ine. Listen, one of the most popular rappers in the world over the last 5 years, Boston Richie.
Yeah.
We saw him in an interrogation room doing the 1-2. Right? There is life after.
Yeah.
There is life after. White America don't give a fuck. Most of the females don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't care. White America, you say the world looks at it, the world. The world is not a bunch of niggas sitting around judging the motherfucker and pointing the finger at the motherfucker. The world is not Dogface versus Whack 100. The world does not give a fuck about either me or him. The world don't give a fuck about some nigga getting robbed in the studio in Dallas. They don't give a fuck about that shit. That shit is entertainment.
Yeah.
People's downfall has become the world's entertainment.
Yeah.
Niggas have always entertained the world. We've always been the court jesters. That's what we're here for. We're here to entertain the world. Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck about who told on what. Telling on somebody is not going to stop Gucci Man from getting endorsements. Telling on somebody didn't stop him from being paraded out in front of a stadium full of fucking spectators.
Many of what you call them a rat.
He got paid.
I think you are going to be surprised as time goes by how much of an impact this is going to have on Gucci's career.
So let me tell you why I'm not surprised. Because Gucci Man's popularity, success, and his impact was already waning well before this shit happened. Sure, yeah. You know, so his reputation has already taken so many shots. I think a bigger blow than even this was when he went up to the Breakfast Club and he admitted that he was bipolar and he was on medication and he sat there like a fucking lapdog while his wife guided him through that whole ridiculous fucking interview.
I think it explained things for a lot of people though.
We knew he was bipolar.
But it explained like why you just don't see him that much and why when you do see him, it seemed like it was in such a controlled environment. And
she's protecting her bag.
Yeah. But okay, the reason why I even said that about how prior to 2000, there was like such a shortage of people who told in hip hop is that it used to be easy for somebody like Boosie to say, I don't fuck with rats. And over the last 6 years, it has become kind of difficult to say that because that means you're going to have to cut off a lot of your relationships, even as a guy like Boosie.
Yeah, because even if you don't listen, even if you don't fuck with a person directly, there are other people who are going to deal with that person.
Yeah.
So do you have to cut them off too?
Yeah.
According to the street rules, if you fuck with a rat, you're a rat.
Yeah.
So right now, with the way hip hop is right now, you would be cutting off everybody.
Yeah.
Because it is a cycle.
Yeah. But now it's like, you know, even it's hard to remember how this seems so quaint, but 6ix9ine came out here to try to do media when he first got out in like 2020 and maybe 2021, I forget, but like Vlad didn't want him on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think I was in the conversation. He had to go do a podcast with Logan Paul.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he had to go do somebody who was like totally outside of hip hop. And even then, it's all talking about snitching or whatever, but that just seems crazy. Like, why the fuck? Like now, everybody in hip hop's like, yeah, we'll do content with 6ix9ine. Why not? I mean, sure, there's some people who won't, but
you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because the world was judging 6ix9ine according to the black standard.
Yeah,
if black people don't fuck with him, then we ain't fucking with him. The world was judging, and the world woke up. Whoa. This guy's kind of funny. He's entertaining. And fuck them niggas he told on.
And nobody should be even slightly surprised because up until the last 5-6 years, there was another standard. We're not going to do content with Nazis. Now you got Nick Fuentes going on all kinds of huge podcasts. Now you got like that's withered away because now everybody's value, our primary leading value is attention.
Yes,
if they bring attention, people in the media will do it.
There were people saying, I ain't going on Vlad. I ain't going on Vlad the police. I ain't going on No Jumper. Adams police. Okay. So listen, for the first time, right? For the first time ever, right? Adolescent, young black boys and girls and preteen adolescents, when they were asked what do they want to be, streamers and podcasters came in higher than rappers and singers.
Yeah.
You're a powerhouse. It doesn't matter whether people like what you say, like what you do. It's of no consequence. People can talk about Adam. Oh, Adam let somebody fuck his wife. If I ain't losing no sleep about it,
right?
Why are you?
Right.
I'm not suffering. She's not suffering. Y'all trying to judge me and what I do according to your own limited understanding of what you think is right and wrong. I don't think the same way you think. The majority of the people in this world, they don't think like black people think in the ghetto. What black people think in the ghetto don't run shit. Does it run politics? Is what black people think about Donald Trump.
I mean,
does that stop Donald Trump from being Donald Trump?
Him doing pretty well with the black population was definitely beneficial to him this time around. But, obviously it's kind of limited. I mean, like, let's say I knew that Joe Rogan was a Fed, that Joe Rogan works closely with the feds. And let's say that I was a criminal. Let's say I'm secretly running some sort of cocaine distribution network. If Joe Rogan invited me on his podcast, I would still go on it. And then I would not tell him about my cocaine distribution.
Well,
because it's valuable to be able to go on a big platform, right?
Listen, I'm going to defend you here. I'm going to defend you.
Sure.
Adam's a Fed. Adam asks Fed questions, blah, blah, blah. Hey, listen, I'm a content creator, you stupid son of a bitch. My job is to get the scoop. My job is to make my content interesting enough to the point where people will watch it again and again and again. If I ask you a question about something that you know you did and it's criminal, if you answer the question, that's on you, genius.
Yeah.
That's on you. That's on you.
If you really are such a street dude that you've got all this shit to hide.
Gangsta shoot 'em up, bang, bang ass nigga.
Aren't you used to hiding it because you have to hide it in every other aspect of your life?
What are you doing on No Jumper if you robbing, stealing, and killing? And your only contribution, the only thing that he could ever want to talk to you about is the fact that you're a robber, stealer, killer, and drug dealer.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you?
I've interviewed so many people that later on I find out, oh, that guy was a drug dealer. Oh, that guy was a fucking killer. That guy killed a bunch of people. And guess what? When they were on the podcast, they didn't even hint at the fact that they had killed a bunch of people, because if you kill a bunch of people, you're pretty much already putting yourself in the position where you need to make sure that people do not find out about that.
So listen, so do they blame you when you found out later to interview people who you had no idea about their criminal background?
Right.
Did people blame you for that too, or no?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
They blamed you for that?
I mean, it makes no sense, but yeah, for sure. Even the All-Star JR thing, there's people pulling up the old interview that I did with him where we talked for at least a little bit about the fact that he got shot in the head and survived. And people are like, oh my God, look at what happens when you go on No Jumper. Like, you end up in these
story.
It's like, motherfucker, he was telling me about some shit that happened.
Shot in the head and survived.
That he knew that he couldn't get in trouble for because it already happened.
He got shot in the head. He ain't telling you about, he didn't say who shot him.
Yeah.
He didn't say he shot nobody. He said, I got shot.
But I really have seen like viral posts of people where the comment section is filled with like, that's what happens when you go on No Jumper. I'm like, motherfucker, this is 4 or 5 years ago.
No. What happened in Houston at Confessions?
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with No Jumper.
Yeah.
What happened with Trey? Was that Trey 9? Was it 9 Trey?
Oh, the 9 Trey Bloods. Yeah, man.
That had to do with you.
No.
What happened to Pop Smoke? That was you.
No.
Lil Durk was you.
No.
King Von was you. Quando Rondo's friend getting killed was you.
Yeah.
None of that's you.
And that's the annoying thing is that people will put the most extreme allegation on you of saying that you're a cop or you're a Fed or whatever.
Easy target.
But they don't consider it their responsibility to
not
prove it.
Shit.
But then meanwhile, in the streets, if you're going to call somebody a snitch or whatever, what's the number one thing that a street dude is going to tell you if you call somebody a snitch and you're out of bounds for it? They're going to say, well, if you don't got the black and white, if you don't got proof or whatever, you can't be putting that allegation on it.
Hey, Adam.
Somehow I don't get that same benefit of the doubt.
Hey, because you're a white boy.
I know.
You're a white boy. So therefore, it's easy to condemn you. But for the same thing they accuse you of doing, they themselves do and have been doing. They picking and choosing. They trying to pick on you because you're Adam 22.
Yeah.
And they believe that you're an easy target.
Yeah.
But the same people who try to pick on you are the same people who wish they were sitting where I'm sitting right now. They wish it upon a fucking star.
Yeah.
All of the people who hate Dogface, do you know what they're doing right now?
Yeah.
They're pulling their fucking hair out. Right now they're nervous. I'm going to say their name.
Yeah.
On a podcast that has a how many subscribers you got now?
It's like almost 5 million, I think.
You got 5 million? You got 5 million?
Almost. It's like 4.9 or something.
They're pulling their motherfucking hair out right now.
Yeah.
And if you think they're pulling their hair out right now, wait till tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Breaking news.
Breaking news?
Who's your bestest buddy in this whole content creator game who's just as big, if not bigger than you are?
Vlad? Ack?
Well, you know,
Joe Budden?
I've already been on Ack. Me and Ack, but we were friends.
Oh, you're going on Vlad too?
But, yeah, I'm going on Vlad, motherfucker. Yeah, I'm going on Vlad.
There you go.
You hear me?
You've earned it for sure. I figured there's no way Mafi's not bringing you there too. Yeah.
Mafi is a motherfucking dog. He a motherfucking dog.
Yeah. That's dope. You'd probably be a repeat guest on there. Which, by the way, like, what are your thoughts on Boosie deciding that Vlad wasn't paying him enough?
I think he's too much in somebody else's business. It is an absolute fact that he found out what 6ix9ine get paid, and that influenced. Boosie doesn't have any complicated thought process. He's a stupid motherfucker, right? So do you think he has a complicated thought process wherein which he's figuring this shit out and putting all this shit together? He ain't putting this shit together like that. He saw that he heard that he made $50,000, and how could you be paying him, who's a rat, more you paying me? You're not more interesting than he is.
Right.
The content creator game don't have nothing to listen. It doesn't matter if you're a real nigga or not.
And he paid what he paid 6ix9ine. I know how much he paid him. He paid him that because it was his first tell-all interview in many, many, many years.
Right.
Meanwhile, Boosie's on interview number 30.
Right.
And his interviews would do really well if there was exciting shit to talk about. But if there wasn't, you know, he's kind of grasping for topics, you know, and that's why they only did. I'm sure Vlad would have loved to interview Boosie every single month if it was a little cheaper.
Listen, Boosie, listen. You became relevant in the interview space, in the YouTube space, because of Vlad.
Yeah.
So Boosie has the same kind of thing that Charleston White has going. You think you're bigger than the program.
Yeah.
We're going to show you that you're not.
Yeah. And this is my main thing, and this is why I think that Boosie turning on Vlad is not going to be, it's not going to last in the long term, is because almost every single person who's a repeat guest on Vlad is somebody who also makes their own content.
Yes.
You know, Vlad, like, really, who is he finding? Like, how is he scouting for repeat guests? He's looking at YouTube. He's looking at who has channels, etc. So he looks at somebody like Oskino and says, oh, shit, he's doing really good on YouTube. I should see if he wants to do an interview. And then he becomes a repeat guest. And he's also looking at smaller platforms that are also doing interviews with people.
That's what he did with me.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely did.
Even me, when I'm coming up in the rap game, I found a fucking old ass email that I wrote to Vlad, like when I first started having motion on YouTube, where I was trying to be a guest on there. Why? Because I knew that if I could go on his channel, I could give him content for free and it would help increase my visibility. So with Boosie, he's acting like he needs to either be on Vlad or do his own channel. Even if your channel does amazing, even if you make $100,000 a month off of your channel, you would still be kind of foolish to not go get 20, 25K, whatever from Vlad every 3-4 months. Like, this is how the game works now.
You're a damn fool.
Use Vlad's platform, but then work on your own platform as well. That's what everybody else is doing.
You a damn fool.
Artful. He just threw a phone to his homie through between two cameras.
All right. Oh, I want to give a shameless plug to the motherfucking Compton Pyrus in the building.
Oh.
You hear me?
Shout out to the Compton Pyrus.
Don't try it.
I will not.
Don't try it.
Well, actually, you mentioned porn. The other day, I'm shooting a porn scene with some girl and then another dude, right?
Right.
We banging this chick together. And I'm starting to like, and he told me he's from Compton.
Pause.
He told me he's from Compton. And as soon as he takes his shirt off, I get like the gang unveil.
Uh-huh.
and the fucking West Side Pyru across.
Oh, so you heavy on the porn game now?
Oh yeah, I'm
Is
deep,
porn?
yeah.
So is that a natural transition from? Because
one hustle's not enough for me.
Right.
You know, I'm a legend in 2 games.
Right. So you just. I mean, how did you get into porn, Adam? What happened?
Just fucking.
No, how did you get into porn? We all be doing fucking now.
Just
we all
having a big old white dick.
Why you guys
just slanging it?
I ain't even offended. You know what I'm saying? I ain't offended because we two men here. We ain't gotta say Paul off everything. You hear me?
So it's a hustle.
It's a hustle?
Of course. Yeah.
Do you make a lot of money doing that?
I did pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. You ever thought about getting into it?
Who do? Who do? Who got it? It's mine? Oh, yeah, it's all good.
I gave it to your man.
Okay, I got you. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good.
Did you have a pre-existing relationship with the Compton Pyrus?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
What? I'm dog face.
I can understand the symbolic value.
So listen. I get along with all robbers.
Oh, okay. Shit, they robbers? All right.
I get along with all steppers.
All right.
The only people who don't like me is bitch ass, hoe ass, pussy ass niggas. Is you a stepper? You gonna step on something? You gonna make something happen? Right? They love me, man.
I like that. But you're wrong with them because you also want to make it clear that you get love from the Pyrus in LA.
No, I ain't trying to make nothing be known.
The ones that don't hang out with whack.
That's family. I don't give a fuck about no whack. That's family.
Oh, okay.
That's family. When it's a check-in.
Oh, it is. Oh shit.
You check in with the #1 crew in the area.
Okay.
They come to Detroit. They come to where I am. They come to Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Detroit. They come where I got them.
That's what's up.
That's how it is.
That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Yeah. It's some gangster shit. It's a mutual understanding amongst gangsters.
Yeah, I'm crazy that I go to all these cities and I don't check in with anybody.
You might need to check in with the motherfucking Compton Pyrus, bro, if you want to be safe.
Okay.
Because you ain't having no luck with them goddamn Crips.
Really?
Respectfully. Sorry.
You know the Bloods and the Crips aren't like at war out here by nature, right?
Then you gonna make them Wack is trying his best to make them go to war with each other.
That's a complicated landscape out there, you know?
It is, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I'm gonna introduce you to them before we leave, so we can, you know what I'm saying? Because they make major. They
seem like upstanding young gentlemen.
Look at them.
Yeah.
Look, don't get the.
He's telling me, don't judge a book by its cover. These are some great guys.
You know all this shit. They're some great guys.
I know you can be a good guy and have a face tattoo.
Yeah. Yes.
I understand. Yeah. I'm turned on to that. All right. So where do you feel like what are you all building up to with all this? I feel like you've done like an amazing job making yourself more and more of a focal voice that can be relied on, especially with street shit, especially with Detroit shit, especially with just anything in hip hop that needs an explanation. You've kind of become like one of those guys that Act's going to tap in with when he needs to get some intelligence. Like where is this all leading up to with you? Are you you're building your own platform and everything as well?
Building my own platform. Shout out to Relax Street Star. Shout out to the Mafia channel, right?
Yeah.
An integral part of that. Shout out to everybody who's been instrumental in helping me build my brand. Everybody from Kidale, everybody from the Forum magazine, everybody has a voice. Shout out there. All my people, Finkel, Gotti, OG, Fat Tay, all these shameless plugs. I'm gonna use this my shameless plug.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody who's been instrumental in helping me do what I do. Mafia has been instrumental, and Jeff from Real Life Street Stars have been instrumental in helping me build my overall brand.
Where is he based out of?
Dallas.
Dallas, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Real Life Street Stars. The Blue Couch. That's what they call it, the Blue Couch.
Right.
So my whole thing is, I can't be fucked with when it comes to this shit. I am the most dangerous voice in Detroit. I am morphing into the most dangerous voice in the country when it comes to YouTube streets. We call it the YouTube streets.
You are pretty good.
I'm great at this shit. This is just scratching the surface. Shout out to everybody, my whole YouTube streets crew. Shout out to Baby Doll. Shout out to Public Figure Boogie, Detroit Gossip, Uncle Juice. Shout out to everybody who's been supporting me, who's been standing behind me. Shout out to everybody in Detroit who've been supporting me.
Where would you say you get most of your knowledge about on the topics that you talk about? Are you strictly combing social media, or are you hopping on the phone and really like tapping in with the people who know what's going on before you go on a podcast and discuss some breaking news?
I'm a reader. I'm a student of history, religion, and politics. So I'm an avid reader. I read everything from popular science, popular mechanic to National Geographic. I don't sit up and watch fucking porn all day.
Neither do I.
Right.
Just make it.
Right. I read. I study. I'm a student of all things. You hear me? As a black man, you can afford not to know something Because you never know what opportunity presents itself or will present itself. So you have to be ready for whatever comes your way.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes I feel like I got to do more research before I get on here and discuss topics. There's just so much shit going on that it's hard to find the time to like start calling all the right people and stuff. But then when I see Ackhop on stream, I could tell that he's already like ascertained a bunch of information by talking to the people who are closer to the subject matter and everything like that, you know?
I'm warning academics about this being 10 NW. Was it the NBA?
NBA Ben 10.
I'm warning him about trying to provide a safety net for them bitch ass niggas. I'm warning him. I'm telling you, hey, academics, I'm warning you. You can do public relationship for them, but when you get to trying to be specific about shit, I'm warning you not to do that. G7 is in the building, by the way, too.
Okay.
You know what that is?
G7.
You know what that is?
No.
Grizzly Gang.
Okay. Nice.
They're in the building right now. Right
That's
there.
good to know.
The big one. The big giant one over there.
Oh, yeah?
The big giant one.
Oh, I did a cooking show with T. Grizzly one time.
Yeah, how did it turn out?
Well, it's not on YouTube anymore. I looked for it a little while back.
Oh, it wasn't your content?
Nah, he like at some point, I think his label had him doing a cooking show.
Right.
And I guess it didn't work out that well because he stopped doing it.
Okay, we should do one. We should do something. I
don't even give a fuck about cooking, but yeah, we could do something.
Do something.
Yeah, definitely.
You got any more questions for me? I know you have questions for me. I know Wack.
That was pretty much the majority.
I know Wack
been
texting you. What Wack say? Come on.
Actually, I don't think he hit me.
Ain't no way in the world he ain't hit you. He know he watching this shit.
He did not hit me up.
Baby Shooter text you?
Nah.
Tell Baby Shooter, I seen him fight.
It wasn't good?
It wasn't good.
You're implying it wasn't good?
It wasn't good.
Damn.
Hey, LA, I love y'all. I'm in the building. Y'all know what it is. I'm on no jumper, baby. I made it, baby. Hey, mom.
You made
hey,
it, man.
Mama. Hey, mama.
And you're the second dog face I interviewed.
Who? Ain't no. Who? What?
You don't know about the other one?
No, ain't no other dog face, man.
Man, I'm sorry.
Call him right now so I can check that bitch ass nigga. Fuck you talking about?
I
Ain't no
don't
other
think I have
dog
his
face.
number, but look.
That says everything I need to hear. Let me see.
Wait, why does it not come up?
Because there's only one dog face, motherfucker. That's because your content has been bombarded with me.
You don't know about the other dog face?
No,
the one who was drinking the cranberry juice?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I interviewed him when he first went viral back in the day, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I heard
He's
about
like
that.
a Native American.
You mentioned him when you were mentioning me one day on the I got you.
Sense, yeah.
I got you.
Definitely.
I'm the only dog face, though. He could change his name.
Oh, okay. I'm going to tell him.
You're telling.
I don't think he's really like street adjacent. He told me he used to live in a tent.
Oh, he
like,
one of those
on purpose,
free
like
spirit
out in the woods, yeah.
Yeah, one of
in
those.
a tent.
Okay, I get you. It's only one dog face.
I don't think you'd be happy living in a tent.
No.
You got bigger aspirations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't think I could live in a tent either.
No.
I never even been camping.
It's hard to fuck in a tent, ain't it? You on the ground.
Depends how big it is, but yeah, for sure that could be a problem.
Gotcha. It could be a problem.
If you're gonna live in a tent, you kind of owe it to yourself to have a fire air mattress or something going on.
Something like that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't want to sleep on the fucking.
Any more questions you got for me?
Roots in the dirt.
Ask me a good question.
Shit.
You've been playing with me. I know you
I feel like we did what we supposed to do. I gotta go to a party in a minute.
Party?
Yeah, all of a sudden I'm going to a party. It's like an industry shit, man. I don't know.
Am I invited?
I don't even have a +1.
What?
No, they didn't even give me a +1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If I show up at this music industry party with a dog face and 20 Detroit gang members and also
Detroit.
Compton gang members,
they from here.
The fucking music industry is terrified of the streets of LA. Let me tell you that much.
Look at them. They nice guys, though. Look at him.
They look like nice guys, yeah.
Yeah, look at him. He's a God-fearing Christian man.
But you notice how the labels in LA will sign every drill rapper out of Chicago and New York, but they won't sign an LA gangster?
You know why? Because these niggas
scared.
crazy.
They don't want that shit in their
I wouldn't
backyard.
sign them neither. Look at the motherfucker. Look at him right there. Hell no, I ain't signing motherfucker. I'm signing the motherfucker neither.
When I was with Atlantic, I tried to sign Draco, and they looked at me like I had 3 heads. They don't want to sign people that are going to attract that energy out here.
I'm glad you said that, right? Yeah. Are you going to ever work for a label again?
Yeah. I have no desire to.
Are you going to start your own label?
I have no desire to. But it would be cool to like get to that point, but I don't know. There's like a bunch of artists I could kind of imagine myself signing right now, but it just doesn't really feel like the best use of my time.
So listen, how about we have a conversation through Mafi? We put together something because I have deep roots from Detroit to Memphis, to St. Louis, to Tampa Bay, to Florida, all Central Florida. How about we have a conversation about how about we choose an artist and we both get behind one artist?
Shit, you got the artists, and I believe in them. I'm open to it for sure.
Yeah. So how about we create some system where we let the people from No Jumper vote on what artist?
There you go.
How about that? Let's shake on it.
But here's the thing: as soon as the artist, like the narrative, is so important, and I feel like as soon as the narrative is like,
it's everything.
Oh, No Jumper has their new rapper.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the best narrative.
Why not?
When have you ever heard of a rapper blowing up who's signed to a media company?
The media companies are the future. Stop talking down about yourself. Stop underestimating yourself. You're a media tycoon. You're not just Adam.
But I think the people want an artist to seem
we don't
self-made,
give a fuck what the people,
or they want to see him signed to an artist that they already love.
We don't give a fuck what the people want. We decide. We are the culture. We are the movers and shakers in the culture. We don't give a fuck what they say or what they want. We give them what we want them to have. We force feed it to them. We don't give a fuck what they think.
Fuck y'all. The people at home, not the people who are standing directly behind the cameras.
I can't control what
they might take it the other way.
Don't do that. So listen,
let's work on it.
Let's choose an artist. Let's have them submit it. We'll let Mafia put it together. We'll find a way for them to submit it, and then we'll let No Jumpers audience decide.
I already got an artist, Crit Mac.
No.
He be rapping.
Adam, we're talking about somebody who has a command of the English language above and beyond. I ain't even gonna diss Crip Mac.
He's read books. He's smarter than some of the other Crips out there.
Because I don't know him. But I'm talking about somebody more of the the thingy.
Somebody who doesn't have a threat to kill people on his forehead, maybe.
Yeah,
that would probably be a good step in the right direction.
Who fits the overall? Because we're going to decide what the culture wants. We're going to tell them what they like.
But in the music industry, you are kind of beholden to the people. They tell you what's moving, and then you dump gas on it.
So the first time you heard "Sexy Red," you thought it was a smash single?
Pretty much, yeah.
No, you didn't.
For sure,
Just laughed.
First time I heard it was like Pound Town. It's a fucking song that was so destined to be gigantic.
So watch this. That tells you how polluted and how corrupt your psychological.
No, because I know what people like.
That do you understand what you're saying?
But I heard her when she was already fully developed, when she had already had songs that were being pushed out to people.
But do you know what that says? You are exposing the consumers of hip hop. If you heard that shit and you knew that it was gonna blow up, what does that say about the consumers of hip hop and some shit like that?
They love ratchet shit. They love hedonistic, crazy. You telling me
that Adam 22 and Dogface can't pick an artist and turn them into a viable star?
I know about 1 million hoes, and I don't know if any of them are really ready to be Sexy Red. She does stand out to me as kind of uniquely dope.
Dope?
You don't agree?
No, I don't.
Dope, yeah. In hip hop, we say dope. I'm sorry.
Maybe
not in Detroit.
No. Hip hop is Detroit. Detroit is hip hop.
I know, but
dope.
There's something special about her.
It is something special about it.
Yeah,
it is something.
And people need that.
When that nigga spit that loogie in her pussy, that brown loogie, that was special.
That is special. Yes.
That was special.
Yeah, and that pussy survived that shit.
Let me throw up my mom, bro.
No?
Let me throw up, bro. And I ain't even dissing Sexy. Because there's a place for everything. There's a time and place for everything.
Right. Well, all the girls I know were, as soon as Sexy Red came out, every girl I know was listening.
Pink, booty hole brown?
Every girl I know was listening to that shit.
I ain't mad at Sexy.
Because girls want to listen to a girl who's more of a whore than they're comfortable being.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. I ain't mad at Sexy.
Yeah.
So when you see a Sexy, don't get mad at me.
Most women are not going to like talk about the kind of shit that Cardi B talks about in her songs.
And that's why Cardi is so popular.
They can live through
Cardi, Megan, Nicki, they're popular because they are unafraid to be their genuine selves, so to at least put on the facade.
No, we all do that. You know, if somebody disrespects me, I'm not going to go kill them, but I'll listen to rappers who talk about how if somebody disrespects them, they're going to go kill them. We're all kind of using music to live voyeuristically
so
through people.
So you say we fucked up in here?
I don't even think it's fucked up. I think it's understandable. I mean, motherfuckers were watching Bruce Lee movies who didn't even know how to do karate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or if they did know how to do karate, they weren't no Bruce Lee.
Yeah, but this ain't no Bruce Lee shit we got going on here. This is some shit.
No, Sexy Red is Bruce Lee. Hey, all right. Shout out to Dogface. I appreciate you coming on. Tell them where to go subscribe if they want to see your content consistently on YouTube and whatnot.
Hey, listen. Go follow me on Instagram, the most dangerous voice in Detroit. Go subscribe to Mafi channel, MAFI channel. Go subscribe to Real Life Street Stars, Real Life Productions. Subscribe to Kid L. Subscribe to The Forum Magazine. Subscribe to Everybody Has a Voice. Subscribe to OG Fat Tay. Subscribe to Finkel Gotti. Subscribe to the YouTube Streets. Subscribe to No Jumper. Type in Dogface. I'm everywhere.
He said it. DAWG face, just in case anybody is not aware.
Everybody wear me.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man. It was great getting to know you. I think you're going to be a gigantic force. You're good at what you do.
I appreciate it.
You're already pretty significant, but you're going to go crazy. Shout out to Dogfish. No Jumper. Coolest podcast in the world. Check us out on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc. Like, comment, and subscribe. Shout out to our members who actually got to watch this live. And
I'm live?
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Nah.
I am.
Nah.
You ain't tell me this was live?
I don't think you came with 20 fucking killers to be scared, right? You rolled with the demons for a reason.
You ain't tell me this was live?
Mafi consulted with me.
How I'm gonna sneak out of here now? Shooters outside.
Yeah.
Baby, shooters outside.
Shooter and whack outside with Drake's.
Yeah. Not so much.
This might be your first and last No Jumper interview. That's too bad.
Really?
I mean,
that ain't what they say. That ain't what they said.
Shout out Dogface. Let's go.
This is Compton.
Everybody looks at like the people who are big doing content, and it's just like this weird hate thing.
I'm proud of you.
I appreciate that, man.
Because, you know, we'll talk about it on the thing.
We already on the thing.
Oh, we started?
Yeah, I'll count it.
I'm proud of you. Because it was a time where we was like, I wasn't your manager, but it was something we were discussing. You remember that?
Uh-huh.
Yes. When you came over to the house and then I was managing. Well, that's it. I don't like the word manager. I feel like manager is like oppressive.
Who are you managing?
I was working with Cole.
Right.
So we was partners. I don't like the word manager because it doesn't feel like
accurate or
it's not a proper description. But me and you were going to work together too because I just see how far you've come since then, and it's amazing, man. You are actually, before we even like fully get into your story and everything, though, I remember that time period being at your spot downtown. Yes, and I was getting canceled for the first time. Absolutely. Real bad. And you were panicking. I was depressed. You were panicking. I called Atlantic for you. You did? Yes, because you had this situation at Atlantic. Yeah. And I made some calls for you. I was like, dog, you okay? Okay, yeah, because you told me, you're like, listen, like, I know people with serious cases facing Fed time. Yes. Like you're like, you're having a bad media cycle. Exactly. Like you're going to be all right. And it's so crazy to see how much you panicked then and the shit that you've overcome now. Yeah. And now I feel like invincible to that sort of feeling that I had then of like, oh no, everybody's talking shit about me. You don't give a fuck. Yeah. Your guy came in and was like, I hate giving the boss bad news. And I said, man, Adam's been through, I guess you lost part of a stream or something that you did. Oh. And he was like, hey, he hated telling you that. I said, man, Adam gonna get through that. That's nothing. That's nothing. That shit just fall right off his back. Nah, yeah, that's real. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get that stream though. He's talking about the 24-hour stream. We're gonna save it. We're gonna find a way. Okay, well, there it is. You found a way. But in case you ever do an extremely long stream, don't stream 24 hours straight on YouTube. You gotta like cut it into like 12-hour chunks, basically. So, you know, I got my podcast, The Third Verse. Yeah. I'm just getting started. Mm-hmm. Why won't people just go live? It makes no sense to just put your content up. You should just go live all the time because the money is significantly different. Well, okay. So if you like the method that Vlad has kind of like figured out and is kind of the one we use, which is like, let's pre-record a podcast and let's cut it into clips. And the members who are paying whatever $5 a month can watch the whole thing ahead of time, or in this case, watch it live. And then like the clips themselves, like trickling those out, it kind of like helps you to make more money in total. Term. Yeah. Cause like if we just like live streamed those Crip Mac interviews, I mean, the problem is that he's going to swear a million times. So the whole live stream is going to get demonetized. And for us, like putting out the clips one by one allows us to kind of stretch that content out and then also really incentivize people to become members, you know? So it's a combination of both. You'll do a long live and then you cut it up in clips and post it. Well, so this is live right now, but it's only live for the members. So it's going to be like a much smaller amount of people watching it. And then for everybody else, we just like cut it up and like put those clips out kind of slowly, which I feel like it does at the end of the day. But then there's like such an appeal to doing stuff live too, just because that engages the audience a lot, you know? I don't want to like I'm interviewing you, but no, it's fine. How long have you been in the content game?
in total, well, really, like I started a blog in 2006 that was BMX oriented for 10 years. And then from there, start interviewing BMX riders. And then that kind of transforms into rappers. So No Jumper, 11 years. Content in general, 20 years.
Incredible. So when people look at you, I think, and a lot of the people that do content, they believe that you just came from nowhere. Like, oh, it just got started. That's why you're successful. But I know you've been doing it a very long time.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into it, but you was the first person to post Diego.
Lil Xan.
You was the first person to post that shit. And I seen it on your shit.
Yeah.
And that's how I started rocking with him.
Yeah, you rocking with him was what made me realize, like, you missed out on the vision. Because, like, I had known him and just felt like, oh, this kid is, like, funny and entertaining. But musically, it wasn't really impressive to me. And then I was like, you know, he seems like a handful. And then I realized you signed him. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should have been more willing to deal with a handful.
Well, I think with him, I just fell in love with who he was. I fell in love with the family. And DJ Fu brought him to me.
Shout out DJ Fu. I haven't seen him in years.
Yeah, he's still doing his thing.
Okay.
And he brought him to me. And I was like, I wanted a Hispanic rapper.
Yeah.
I just had been going to shows with Game.
Yeah.
And I just seen how massive the Hispanic hip hop community was. So I just told Fu one day, I said, man, I want a Hispanic rapper. And he brought me Xan. And I'm like, this dude look like a white boy.
Yeah.
But it was him and Steve Cannon in the car.
Shout out Steve Cannon.
Yeah, shout out Steve Cannon. And it went for me primarily wanting to do the deal with Steve. And then when Xan just back there zooted out of his mind, I'm like, dude is a star. He had only one tattoo on his face at the time. And that the 666 on there, but he didn't have all the other stuff.
Yeah, he kind of jumped the shark when he did like the drip.
Yeah,
that's when I was like, that's too much.
Well, I told him to not give more tats, but I told him a lot of stuff. So you
want to know a weird thing about the Mexicans in general, though, is that you go to a rap show, you realize like, oh, this is the majority of the audience in California. But then meanwhile, the Mexican podcasts, from my perspective, are usually like kind of small in comparison to the Black oriented podcasts. And then like historically, we haven't really seen like a Mexican rapper get that big.
I think because it hasn't been marketed correctly. I think Lefty Gunplay had an opportunity, not to say he don't still have an opportunity, but I think he had a real opportunity to be massive. But the music has to attract everybody. And that's the thing, like you can go in the studio and make something and think it's incredible. You don't know if the people gonna rock with it. You have no clue. It's like rolling the dice.
Really, like Lil Xan, he had such a crazy opportunity, and he should have like doubled down and really worked really hard on the music. And instead, like I saw your frustration during that time period where he was kind of like just not taking it serious enough. You remember there was a Genius show at South by Southwest that he bailed on at the last minute. And I remember you telling him there isn't going to be a second Genius show. Like this industry is built on relationships and favors that you do for people, and like you bailing on this one thing is gonna basically have like a negative impact on your career going forward. And he just didn't give a fuck.
But you know, to his credit, right? The young man at the time, he had never experienced. He wasn't prepared for this shit. Nothing can prepare you for the music industry, Adam. Like so, you looking at comments. Because I don't look at comments, but I tell artists all the time, don't look at the comments. But people just in the comments, people saying so much disrespectful things about you. And all the positive things that people say, people screaming your name, it gets drowned out by the negativity. You know what I'm saying? It's like I told you, people's like, man, don't do Adam's podcast. That'll hit you, but you know it's millions of people that tune in faithfully to listen to what you have to say.
No, appreciate that.
And so it's like it was tough for him trying to navigate through that. He had his own personal demons before I met him. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why when that whole situation went down, I want to say you jumped out the window and really stood up for me. That's why I'm doing that's why this is my first interview with anybody.
I know. It's insane.
I've been asked by a lot of people.
I bet.
But I said when I was gonna do an interview, I was gonna do an interview with you first. Because it was you and it was Wack that really. And you were definitely
and Wack loves you.
Yeah, and you was definitely around, and you stood up for me, and I'll never forget that.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
I'll never forget that.
And I kind of soiled my relationship with Lil Xan for a period of time because when he started kind of blaming everything on you, I was just like, bro, I seen this dynamic. I know how hard Stat went for you, and I know how it was your own demons that fucked your career up, and not what Stat was bringing to the table. Stat wanted to have you be a workhorse, doing every show, being in the studio every night, recording, and et cetera, and taking all this shit really serious, because me or you know how rare it is to have lightning in a bottle as an artist and to really have motion. It's so unbelievably hard, even when you have the cosigns and the height, et cetera. And it's like that moment is so important that you need to zero in on it and focus 100%. And we, as old heads, we get that. And as a young dude, he just didn't really understand how fleeting this moment was.
But guess what, though? Man, he experienced that.
Yeah.
Man, we went all around the world. We went everywhere. His album debuted in the top 10, man. A lot of people can't say that.
Yeah.
He's still performing now off those songs. So, like, man, yeah, it didn't pan out probably the way me and you thought it could be, because I thought I saw him being as bigger than like Billie Eilish. For years, whenever I see Billie Eilish, I see Diego, because I felt like she took his whole aesthetic.
Yeah.
If you can, she started looking like him after a while. She was really into him.
Droopy-eyed sort of vibe.
Yeah, that whole vibe. She looked like him. So,
yeah.
But man, the fact that he got to see that, he's from Redlands, California. And he actually was all around the world doing his songs, man, doing his music. He never would have imagined that for himself, man. That's fantastic for him. I love him to this day. I never stopped loving him, even through that situation when he was talking.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, man, why don't you say nothing? Man, I'm not saying nothing about him. I love him. I will forever love him, because we made history. Nobody would have ever thought that we could have done that, along with everybody involved. Food, like, man, it was a great ride. And yeah, do I wish it would have extended for him, and he might have not. We could have done some things differently. Yeah, but I mean, you could say that about everything. My own personal career, I could have done a lot of things differently. You know what I mean? So I'm happy he got to experience, and I'm happy that I got to know him. I met you through that whole situation. You've been solid ever since I know you, so it's fantastic.
But do you think that, like, looking back on it, do you feel like what were the biggest things that Lil Xan could have done differently that would have potentially made his career what it could have been? Because to me, I'm going to put Lil Xan in the exact same category as Lefty Gunplay, where they have all the personality, they have the fan base just waiting to embrace them. But they're both committed to making the music themselves, and I think for both of them, they are not talented rappers. Lil Xan should have been in the studio with writers helping him to shape great music, because I don't think he was a talented enough recording artist to do it himself.
I think he was prepared for, like, knowing how to navigate and make himself big, because he studied YouTube.
Yeah,
like, religiously, he would look at YouTube, study it, and know what's going on. I think he wasn't prepared for all the circus, what people was having to say about him and how it would affect him. You get that? So he wasn't prepared for that. And it didn't matter what anyone tells you. You just can't prepare yourself for people and the things that they say on the internet. And they start getting information about you. It's just, you can't prepare yourself for that. And then it affects you, and then you spiral. So whatever problems that you go into this industry with, and you having all these other things going on, it's going to be magnified. I think that was the issue. I think I made a mistake. The mistake I made was when he did that Revolt interview and he said that thing about Tupac.
Right.
I should have had them pull that or made them play the whole clip. Because they just said that he said he don't rock with Tupac. What he said was, I always loved Biggie more. Even though I'm from California, I was into Biggie. I thought Biggie was a better rapper. It's a lot of people that felt that way, but the way they shaped it is, oh, I don't mess with Tupac.
But when they have a soundbite like
that's whack.
You cannot defeat that kind of narrative with truth. Because
but that's why I should have stepped in and said, yo, cut that.
Yeah.
I should have done a better job. And I didn't do that. That was on me. So I'm not pushing fault. I think so many times in situations, we want to push fault on somebody else and say it was their fault or whatever. Okay, you got to look at yourself too. Like, what did I do more so than trying to blame him?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, we all did that together. Me, him, Fool. Like, it was something that we all came together. So that was something I wasn't on point with. I really thought they was going to play the whole soundbite. I didn't know media the way I was supposed to be like, oh, they're going to clip that up and say, yeah, I think Tupac is boring. And that's exactly what they did. And it was like, damn, I hate him.
But I'll give you an example is that with the La Russell controversy over the past couple months, like the thing that he said about Lil Wayne was really like pretty tame in context. Like if you actually look at it, like he said, he basically said, some of my goats kind of let me down, like, as I get older or whatever. Like, he's acknowledging that Lil Wayne was one of his favorite rappers of all time. All he was saying was that as he gets deeper into the rap game, he feels like maybe Lil Wayne could have had some more depth or whatever. It's really like a pretty nuanced take, but people don't give a fuck. Like, if you ask the average rap fan, what did Lil Russell say about Lil Wayne? They're going to say, hey, he hated on Lil Wayne. Like, fuck him.
Can I say this? Because I said this on Third Verse and I said this on Culture United. I'm going to say this on here because it's a bigger platform.
Okay.
I don't think enough rappers acknowledge the guilt that you feel from the type of music that you make. I know me personally, the things that I have written, the things that I've said in song, and the success that I have achieved in this business, business-wise and as a writer and as an artist, I feel a little guilt because I know what I have done has contributed to that my family, we having things and I have a good life, but I've also said, kill a nigga, steal a nigga, shoot a nigga, die, dinga, die, fuck your bitch, fuck. I've done all these things and I'm man enough to say, damn, hold up. You know, I influence somebody negatively. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think enough artists that in their latter, the tail end of their careers, I think they should be vulnerable because I've had a lot of conversations with artists outside of this type of platform. And we sit around and talk about stuff like that. Dang. You know, that's why I never jump down a politician's throat about what they say or what they do. If you make a mistake and I feel like you made a mistake, I would never just be like, man, Adam. Nah, because we all have messed up.
Right.
And that goes back to even Diego. Everybody makes mistakes. It's about how you recover from them and acknowledge that you made the mistake. It makes you a better person.
Well, that's interesting you say that, though, because somebody like, you know, a Lil Durk or whatever, like his content's like 1,000 times more violent than anything that you ever put out there. But it's like, what's the quote is like, you can never convince a man to change his opinion when his paycheck depends on it. You know, like Lil Durk, and granted, obviously he's in a different situation being facing his case or whatever, but it's just so not helpful or advantageous to his career in any way to acknowledge the fact that he's made music that like quite literally has probably prompted or, you know, not only like his own drama and insular situations involving, you know, people in his life, but has almost certainly, you know, influenced like random kids to go out and shoot somebody or whatever the case might be. And like, it's just not something that you really are likely to hear rappers talk about even late in their career. Like, it's interesting to hear you say that because I'm sure you were having like an off-camera conversation with people who are willing to be vulnerable, because even people who are later in their career, it seems like that's not a truth that they're really comfortable wrestling with publicly.
Yeah, they never do it. Even if if any type of content that you create that influences people negatively, right, and you generate income from, you should have some self-awareness to be like, dang, okay, somebody might have took that literally and not actually as entertainment.
Yeah.
You got to be self-aware. I think that's what, I think a lot of artists don't do that. I never come down on artists though, because I realize how hard it is to be known. Like the fact that you make content, white guy up here making content, hip hop content, everybody knows you. You know how difficult it is to get in this position? Everybody got a phone with a camera on it. And these mic, they sell this everywhere. This table ain't different. They got somebody can buy the same table, all these cameras, all these lights,
right, and
call themselves Adam 24. Right? Nobody's gonna watch that because they're not Adam 22. So when you talk about Lil Wayne, even Lil Russell, you talk about Diego, when people be like, oh man, Stat Quo, you ain't put no album out with Shady Aftermath, but you knew me. You saw me. I got to that level. You gotta respect people for getting to that place. So sometimes, like when your comments, like going back to the Lil Russell thing, you gotta respect Wayne for where he went. And then you like Lil Durk, even though he talking about what he went through, we still gotta respect the fact that he got there and rose up out of that situation. And what is he gonna talk about but what he went through? My thing is, once you get through that, let's have some awareness and acknowledge the fact that, dang, I might have influenced somebody. You know, that's just my opinion. I don't want to be, crashing on nobody else.
The thing about it too, though, is like, even as adults, we do things that we don't want our kids to do.
Yeah, facts.
Like I could go out to the club tonight and drink and smoke or fucking Lord, I don't do drugs anymore, but imagine I got drunk enough that I wanted to do drugs, and I don't want my kid to grow up and do drugs, and I don't want the young people watching this podcast to go and do drugs. But the reality is that a lot of people love doing drugs, and a lot of people have made careers off of talking about drugs, or, you know, even when it comes to violence and shit like that. Like, yes, in one breath, a rapper will tell you that violence is bad and that it fucked up their life, etc. But then that same rapper probably also has people in his life that, you know, that he considers like enemies or whatever, and maybe one of them gets killed, and maybe he doesn't hop on the internet and celebrate, but maybe privately in his group chat he's got some jokes to be made or whatever. Like, you know, these are all real parts of life, and a lot of times in rap, like the winners are the people who are willing to be the most real, even if what they're putting out is kind of antisocial. Even somebody like Boosie, who's like probably the most popular podcast guest in rap. I mean, Boosie is somebody who will say things that are kind of hateful, kind of homophobic, very much considered ignorant by a large percentage of the population, and that's what they love him for. Charleston White is an even way more extreme example. Yeah, but I mean, he says things that your teacher or your, you know, if you went to your high school class and you played a Charleston White interview clip, they're probably going to kick you out of class. You know, that's just the reality.
Well, in this game too, you got to realize it's about entertainment as well. Mm-hmm. So you got to be polarizing. You got to sometimes you got to push a button.
Right.
I was reading a comment. Oh, y'all talk about is Drake. And Drake. I said, well, all ESPN talk about is LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
All they talk about is the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Lakers, and the Cowboys.
And in that way, things ain't changed that much, because during your heyday, every episode, XXL covers, they had like 6 50-cent covers in one year.
That's it. And so when you talk about what these people are saying, they're saying what the public want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
If the public wanted gospel rap, if the public was like, I want gospel rap, gospel rap would be the hugest thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You can't blame the artist because they're trying to find a way. I'm just saying, as an artist, once you get to a place, it's cool to acknowledge and say, dang, you know what? Man, I kind of like, I was on some shit. Like, I shouldn't have said certain words. Kill a nigga every line of the song. It's like, and then you see some artists, that's their history, but then they want to attack politicians quick. Like, oh, you did it for the, okay, so if you're going to attack the politician, can you at least acknowledge that you have had mistakes in your life as well? So we can all be, admit that we're not perfect people.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's perfect, dog. We all.
But one thing I notice is that, like, especially when it comes to drill or street rappers, that a lot of times the ones who are able to have really long careers are the ones who really like never let go of the most violent, edgiest shit in their content. Like the guys who keep pushing that, like, you know, even Lil Durk, like super late in his career, he discovers King Von, and King Von is just this like bloodthirsty ass rapper, and that completely reignites Lil Durk's career, and he makes all these huge ass records from talking about all this street shit. Whereas like for years before that, Durk's content had kind of been going in this more auto-tune, melodic direction. But his career experiences this complete and total rebirth through this dude who we now know was more or less a killer. And I mean, that kind of just says it all about the fact that like his career got extended by the fact that he was willing to keep embracing shit that realistically at that point in his life, maybe he did know better.
So let me tell you, the first time I met him was down in Miami. I was at the mall with Wack. And he was just walking around. This was around the time when Game and him was having some issues.
Right. Okay.
So nice, man. Like a really nice guy. And then the second time I met him, I was working with Cole. Me and Cole was working together, and he was shooting a video. And he was such a nice guy, man. Like a good man. So to hear the records and the things that they said was going on, that's just really about what he grew up in. But I'm gonna say this. He said in a song that what they said, where do you see yourself in 5 years? He said in the feds. So sometimes your words can impact your life in a meaningful way. So I think I just remember hearing him say that, and I was like, dang, okay, he shot him. He might have shouldn't have said that, because that shit is. He told his future right there in that rhyme.
Right. But like him saying that wouldn't have really mattered that much if he didn't also continue to do things that were pretty much destined to land him in the feds.
But do we know he did it?
We don't, but you know, the feds don't fuck around too much. You know, if he didn't do it, he probably had a whole bunch of knowledge about it and probably did a bunch of other stuff that could have gone.
Can I tell you a Fed story?
Sure.
That very apartment that you came to.
Yes. You still have that?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
This is why I don't have it. So I used to get plane tickets from a guy overseas.
Okay.
And this guy, come to find out, was stealing people's airline miles. So one morning, it was probably like 6 a.m. Boom, 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 at my door. I'm on the toilet because I'm taking my regular morning shit.
Yep.
I come out, I still have my pants down because I'm like, what's going on? Go to the peephole. I see 4 FBI agents outside of my shit, right? Big ass guns. I'm like, I think y'all got the wrong number. He's like, are you stealing? I'm like, huh? Open the door. It's like 30 of them in my hallway of my spot.
30, Jesus.
They came in there, put on my pants, laid me on the ground. I'm like, dog, y'all got the wrong person. He sat me down and he's like, yeah, we doing a sweep right now. Long story short, the guy that I was getting the tickets from was getting them fraudulently, and I didn't know that.
Okay.
So they thought, and what he was doing was selling them to other people. I was paying for them direct and using it. I didn't know what he was doing, which come to find out long time after everything, they knew I had nothing to do with it, but I still played out. You know what I mean? And Wack was there for me during that time. He helped me with my lawyer. You know what I'm saying? He came in there.
Did this make the news?
No, because I'm not famous. But I think had it made the news, it would have been different. But I was facing 20 years in jail.
What the fuck?
For wire fraud.
And did you have to like actually fight it, get a lawyer and everything?
Wack got the lawyer.
But oh, really?
Wack, he introduced me to the lawyer, the same lawyer that Suge had. That dude, the Wax guy, that Blueface used him too. So shout out to him. And I remember because they were trying to offer me a plea of 7 to 14 months.
What?
Yeah, and then Wack came in there. I don't know what made him come by the office because I was almost about to sign it because the lawyer was convincing me like, it's a good deal because I was facing 20.
Even though they were not going to be able to prove that you had any sort of insider knowledge that this was shady.
But I had so much friends that have dealt with the feds, you just scared. You just don't know. So you just like, fuck it. Because it was a 98%, 99% they win. Man, Wack walked in that office like an angel and was like, hell no. You ain't signing that. And Wack was showing the lawyer like, look, this how I get, he didn't know. And then it changed everything. I had to pay whatever I owed. I paid it fast, went to the court in Dallas with the lawyer. They said, yo, you shouldn't even be in here. You didn't know what was going on. The guy said I didn't know. And I just end up, because I had to get something, I ended up getting a year probation. But I was facing 20 years in jail. And I'm saying, going back to what you were saying, the feds ain't no joke.
Yeah.
So when all these rappers and everything that they dealing with that fed stuff, the state, okay, that's one thing, but that fed shit is serious. And like when I seen that come across with Lil Durk, I immediately was like, damn, I was hurt for him. And anybody that goes through that, because I never would have imagined. I was in jail, they locked me up. And I'm just like, damn, I remember looking out the window and seeing people walk on the street. I almost threw up because I couldn't believe that had happened to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I stay out the way. You know that.
Yeah.
I'm low key. So
you seem like you would very much avoid being involved in any kind of criminal conspiracy at this point.
Anything. I didn't know. Yeah. I've been getting tickets. I had been getting tickets from that guy since like 2008. He was introduced to me by a colleague of mine, homeboy of mine that used to rap in my little crew. And I thought he was just getting like, I never knew what he was doing illegal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I was writing it off on my taxes. That's how you know I didn't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, because his prices weren't too different than the which was the flight, was the people that use the travel agent.
Right.
So I use him or the travel agent. I would go between them. So if she can get me one for $250, I use hers. His was $300 every time.
That's a huge argument, what you just said, in favor of getting a second opinion when it comes to even something like your lawyer, because you know, us as non-lawyers, we just kind of assume like the lawyer knows 1,000 times more than me about the law. So if he's telling me that I need to take this year or whatever, then you should probably just do it. And the fact that somebody like Wack, who's all street smarts, that he was able to like interject himself, and that's insane.
So that's why, like, when I look at even content, I know a lot of people that hate Wack, and I don't care. They can hate him,
right?
He been good to me, So I disagree with a lot of shit he do, but I'll never disagree in front of everybody else. We'll have a personal conversation, you know what I'm saying? And I tell him things like, hey man, come on, man. We have our talks, you know what I mean? On everything. So but I know, like somebody say, oh man, I don't rock with Adam 22. I'm like, nah, That's my dog. I don't care what you talk about.
Yeah,
That's family for me. Because when that situation went down, you stepped up and said it. And it's a lot of people that were there just like you. They ain't say shit.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, that was just such a no-brainer to me because I could more easily put myself in your shoes than his. Like, that's a big part of why signing an artist doesn't seem all that attractive to me, is because you just know that you're just going to be the one taking all the blame if anything goes wrong. Yeah, and everything can go right. And then when something doesn't go wrong, right, then you're the one taking the blame for it, despite the fact that you have so much less of an ability to make things go wrong than he did.
Name a situation. I just want to know where an artist has did any type of deal, been successful, and then they didn't complain about something that went on with their past once they weren't successful.
Oh yeah.
It's never happened.
Unthinkable.
It's never happened. I did it. I had the opportunity. I signed with Dr. Dre and Eminem, and then when that situation went left, I did an interview like mad, like and then I look back at myself like I was an idiot for saying that. Then people gave me an opportunity, they gave me a chance. They changed my life, and these people are still in my life right now. Like, how could I ever think anything opposite? But I think at the time you so caught up in like what could have been instead of what actually happened. And what actually happened is, man, you made a shit ton of money with these people, and they gave you an opportunity that nobody else did. And your name will live on forever because you was a part of something that was so historic. So how you gonna be mad? How can I ever be mad at Dr. Dre? Are you kidding me? This guy changed my existence. Eminem, Paul Rosenberg, Jimmy Iovine. How can I ever be mad at these people? These people changed my life.
Right.
I live in this life because those people saw that I was suitable enough to be down with what they were doing.
Okay, but devil's advocate, I mean, yeah, they made your life better and everything, but they didn't necessarily see the whole plan through, right? Because at a certain point, Eminem just got frustrated with you because you weren't necessarily doing things his way, right?
Well, that was a mistake that I made for opening my big mouth because I'm questioning a man that sold a quadrillion records, telling him that something's not going to work. That's stupid. I was dumb.
And so what? It was a song?
It was a song called Dance on It.
Okay.
And Eminem had wrote the hook, and he wanted me to say the hook. And I wanted him to stay on the hook. And this is where...
And he just wanted to have a verse on it.
No, it was going to be my song, but he wrote the hook and he made the beat. Okay. But I was ignorant at the time because as rappers, you want to write all your stuff. You're like, oh, ain't nobody writing for me.
Right.
So I'm like, yeah. You can, I'll use it if you stay on it and give me $1 million. Yes, I said that.
You said, give me $1 million just as like a joke because you already signed, right?
Yeah, I was signed, but it wasn't a joke. I'm just saying it. And he got so mad, stormed out the studio. And Dre was like, why did you say that? I'm like, I was just saying that. I was like, you think he mad? He's like, Dre's like, absolutely.
Yeah.
And Dre was like, we got to finish the album. It's over. He's done with you.
Wow.
Right then. I'm like, damn, for real? And they had set it up. They put out the re-up. I had the most songs on that. Looking back, I could see what they were doing. They were setting me up to come out because I think that thing went double platinum. And then I was going to be the next thing to drop. But me and my big mouth. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I could never get upset with an artist for saying things out of turn because I said shit out of turn. So I'm going to forget that I was saying stuff out of turn and just, and plus you emotional about your stuff. You're not being rational. And I was emotional about my stuff. And I apologized to him, begged and pleaded. It was over with.
You literally begged and pleaded to his face, or you like messaging him or calling him?
Absolutely. We wasn't messaging. This was like,
pre-messaging, right? Yeah.
If we was messaging, I think it was Skytail pages or something, but I definitely told him to his face. And then I remember he had a something, I think, where he had like an overdose or something. I sent him this package. This was after I wasn't even with the label anymore.
This was publicized that he had an overdose?
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if it was or not, but something where he was in the hospital. I don't know if it's overdose or something, but I sent him a package so he could recover or whatever. I had some pornos in there or whatever.
Oh, nice.
And I remember when he got it, somebody's like, he's not mad at me because he thought I was going to be mad. I wasn't upset with him. I was grateful to ever have known him and to work with him, to be around him. And then when Cole did the Juice WRLD video,
right,
that's where it kind of like we all reconnected.
Really?
Yeah, because Paul was there. DJ was in there. I had been seeing DJ, but Dre, I mean, I was already had reconnected with Dre, but Dre was there. Everybody was there. Mike Tyson came out, and it was just a beautiful moment. You know what I mean? I think Monster is the name of that song.
Yeah.
And that just felt like, 360 for me because I was working with Cole. They didn't know I was working with Cole. You know, Dre didn't know that. And then I'm just on the set and it was cool. Paul knew, of course, but like it was just a whole thing. It just felt like Royce, the 9, everybody was there. It was just a great day, man. It was like 3-day shoot. I think that song got like over 1 billion streams. That song was massive.
But okay, so from your perspective with Eminem, like I always just hear about how particular he is and how interesting his lifestyle is, where I've heard people say that he's in the studio from whatever hours it is, like 10 to 5. And when it hits 5 o'clock, he got an alarm that goes off and he's out of there.
Yes.
Like he's unbelievably regimented when it comes to the creative process. I think us as like normal people, you think, we might be in the studio till 5, we might be in the studio till 10, whatever. Like, you know, every day is a little bit up in the air, but I've always heard that like possibly because of his experience with drug addiction and rehab, recovery and everything, that like he chooses to keep his life like extremely regimented. Is that your experience?
Well, I think all of us, everybody, we call it the Dr. Dre school. And everybody that came through Aftermath, it's like you're graduating from that school working with Dre. And he definitely implemented a lot of Dre's habits into what he does. So that's kind of like how I see it. Dre has just had such a massive influence on Marshall and everybody that's been around him. So when you see somebody that's successful and you see how hard they work, and then it resonates and rubs off on you. So with Marshall, it just rubbed off on him seeing Dre. You know what I mean? That type of passion. And M has that type of passion. So he's like, yo, I'm taking it and making my own. Whereas Dre working all night, Marshall like, you know what, 9 to 5 or 10 to such and such, and that's how I'm gonna do it. And that was basically because he wanted to make sure he was in his kids' lives. That was his whole thing, you know what I'm saying? And he's a phenomenal father, now grandfather, by the way.
Yeah.
So Dre, I would say probably was the biggest influence, more so than anything with some drugs or whatever. That regimented thing, Dre is like that with his shit.
And so did you kind of get turned on to that work flow?
Yes, with Dre. Like everything I am in the studio, everything about like that part of my life, I just took that from him and being around him and watching how passionate he is and how hard he goes. You know, anybody can like be broke and go hard. It's definitely hard. It's when you got billions of dollars and you still working as if your life depends on it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like when you watch LeBron James the other night, dunking backwards, he got all the money in the world. Kevin Durant, these guys they'll never not have. It's something deeper than that. They got a passion that burns inside them. Dre, that's that type of shit that Dr. Dre got. Eminem got that too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I tell people this story all the time. I said to Marshall, I'm like, man, like, why like you Eminem? This one time we had a conversation. I'm like, man, you Eminem, you already big, you know what I'm saying? He's like, I haven't written her happy birthday yet.
That's what he said?
He said, I want to write a song that's as big as happy birthday.
What the fuck?
That's the coldest. And then I told him that he said that. He said, I don't even remember telling you that. I'm like, that's the coldest shit anyone's ever said. I want to write a song that's as big as happy birthday.
But it doesn't feel like Eminem is doing the things that might eventually result in having a song as big as happy birthday.
He's still putting out work. He's still putting out music.
But most of his music is so like is the exact opposite of what you would expect to be able to have that sort of mainstream appeal, because his music is so dense lyrically.
But he created his own partial of the world that love his dense thing that he's doing. And what they do is they evangelize to other people that aren't necessarily into his vibe. They be like, you know what? I do like that. You know what I'm saying? Like when I first heard Rod Wave, for instance, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, he ain't really rapping. It's some melodic stuff. And then as I kept hearing other people talk to me about it, I find myself sitting in the house like, man, this dude jamming. Like, oh, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it might not be your thing, but when you get other people, nah, you got to listen to this, you got to listen to that. And you're like, damn, okay, that's cold.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But some things you're going to get off top. Like if Taylor Swift would have walked in my office when I was to sign, I wouldn't have signed Taylor Swift.
Right. Why though?
Because she just looked plain. It didn't stand out to me. It was like a regular white girl.
Yeah.
But she's one of the biggest stars in the world. I would have missed that.
And bro, when I go back and I'm the same boat as you, where I'm just not really like primed to be able to evaluate that kind of talent.
Yeah.
But I've seen her documentaries and you see the videos of her performing when she's 12, 13 years old or whatever. And it is just like, whoa, like she was very far along in the process of becoming a great artist when she was extremely young.
Yeah.
And then she was lucky enough too to have parents that fully embraced it and were willing to move from Pennsylvania to Memphis, or not Memphis, but Nashville, just to pursue that. Like, that's pretty incredible. Like, to have that natural talent and work ethic, and then also to have parents who embraced it and let you get this head start where years and years and years of working your ass off that the average person might have had to do, she was able to like have parents who embraced her to that level. Who of us would do that?
But see, this is why I would have missed it, because I feel like artists have to be Halloween costumes. Like, whether you know it or not, somebody can dress up and be Adam. You and your wife are a costume.
2017, 2018-ish era, there was a lot of people dressing up as me for Halloween, which is kind of strange to look back
What
on.
I'm saying to you is, but that's what superstar shit is.
Yeah.
Every superstar, you can dress up like them. Eminem, you know what I mean? Yeah. So when I first seen Taylor Swift, I'm like, what's the costume? So a white girl with some blonde hair and tall look awkward. It didn't hit me like that. So that's why I would have missed it. I would have looked past the talent because I'm talented. I'm extremely talented. I can write anything and I'm dope as fuck, but it's deeper than talented to be that superstar. Michael Jackson is talented, but that boy walked around with a monkey. Yeah. Prince played all the instruments, but he wore ass out pants with high heels, with hair flushing down his back. You know what I'm saying? J. Cole's talented, right? But he walk around here looking like a monk with his hair all kind of crazy. Kendrick Lamar had a puppet on the stage with him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? In a Kung Fu outfit.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So like the talent is not enough in most cases, but with her, I still don't know how she did it. Because Madonna's a costume. Taylor Swift is that a costume? She's just like a white girl with blonde hair.
And I feel like she is like, her value is just that she's an incredible songwriter above all else. So she just makes like really, really great records. And if you really look at like the value proposition with Taylor Swift, she's not an amazing vocalist. Her singing is okay.
Yeah.
She's not a good dancer.
Nah.
Her dancing goes viral all the time for being pretty basic.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, you know, you put her up against people like Adele and Rihanna and shit who have these like world-class voices. And I mean, she was able to pull it off just on the basis of being being able to form a cult of people who love her music, and then also just making really, really good music over and over and over. And really, like, that's what got to me about Taylor Swift through listening to her. Obviously, I never like listened to her before my wife just started playing it around me all the time, but she just has like so few misses. Like you really go through these projects are like 15 songs deep, and like you get to song 13, 14, 15, and there's still like really, really good songs. And, you know, now I kind of listen to more female singers, and like in my head, I'm like forced to compare them to Taylor Swift. I listened to the new Addison Rae album a couple of weeks ago, and it's just kind of like, I see the potential. I see how she could kind of get there as time goes by, but she is 4% of a Taylor Swift at this time.
Now Taylor Swift is a whole nother level, but she's incredible, man. And I wish she was signed with me. I wish I had something to do with that business. Shout out to Taylor Swift.
But did Lil Xan kind of turn you off to signing artists?
Nah, I still wanted to do it, but what kind of turned me off is just COVID, actually. And I just started looking at it, and I'm like, I don't really want to do it. It's like, I've been blessed. I'm in a good space. Like, I want to do something else with my life. You know what I mean? I work with some artists now, but it's more so like, I wouldn't want to sign them to contracts and all that type of shit. I don't even want to get involved in that, because it's not going to end well. Yeah. They're going to end up hating you regardless of what it is. And I just don't even want to deal with it. I'd rather just help you, and however I can help you. And if I help you and you work out, that's fine, but I don't want nothing from you. I'm cool.
Yeah.
I don't need shit.
Yeah. And just that responsibility of signing somebody, because like I was saying to somebody else on here the other day, is like, there is a thing that can happen to you if you're in the music business where your life is one way. Like for me, I go to sleep around midnight every night. But if I were to discover the next Lil Pump or the next Juice WRLD or whatever, and if you really believe in them and you have that opportunity, your life is now different. Like now you got to be out in the club till 4 a.m. a lot of the time. Now you got to be out in the studio till 6 a.m. And are you willing to adjust your life so that it can, basically help facilitate an artist being great? And the thing is that when you're thinking about how to spend the rest of your life, you have to compare deciding to sign an artist with every other thing that you could be doing. Because the reality is that if I sign like a drill rapper who I think has potential, money-wise, I probably would be better off opening a burger restaurant.
Yeah. Well, I don't
or anything else.
I don't even think the interest is the same with the music.
Yeah. It's different now.
It's not the same. So I don't even think it really makes any sense. So if it's something you're not passionate about, you shouldn't be doing it. But plus, in the case of me, because I'm not trying to be just out in the club at 3, 4 in the morning, I would have one of my younger colleagues that's trying to break into business and kind of put them in that direction. And then eventually let that person just take over to where I don't even have to deal with it. And then I'll just get a percentage off of what they get and they can just have it and do everything. Because at this point right now, I just don't foresee myself going on tour. I mean, I went on tour with him. I slept in the back of a bus eating Arby's sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? You saw me eat Panda Express. I don't eat like that. You know what I'm saying? I have a, you was like, yo, I had that yesterday. I'm like, I don't do that type of stuff. So I was eating Arby's. Arby's, bro. Arby's. We went somewhere and in the plane, they gave us reindeer. I think it was in like Norway or something crazy.
I've had this experience too.
I'm like, reindeer? Dog, it was so crazy. I would never do that right now. I would never go on tour with somebody and be going from show to show and taking a shower in these little rinky-dink hotels.
Part of that sounds really fun though.
I'm cool. Not for me.
Really?
I did it. So it's like, that's why I don't even travel as much as I would want to, because of the experience of going on the road and going through different airport after airport, hotel after hotel. I'm just like, it just sounds.
But you're kind of like last of a dying breed. Well, it's not like you were the last generation that this happened to, but where you went through the real A&R process where you got signed.
Yes.
And then you had massive superstar successful artists who really worked hard to try to develop you.
Yes.
But okay, before we even get into that though, tell me how your life went in the lead up to signing to Shady and Aftermath. Like how hot did you get in the streets, and what was your career like before that?
Okay, I'm from Atlanta.
Yes.
I went to the University of Florida.
Okay.
I graduated from college. I'm like, man, I went to go try to get a job, and all the jobs that was offering was like working at Walmart, Blockbusters. That was a video store at the time. I'm like, I'm not finna go to college and come out and work at these places. I always loved music. So Bone Crusher had a video shoot for Never Scared. Right?
You were in that video?
No.
Okay.
The MP3 player had just come out where you could record people saying things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said this on my podcast, Third Verse. I'm doing that again. But I went down to that video shoot with that MP3 player. Bone Crusher, Big Boy from Outkast, Ludacris, T.I., Killer Mike. Everybody that was anybody in Atlanta was at this video shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I went up to each one of them with my MP3 player and told them that my name was DJ Stat Quo.
Right.
When I did that, they like, yo, this your boy, Big Boy from Outkast. I'm rocking with DJ Stat Quo, the #1 in the ATL and around the world. I got drops from everybody that's hot in the streets of Atlanta. I went to the studio, loaded that MP3 player up. I dropped DJ from all those drops.
That's so smart. Holy shit.
I made a mixtape, right? And in between every song, I said, T.I. speaks, Killer Mike speaks, Lil Jon speaks, Big Boy from Outkast speaks, Ludacris speaks. And I had that in between each songs. On the front cover of the mixtape, I took every record label's logo that was hot at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Def Jam, Rockefeller, and I put that on the front, and it said Stat Quo Underground Atlanta Volume 1. That way, when you saw the CD, you said, oh shit, all these people on it. And then you looked on the back and you said, oh, you see these names of people that was hot. I just needed you to listen.
Right.
And when they listened, I got hot.
Wow.
That's how
crazy.
I did it. And from that, it was a dude named Mike Y.O. who knew Mailman, and I was dealing with a girl at the time who let me use her like companion pass.
Uh-huh.
She took my demo, that very CD, to Mailman. She went, I always say she cheated on me, but she said she did. She took it over to Mailman's house, played it for Mailman. Mailman loved it. He told Y.O., Mike Y.O., I met with him in Atlanta. I flew out to LA, right? Because I flew out to LA, I knew B. Cox and a dude named Brian Michael Cox, who worked with Jermaine Dupri. I knew him, so I was in the studio hanging out with them, just hanging around, because I had been hanging around with them in Atlanta or whatever. Mailman met up with me, and said, yo, I rapped for him in the parking lot outside with B Cox. He took me into the studio. I walked in the studio. It was Dr. Dre, LeVar Arrington, and they was in there listening to some shit. And it was this crazy ass beat. And Dre was like, yo, come to the front. I want you to check something out. Went to the front. This crazy ass beat is on. He's like, you fucking with that? I'm like, yeah. So I started like, he's like, yo, I'm giving him I immediately just started writing to it. Because I had an incident with Scarface before in Atlanta and I messed up. And I said, if I ever get back in the studio with a legend, I'll never fuck up
How
again.
did you mess it up with Scarface?
Because when I went in the studio with him and he wanted me to rap, I was so nervous because this dude was my idol. You know, I had met him at one of them DJ conferences. You know, I'm not one of them, How Can I Be Down?
Yeah.
I met him there because I had sent my demo to Def Jam South. India Fendrick, which was the sister of my future manager, Zeke, gave it to this dude named G Wallace, and he gave it to Scarface.
Right.
Scarface, he's like, oh, I had a song called GA State. Oh, you the GA State nigga. It was Scarface, Kevin Lyles. We in Scarface hotel room. Scarface is in his boxers. And they playing my music. I think Kevin Black was there from Interscope. And long story short, Scarface invited me to the studio, Patchwork Studio. I went in. I was so nervous.